Well, well, well. If it isn't you guys on Twitch chat, how you guys doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is day one of the third round. How you guys doing? Mito, how you doing? You're here with me. You're looking good. You're smelling good. You must be doing good.
How did you know? Yeah, I'm doing great this morning. How about you?
I'm not doing too bad. I'm not doing too bad. Now, before we get into it, I will apologize. I will apologize to everybody in the chat. It's going to take some time for us to make sure that we get all of our levels worked out and make sure all the audio comes through well. So you let me know if there's any issues. We'll be monitoring it throughout the day, making sure. So if there's any issues, if the stream goes down, chuck an F in the chat. If a sheep gets killed, chuck an F in the chat. If I say something wrong, chuck an F in the chat. By all means, just be throwing Fs in the chat all day and we'll know that there are problems. So I'm looking forward to today, Mito. We have got a very interesting concept here, which should hopefully mean that there are very few mirror matches. Now, we might see mirror matches in the best of one stage, and that's okay. But after that, it's going to be exclusively non-mirror matches.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting today. The way the Civ Draft is going to work is, at least in the winners bracket, is the people are going to pick the players are going to pick a Civ, and then their opponent is going to pick two Civs. And when they pick these Civs, their opponent isn't going to be able to use them. So yeah, as you said, there's not going to be a lot of mirrors today. Maybe we'll have some mirrors in the best of ones, but it should be an interesting day. We'll see if players are going to choose whether or not they want to pick a Civ that they're really good with, or if they try to steal a Civ that their opponent is really good with. And so there's, lots of ways you can think about how you're going to draft this.
Yeah, I think for me, the big way is not only are you taking civilizations for yourself, but you're denying them from your enemy. So as an example, if you're going up against someone like Lee Nock, you might think of a first pick as like, maybe I'll go for the Mongols. No, I'd go for China. I'd take China straight off him. That way I know he's not going to be able to take it. All right, well,
yep.
we can see that...
Sorry.
No, you're right. I was going to mention the fact that we've got the matchup here on our screen. We've got Recon versus Snooper. Recon seed 14 at the moment, Snooper rank or seed 51. Now, the seeds that you're going to be seeing on your screen here, these seeds are essentially going to be where the player is currently positioned with regard to points. In today's event as well as, or in today's round as well as tomorrow, what we're going to be focusing on are these people or these players who are very, very close to making it through. And Recon is one of them. He is in striking distance. He is looking to get there. He's got at the moment 25 points. 21 points at the moment now for him. It's a pretty decent amount of points. And if he makes a good run today, tomorrow, and next weekend, then we can expect to see him in the final 8.
Yeah, that's right. I believe he would have to get pretty much top 4 in order to have a chance of qualifying. But it's definitely doable for someone like Recon. He's, of course, very good. He's got a few points on the board already. So this match right here will be very important for him to win.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Obviously, we know that it's going to be Dry Arabia, Mongols versus French. So players have already done their drafting. It's going to be a best of 3 in the first round. Have you got any predictions for us at this stage, Mito? How do you think the game is going to roll? How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that Recon is likely the favorite in this set. Snooper, I honestly haven't seen much of Snooper. I know that he's been doing pretty well. He's in the top 100, but I actually don't know exactly what kind of playstyle he goes for. Recon, on the other hand, he seems like a very solid player. He's got a lot of creative...
test 咁啊，終於返嚟啦。
Looking forward to see what he picks.
Yeah, well, the things that we know about Snooper, obviously, he comes from Age of Empires 3. There's a few of us around still, Mito. He comes from Age of Empires 3. I remember when I got a message from him initially, and he said, "Hey, I'm thinking about going."
我要加個字啊，
Age of Empires 4. Have you got any tips for me? Have you got any pointers? And it's good to see. Not only has he gone ham, but he's doing quite well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he pulls up today. The Australian sensation, who'll be looking to take out Recon. Recon's going to be tough though, as you mentioned. Recon, a very solid player, a very strong all-round player. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup goes, but it's going to be very pivotal to these guys' runs. And
因為今日唔會睇太長啊，咁所以咧就
tell the story of how they do, because trying to play from the elimination bracket or from the bottom
睇下
side
先啊 ，round one 係23號啊，唔
a lot of best of
哦
one.
唔係佢呢
I guess for somebody who
講返之前啲日
be
期
in a particularly strong position, that could be a good thing because it means that you've got the ability to cheese your opponent and
個
potentially
影聲太大，
catch them
等
off
一陣
guard
啊，
in that best of one scenario.
咁樣點啊？
And we talked a little bit about Recon and his path to qualifying, but I think theoretically it's still possible for any player to qualify, but they'd have to go pretty far. So the further down you are in the list of seeds with the number of points right now, the further you have to go in the
其實
tournament.
片聲咧，我會係即係點講好咧？我一講嘢咧，佢就會降低嘅；我冇講嘢嘅時候咧，佢就會
But you can do it.
略大聲。
Well, yeah.
不過如果我聲唔夠嘅話咧，就話我知啦嚇。
It would mean for him. It's a difficult position. Whereas someone like Recon, as you mentioned, I think maybe in his position.
睇下先啊，今次呢個咧係分3次啦，咁然之後咧就係最終會有一個循環賽嘅。
Recon did
咁啊，暫時咧就全部都係打分嘅，即係 round one 啦、round two、round three 啊都係打分嘅。
say that in
咁啊 Viper 咧就上次贏咗個第一名啦，咁所以你見到佢有100 points。
or pushing through to these top 8 positions. But I guess the other big
咁啊，暫時 round three 咧應該係
these two guys, brothers,
應該打咗第一輪啦，所以你見到有啲加2，有啲加1，
representation in the
即係有報名就有分數好似。
and it's great to see because they've kind of taken the scene by storm. And players consistently ranking them in their top 10s. And we can see right now, rank 6, rank 7. These guys are definitely looking likely to make it through a solid performance today. Will
不過有陣時，直播本身今日唔想開啊，即係咁鬼夜，即係晏晝又打咗，
4 players, Marine Lord, Viper,
即係差唔多半日 AOE 2。
They're all guaranteed to qualify at this point. It's everyone after that who we need to be watching in this event. They're going to be the ones who are.
不過話明開就，開一陣間都好，
Yeah,
即係費事好似放飛機好似好衰啊。
obviously we'll still be casting, Marine Lord versus Viper, Beastie Cutie versus Vortex, all that kind of stuff. That's
第6、第7新面孔啊！
but that'll be stuff that we probably focus a little bit more on in the later stages. I think
而家多咗唔少勁人，
be about following around these guys who are sort of, crossing.
嗰啲咩 Poppy Pong 啊嗰啲啊，
If you are in chat and you're wanting to see some people, I can see there is someone beautiful right now
即係叫有啲係
here.
好
Unfortunately,
似未見過佢
able to
打其他 RTS，
so he is stopped.
但係就冒咗出嚟嘅，
So
比較少見。
Mister, and I hope that you're doing well. Hope the crops are going well for you, mate.
Recon
Look at that. Look at that love in the chat right there for Mister. Oh, it's great to see. I wish that we could have seen him. He's got some great creativity
冇啊，唔係啊，我平時打機咧，我係
here today.
點講好啦？
This French matchup. It's going to be on dry.
我一打到有人咧，我就唔想停，
I'm curious exactly.
即係除非有人撳住我，
Remember, it wasn't too long ago that it started.
即係我玩咩 game 都係啊，即係一打我就唔想停。
French player would be looking to defend it. It was Mister who actually pioneered that defense, where we see, that the scouts coming out of the School of Cavalry and a very quick archery range, just 2 or 3 archers to repel it, and then straight into professional scouts. But now the Mongols have sort of adjusted.
AOE 2啊，
how you're
不
going
過
so I'm not going to
進步唔到啊！最主要咧，即係打呢啲 game 咧，即係無論2或者4都好咧，
on their
你要跟比賽啦，你要睇記錄檔檢討啦，即係
when
如果你話2同4要兼顧一齊咧，就有啲難。
Uh,
how do you beat the Mongols in the Castle Age as the French, Mito?
Yeah.
唔係打呢個排名啊嘛
Right.
，AOE 2。
Of course, it depends a little bit on the spawns. You've definitely got to scout the Mongol player. There is that one point you can harass a lot of the time. The Mongol start depends a lot on where their resources spawn. If they get that gold mine next to the wood line,
不過
but sometimes
去到某一個位就好難進步啦。即係如果你唔係真係你唔係全心去打嘅話，就好難進步啊！依家
try to get a timing push where you can take out that Ovu while he's trying to age or something like that, and then you deny a lot of that stone income.
我頭幾鋪我仲要撳錯晒啲 hotkey，即係撳咗 AOE 4嗰啲。
Spend it on like double knights or men at arms or anything like that. So you have a few options.
睇下先啊，法國對蒙古嗱，今次賽制咧應該係
Castle
輪流 ban 3個啦，咁然之後咧就係剩低嗰啲可以揀啦，應該。
It was somebody at the top level, and they basically said if the Mongols and the French get to the Castle Age at the same time, and no damage has been done to either player, then Mongols.
但係佢呢個 LR 係咩意思啊 ？ban 咗呢個羅斯同埋蒙。
Because that's somewhere where they typically do like to go. So we don't have too long before we get into the game. I'm looking forward to seeing how it unfolds.
有得 ban 文明啊！今次複雜得好緊要。我望下先。
Going to be on the French here. Now, once again, I'll just reach out to you guys in Twitch chat if there are any issues with regard to sound or anything like that.
即係每一 round 啲賽制都唔同啊！即係次次都要睇。
It'll be coming through to you, but we might have a few issues.
即係今次咧，好似係人哋揀咗個文明，佢唔準揀啦。咁然之後就係。
You should be out. Can we hear? I'm not sure if you guys can hear.
照計有 ban 嘅應該係嘛
？Some sheep barring, some stuff like that.
係啦，嗱，每個人 ban 一個文明，咁然之後咧就係每人揀一個文明，啊唔係每人揀3個，就係打呢個 BO3。所以咧就冇重複嘅應該，但係佢哋可以 ban 嘅 ban 一個。睇下先啊，蒙古。其實蒙古咧，我冇乜特別研究啦，我唔知道咧究竟我哋咧，即係譬如咧石頭位啊，即係好似而家咁樣咧，佢石頭加呢個樹喺側邊，係咪加 TC 喺嗰個位會好啲咧？即係定係靠近黃金會好啲咧？即係我冇特別研究過。因為如果你澳包咁突出咧，就10有8 9人哋都打你嘅。咁但係如果劈喺嗰邊嘅話，黃金又好似遠得滯。即係你保住個澳包，然之後個黃金勁即係超級出嘅。咁但係佢依家呢個人又好似有啲奇怪。佢要呢個果冇用喎，佢呢個人開 TC 開，我唔敢講話錯啊嚇，但係佢開一個位咁奇怪。法國雙 TC 係喎，我遲啲不過人哋拍咗片，我費事拍片又。原 patch 蒙古應該打法冇變嘅，唔係即係去到城堡時代咧，咪攻城單位嘅，就以前就打攻城單位勁啊嘛，因為可以就咁起啊嘛。咁但係依家咧應該可以照打翻步兵啦或者騎兵啦，但係就唔打攻城單位咯。其實蒙古好，即係蒙古好容易變化佢嗰啲 style， 即係點樣改都好咧，蒙古都好勁。即係蒙古唔會廢得去邊。睇下先呢個係咩嚟㗎？軍營嚟喎，咪打。又唔係打快攻，即係起喺隔離。有啲神奇。不過佢呢個 TC 有啲怪雞，即係如果起嘅話，點解唔起喺澳包隔離咧？即係起喺澳包隔離，咪可以出洋又快啲，即係出兵又唔怕人哋搞。即係你反正個黃金位都係出邊，所以我唔係好明呢個蒙古可能個 TC 求其擺都未得，定係個果有用啦。但係冇理由食果，有羊食嘅話，有冇理由食果？睇下先啊，法國打咩啊？法國咧依家咧係雙戚啦，咁然之後就係7食物3黃金啦，咁之後就係5個墳墓之後掘石啊嘛，即係嗰個雙 TC 標。但係就前期基本上係0防守啦，差唔多。咁所以你見到個蒙古可能亦都係，即係費事你咁鬼貪心啦，即係打個快攻又唔係好蝕底。係啊，打個快攻唔係好蝕底。咁如果你走去5伐木，然之後掘石咧，咁應該瀨嘢嘅呢度。咁但係就唔係冇得守嘅，即係如果佢封你金封你石嘅，咁你咪出呢個工兵啦，加呢個斥候啦。咁法國一定係咁樣守啊。即係大家咧唔好出嗰啲咩金馬嗰啲，要出斥候，因為斥候掉火把。出唔出名啊？左邊嗰個出名啲咯，右邊嗰個我都唔係好熟佢。哎呀，大鑊啦呢個，俾人棘住咗。嗱，我唔知大家知唔知咧，就係大部分單位咧打建築物都係扣呢個10嘅，應該。即係嗰個火把傷害，咁啊裝甲步兵係12嘅，咁其他全部專民啊、斥候啊，全部都係打10嘅。咁所以咧，如果你想破呢啲咁嘅塔攻咧，出斥候有陣時係一個幾好嘅選擇嚟。即係如果你淨係好想打建築物， 因為對面有長槍啊嘛，你出肉馬嘅話，你都係等死嘅啫。咁但係咧，如果你出斥咧，咁你可以係攞剩低嘅資源咧，就出工兵啦。咁啊，直接鏟入去，基本上咧就可以好容易拆咗啲塔嘅。但係要冷靜啊，千祈唔好拖村民。咁但係我哋睇下呢個法國打咩先？加咩細戰場啦。咁然之後就係睇下佢出咩嘅啫。出肉馬、出清，定係乜都唔出？我見佢好似直頭連馬都唔出。但係馬都唔出嘅話咧，你冇近戰單位去打建築物，即係好似有啲怪計。睇下先。咁啊，蒙古升級啦呢個時候。咁啊，一支塔唔係好貴啊，咁啊兵都冇出過嘅，個軍營攞嚟睇嘅。即係唔係喎，出咗一隻長槍。淨係工兵啊！佢依家咧就係覺得咧呢支塔咧威脅唔係好大，所以咧佢就連即係咩馬嗰啲都唔出啦。但係有陣時咧太冷靜咧唔係太好嘅，即係對面插一支塔，佢有機會係咁繼續插落去噶嘛。咁然之後咧就好似越嚟越難搞啊，即係冷靜得滯。估邊個贏？暫時我覺得法國經濟唔錯啊，真係。但係蒙古啦，如果即係如果佢喺封建唔打咧，咁佢升城之後咧，佢應該係幾勁下嘅嗰個 timing。即係蒙古咧喺城堡時代冇咩變嘅。其實蒙古改咗好少嘢。法國贏有機會㗎。陣先呢個蒙古繼續出長槍咩料？咁喺呢個時候咧，法國咧係出咗呢個工兵啦，咁而且係加咗一隻金馬㗎啦已經。佢呢個羊唔夠喎，呢個蒙古開局係有啲尷尬。點解唔食果？你擺個 T-set 果隔離，你唔食果啊？抵啊！蒙古都大鑊啦。佢呢個時候咧得長槍啦，佢嗰個奧包亦都係冇嘢手啦。咁點樣處理呢波工兵咧？有啲濕滯。哦，插一支塔。唔知佢掂唔掂啊咁樣。不過佢可以升一升個塔咯，你見到佢升一升支塔，死守啊！既然係咁，死守啊，真係。但係佢個資源我又唔覺得佢喺度升緊城，即係有啲尷尬。但係應該係升城嚟嘅，佢呢個貪到無倫，冇理由唔係升城。但係啲資有啲混亂。佢前面咧，因為咧咪起咗個軍營嘅，咁插一支塔嘅，然之後因為佢前面冇加呢個牧場咧，佢經濟都唔係即係唔係好似平時啲蒙古咁好啊。咁然之後咧就係逐輪都冇升啦。即係呢個有啲濕滯，即係經濟幾差，即係呢個蒙古。咁然之後我睇佢嗰個調配資源咧，就應該係似星城，但係佢又冇資源，即係佢好想星城，但係佢冇資源，即係側邊冇乜羊啦，咁勉強食住果先啦，但係就啲經濟有啲尷尬。睇下先啊，法國依家係8工兵2金啊，咁啊加咗4隻戚啊，你見到？佢如果喺出邊食緊鹿嘅，然之後咧，佢如果繼續加戚咧，佢就係諗住攞戚喉嚟拆建築物嘅。咁啊，因為平啊嘛，咁啊掉火把嘅傷害咧係差唔多嘅啫，所以就照道理，定係想執人哋啲鹿咧？我冇留意到佢有冇升到呢個專業戚喉添，即係掛住睇呢個蒙古表演。咁啊，升神啊，你見到嗰個蒙古好想升。 但係調資料得唔好啊，9分鐘。
So he's looking to get these upgrades in the early stages of the game, but at the same time, the question is whether he looks to go up to castle or whether he looks to play it a bit.
唔係喎，法國開咗 TC 喎，原來。
A lot of French players do. They stick around in the middle age for a lot longer.
但係佢呢個畫面冇帶到，即係我望小地圖先知道開咗 TC 嘅個法國。逐輪係行路快啲咯，同埋會有+5嘅攜帶量啊！即係你平時啊，你10資源你就要行翻去 TC。依家咧可能15，咁如果係平時係20嘅話就變25啦，即係打獵咯，打獵係25變30啊，依家好似，但係你都要升咗先得。咁咪見到啦，七油拆見咗物啦。咁啊，抵玩嘅七油。係啊，掘石啊，佢畫面冇帶到啊，真係完全。即係我望下小地圖，我先知道我法國喺度開咗 TC 啊，已經。咁但係就對付蒙古亞咧，開雙 TC 唔係太容易打噶。不過要睇下個蒙古點樣。蒙古打咩？打騎兵啊！你見到？因為咧蒙古咧上咗城之後咧，佢啲黃金咪多啲嘅。咁然之後佢所有支都拎嚟爆兵咧。其實幾麻煩嘅，你見到佢已經有600幾石啊！即係佢第一波兵咧係好鬼猛嘅，即係你唔係話嗰啲封建兵可以搞得掂。就算得一個馬房啊，依家同埋鐵匠鋪都冇加咩料。就算蒙古啲兵咧，長槍咧。
The outpost, I'm not sure. Does it have an emplacement on it? Does he look to potentially
咩都冇啊，蒙古。
We can see that it's getting sieged down quite.
法國雙 TC 唔係雙 TC 唔係個個都打得噶嘛，應該。
Actually, see it does have the outpost or the.
不過呢個蒙古有啲濕滯。
Arrow slits. Thank you. The arrow.
咁啊呢個時候咧，佢升咗城啦，咁有馬啦，就問題就係佢冇鐵匠鋪咧，佢冇乜防嘅，即係工兵都打得入嚟嘅。
He's heading into Spearman, looking to transition. We could potentially see 2 or 3 barracks come out from him in this scenario and look to.
其實點解唔出裝甲步兵咧？我都唔係好明。睇下先啊，馬嚟到啦，咁啊長槍跟上啦。咁啊但係咧就長槍因為得個睇字嘅啫，你見到。咁啊俾啲工兵點晒。好似唔錯，就咁睇。睇下先啊，咁啊打埋隻金馬之後，啲工兵都要死。呢個守得好靚啊！我覺得守得好靚啊！係咯，出到馬之後好勁啊！呢一波先係最難搞噶，即係法國係佢一係咧就留喺呢個封建時代再耐啲，但係咧佢就補多啲長槍出嚟，即係頂住先，即係唔好貪星城呢個時候出咗啲長槍守住先，咁然之後先至去即係慢慢執經濟，同埋呢個法國執經執得差得滯啊！真係成支木材啊！我覺得執經執得差得滯啊！呢個時候，不過最緊要唔好死。咁啊，蒙古呢個時候咧就亦都可以，你見到佢咧周圍插塔咧，佢留少少石頭咧，基本上就等於開圖一樣啊。但係法國有經濟優勢啊。一支塔係啊，留喺封建時代啦，冇計啊。即係最緊要係打到嘢啫，打唔到嘢就真係凄涼。但係呢個蒙古冇攻防，界面擋住咗。擺邊好？擺呢度啦。
Yeah, I think it was pretty decent. And now
右上角係喎，冇人提我咩？
At this point, Snooper is beginning to add crossbows.
本身呢個右上角呢個咧，因為平時咧咪講比賽想遮住嗰個時間嘅，即係費事好似劇透咁樣咧，即係知道20分鐘完場咁，然之後就暴露晒出嚟。咁所以我平時遮住。哎呀，呢個蒙古搞乜鬼嘢？送兵純屬迅速送出啊！全部死晒，冇啦。咁樣佢第一波冇咗啦，已經瓜咗啦呢個蒙古。呢個失誤都幾大啊！ 冇啦，玩完。
Yeah, losing those knights is not what you want to have happen as Mongols here. You want to really be applying that pressure.
我寧願去溝啲裝甲步兵啦，即係，但係佢冇攻防，即係700幾黃金。等陣先，我見我買咗少少木材啊，即係應該係起咗市集。調資料得唔好啊，又係。不過冇計啊，呢度冇噶啦，玩完啦呢一鋪。即係當法國佢雙 TC， 然之後佢守住你城堡時代第一波嘅話咧，咁佢穩定咗咧就你唔知點樣打。佢應該出裝甲步兵同埋要啊，唔係佢出咗弩兵啊，居然。其實裝甲步兵咪得咯，即係弩兵嘅話都仲要紅兵嘅，真係麻鬼煩。等先，騎兵又送啊！佢呢度好多長槍喎，喂，有啲尷尬。又送兵啊！唔好啊，你儲埋一大堆先得唔得啊？你幾隻就上？即係呢啲係少少，即係有啲低級嘅呢個失誤，少少。即係凡事啊，你見到明顯就係對面多兵啲，你就唔需要上去打啊！即係冇得夾硬嚟噶嘛。又送一隻騎啦。老兵真係唔得啊！即係點解唔出裝甲步兵？佢有軍營啊。又有1000黃金啦。咁啊，經濟咧就係78村對54啦，咁已經係相差25隻村民噶啦。
Yeah, we can see he's definitely working towards that. He's got quite a bit of stone in the bank there as well, so could be looking at either adding a third town center.
今日見到佢加軍營啊，終於。
At some point in time.
其實打裝甲步兵好過打馬。
We'll have a look and see with that.
係咯，不過冇計啊呢啲。
Actually, does Snooper even have a blacksmith yet? Snooper might not even have a blacksmith at this point. I don't think he does.
即係我哋呢個視覺咧，可能咧就比較容易啲去判斷個局勢應該點樣打。等下先啊，佢開咗 TC 啊。不過依家你城堡時代開一個 TC 嘅話，就變咗咪俾法國賺咯。即係法國唔會再有壓力噶啦呢個時候，因為佢見到你雙 TC 又出翻村民。咁啊，120人口對呢個67人口，咁啊部隊咧係35對呢個12啦。咁法國亦都係升緊城堡時代啦。咁啊升完城堡時代之後咧，啲兵再 upgrade 咧就蒙古應該幾慘。
Yeah, and these relics are really important for Snooper. If you look at the villager count, he's down almost 30 villagers.
裝甲步兵咧係你要打時代優勢嘅，即係咩叫時代優勢咧？即係城堡打封建啦，咁呢啲係最好嘅。咁啊，其他情況咧應該係溝兵咯，即係你唔想啲長槍咁容易死嘅，你會溝啲裝甲步兵，即係等啲裝甲步兵可以幫手彈一彈啲長槍，咁然之後長槍就可以打馬啦。咁但係咧就要睇你經濟好唔好嘅。先佢呢個時候長槍加老兵。咁啊，村民數就快相差30隻啦。咁啊，雙方都係雙 TC， 但係法國嘅村民會出得快啲啊。加咗咩啊？哎呀，呢個時候先加鐵匠鋪，真係咁鬼遲。係啊，即係蒙古依家都捱嘅咋，冇咩可以做。佢應該輸啊！呢一鋪差咁遠經濟。
Yeah, just some really smart decision making from Recon. Did a really good job of scouting early and making use of that information. And he's also done a fantastic job of.
咁啊，法國依家咧就空土又有啦，咁啊經濟又有啦。即係任佢冇嘅呢個時候，即係個蒙古唔敢出門口嘅，即係你夾硬出門口咧就死得仲快。但係你唔出門口嘅話咧，就法國又好爽啦，佢喺度執下經濟爆下兵，即係完全冇壓力啊。係咁啊，收村，收村幾快。
Going to be able to find a little bit of safety, managing to jump in, and now those spearmen going to be rounding the corner. A lot of crossbows, a lot of spearmen.
睇下先夠唔夠抽啊？呢度49對36，啲兵可能有機會有得打。睇下先啊！你見到佢留少少長槍咧，去頂住啲馬嘅，啲馬咧就不斷喺度遊街嘅。咁啊，暫時入唔到場啦啲馬。 好似唔錯，暫時睇。咁但係村民數就快相差40隻。蒙古調資真係，見到佢嘅黃金我都唔敢講咁多嘢。即係點講好咧？佢呢個人肯定係勁過即係在座咁多個啊！但係佢個調資真係有啲驚人。
Snooper with 3 relics in the bag. There's still those 2 relics out here. He obviously captured up that third.
係咁啊，捉到個奧包啊！打咩啊？打咗支塔先。
Taken out, unfortunately, and a springboard placement going to be coming in. Knight's going to be trying their best to siege this bad boy down. We can see all.
其實如果佢唔開 TC， 佢直接爆兵搏下咧，可能有啲機會。
Trying to get the ignite out, but unfortunately not going to happen. Outpost still stands strong in the village. You're probably going to be heading out to repair that one sooner.
咁啊，2300黃金，即係攞去做定期啊！依家。
Up towards the north now.
係啊，法國，你見到法國咧都係同你打同一隻兵種啊，即係打老兵，即係反正有錢，咁然之後咧溝少少裝甲步兵啦。係咯，真係2000黃金咩料啊！真係咪應該要平衡一下？至少我覺得過千都有啲過分㗎啦。佢依家過咗2000添，仲要。係咁啊！見到法國咧就起咗個堡喺度 cover 呢幾個建築物啦，同埋減價，真係好抵啊！即係我可以提一提大家嘅就係咧城堡同埋 TC 嗰個大細係一樣嘅。所以咧，你可以攞 TC 嚟到度位啦。咁一開始咧就起定啲建築物喺側邊先。咁然之後咧，一有石頭咧就插一個堡喺正中間就得噶啦。好啦，打啦！呢個幾多？60兵對37兵。睇下先啊！你見到控兵唔錯啊！咁啊呢個蒙古。佢咧就留低少少長槍兵去頂住呢波騎兵先啦，咁然之後其他兵咧就直接 A 得唔得啊？長槍要控一控㗎，長槍唔死得㗎。咁但係雖然後面都係老兵嚟嘅，其實。睇下先，控兵，唔錯，呢波打得 OK 啊，但係經濟差太遠咁解啫。呢波控得唔錯啊，已經，即係少打多噶啦，已經係。咁但係咧就法國太有錢啦。先啊，裝個步兵長槍。得唔得啊？攻防冇嘅，點解零嘅？點解零攻防啊？啲兵。Recon, he does have the better economy behind this, so he's going to be able to replace this army more easily. 2700黃金啦，就快3000啊！佢零攻防啊，真係。佢本身如果啱啱嗰度求其有啲1攻1防，可能打贏咗添啊！真係控得咁好。但係咧就攻防全部冇升過，啲經濟唔掂啊！佢呢個時候咧至少要可能要7個牧場啊，即係。7個牧場啦，然之後扣少少黃金，唔好咁多人掘啦。
And this is all coming back from that second town center. Remember that second town center for Recon got added very.
阿拔斯平啲，法國快啲。法國始終封建有金馬，即係阿拔斯。
And staying in feudal for a bit longer, making sure that they don't die to any sort of timing push. Just gonna.
不過阿拔斯又唔係渣嘅，我自己覺得。就係完場都用唔晒呢啲錢。終於加個鐵匠鋪啦，咁但係咧就一起就即刻俾人打爆咗。佢呢個時候要起2個鐵匠鋪追翻啲攻防添啊，我覺得要。好蝕底啊！真係啱啱嗰波真係你求其1攻1防啫，你唔即係冇2攻2防都算啦，即係1攻1防嘅話，啱啱嗰波打贏咗啊應該。雖然啱啱嗰波打贏咗都唔會贏，但係至少舒服啲啊打得，舒服啲死。Pretty heavily in the most recent patch, and it means that players aren't opting towards them. We do actually see that. 成法國已經200人口啦，蒙古有131。咁啊，升咗個呢個遠防嚟嘅，應該升咗1級。
I guess the question is
縮埋一嚿啊，真係。睇下先，插塔呢度應該會唔會俾人發現？睇下先，人哋望唔到，好彩。啊唔係喎，咁啊呢個細節幾好啊呢個人。雖然望唔到，但係都過嚟 check check 先。睇下先啊，村民有族輪嘅，行得算快脆。嗱，你睇下有族輪嘅話咧，你睇下啲村民行得幾鬼快。
very quickly. Actually,
即係族量係必須升嘅有陣時。
that is just how the Mongol villages worked. That it's
但係先呢個地標爆埋嘅話，蒙古連優勢，即係連嗰個文明加成都冇埋啊！係啊，你收起都係一樣咁死嘅其實，收起仲要冇埋啲防添。bomb啊！得唔得啊？夠唔夠打呢度？74兵對65，有啲接近呢個數字。咁啊，長槍就要上啦，咁啊頂住啲騎兵先，咁啊雙方都喺度控嘅。其實我覺得呢個蒙古都控得 OK 嘅，但係攻防差太遠啦，即係打人冇力啊依家。咁啊59對45兵啦已經，差太遠啦，應該會投噶啦，差唔多。冇計啊，佢呢個。法國啲錢勁多，同埋你即係你喺個城堡隔離起呢個建築物咧，你已經減咗價噶啦啲兵，所以好抵玩。其實呢個蒙古咧，佢一開始將個 TC 咧擺咗喺個果度咧，其實都已經有啲怪雞嘅，即係我以為有啲咩好神奇嘅戰術啦，但係原來即係連擺 TC 都錯。但係冇辦法㗎，即係呢個賽制咧，咪可以 ban 一個文明嘅，然之後大家輪流揀嘅。即係呢種賽制咧，對於一啲唔係太強嘅玩家咧，即係你冇辦法兼顧晒8個文明嘅話咧，你揀呢即係你玩呢啲賽制係好難玩嘅。所以我一睇，我覺得佢個蒙古其實唔係，即係可能唔係佢主力嚟添。即係就咁望，係即係有陣時唔係個個人都練晒8個文明㗎嘛。即係如果打比賽嘅話。即係你真係玩8個文明玩得勁嗰啲人咧，即係幾乎都已經係 top 4、top 8嗰啲嚟。即係如果依家咁樣諗翻落去咧，我覺得應該係個賽制令到佢即係玩緊一個唔識玩嘅文明啊，可能。不過佢又唔係完全唔識玩啊，即係佢都有啲嘢睇，但係就有啲細節嘅嘢做得唔好咯。Crossbow stirrups as well as elite crossbows, but look at the amount of crossbows that are coming out at this point in time. 睇下先啊，咁啊呢個時候打馬都唔夠力啊啲老兵。你睇啲裝甲幾勁啊，真係。即係明明老兵係打重甲噶嘛，即係啲裝甲步兵唔死嘅個嘢。好投降。我覺得佢呢個唔係兵嚟嘅，佢呢個文明。但係我唔敢肯定，因為如果你係玩開蒙古，你唔會調知到咁樣噶嘛。同埋佢個 TC 都應該係擺錯位，佢擺喺澳包度會好啲。澳包嘅話咧，你3個牧場就可以足夠你係升城堡時代，你唔使掘果啊。into the game, he saw the barracks, he denied it from going onto the Ovu, he recognized that because it wasn't on the Ovu, 即係蒙古打係咯，佢唔熟啊呢個人。And keeping that feudal army to protect that economy and just really well played overall. 即係佢呢個人係應該係勁嘅，但係咧就佢唔熟蒙古。I love watching the way that the French are evolving because many people are of the opinion right now that the French are a civilization that is improving significantly with regard to ranking. You know, typically we would see it sitting around in the A tier, the B tier region. It was rarely picked as a first civilization, but here we see it being used, thrown away. 睇下先啊，嗱佢 quick match 係1865分啊，都 OK 啊。The French doing a little bit better. 咁但係咧就排位咧就居然係白金3，咩事
？All right, well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, and we are going to be jumping in.
佢打 random 啊，係啊，冇計啊，佢應該係攞呢個排位拎嚟練呢個隨機啊。
A bit of an interesting matchup for you. No China, no whole.
佢應該唔識玩隨機啊，即係唔係即係佢唔熟晒8個文明啊。所以冇計，我見佢打排位全部都係 random 嚟嘅，應該係佢差唔多鋪都唔同文明啦。咁但係咧佢就連1001分嗰啲都打輸，即係有啲文明係佢唔熟嘅。
I'm thinking. I remember one game where it did happen, and I don't even think the player went water. I'm trying.
3個賽仔，我第一個、第二個我都唔記得咗啦。
I casted one game where
哦，唔係，你係講緊呢個 round three 哦 round three。round three 賽制咧應該係大家都可以 ban 一個文明啦，咁然之後咧就輪流一人揀一個文明，但係就唔可以重複嘅，即係咧人哋揀咗法國咧你就冇法國噶啦，人哋揀咗德里咧你就冇德里啦。咁一開始 ban 完之後咪得翻6個文明嘅，每人 ban 一個，咁得6個文明，咁然之後就輪流再拿一個，唔係輪流攞3個，咁啊打個 BO3。所以佢哋唔會重複嘅呢個時候。
You know, a bit of an early fish boom, or does he focus more on collecting the sheep?
其實 Recon 至少佢其他文明都識玩先。
Probably best kept.
即係可能唔勁嘅，但係其他文明都識玩，即係可能會勁過，可能會勁過對面呢個。
A second scout, it's going to be more difficult for you to invest your resources into that fish boom.
Yeah, especially like now with Roos, they used to be the pick on this map for sure, like by and far.
L 同 R 應該係左右嚟。
Mongolian Heights, but now after the recent changes to the fishing boat being very expensive and stuff like that, as you said, if you do invest in that second scout to get that sheep, like that's gonna.
唔係喎，佢呢個應該有 ban 文明啊，照道理係嘛？佢呢度揀晒8個嘅，點解？
And yeah, generally.
佢嗰個網站玩我唔通。
To really snowball that economy, so I'm interested to see how he'll play Roos here.
Yeah, I am as well. One of the things that we do see China do on this map is they
L 係左 ，R 係右啊嘛，但係
and just go for it.
但係點解冇 ban 文明啊？
Song Dynasty boom. So
佢輪流揀晒，一人揀一個，輪流揀晒啊！
Players are going for a second team.
但係佢嗰個網嗰個賽制又唔係咁寫啊。
As quickly as they possibly can to the second age, and then get a trade off for stone immediately. And then look to get their second trade off at 4:45, and then drop that town center down straight away. So maybe we could see something similar come out here for Recon in this scenario, and then sort of leave it up to Snooper as the English, you know, to set the pace of the game and say, well, hold on, if you want to try and do
8揀4冇 ban 啊！如果冇 ban 嘅話咧，就
I'm going to be here because when these two civs get to the late game, I mean, who would you rather be, the English or the Rus?
冇 ban 哦，唔係佢呢個係敗者選圖。
What do I think about it?
即係輸咗嗰個揀圖。
They both have very strong late games. Roos with the Streltsy and the high armory and stuff like that, and English just with that network of citadels and the enclosures. Just super strong economy, super strong army if they can get those defenses up in forward locations.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing about English on this map, right? With those.
睇下先，原來我睇咗個循環賽嗰個賽制，睇錯嘢。
You don't necessarily have to spread it out across the entire map. As long as you can control those choke points, you can make sure that you focus that investment into towers in those critical locations, and that can save you a lot of wood on like spreading these towers across the map and like focusing on those locations with, you know, sort of
真係神奇。
you know, with longbows and
應該冇 ban 啊，就咁睇。佢係輪流揀一個文明咯，但係就唔可以重複。
This is something that definitely works well with regard to immobility. Is that even a word? Immobility? You know, the lack of mobility. Maybe let's.
咁你揀完啲文明之後咧，你可以係撈亂次序用嘅。
And typically, you know, if you're playing the English, you're going to be stone.
Round 3冇 ban， 係啊，睇錯嘢，我唔知睇咗邊度，睇咗 ban 一個文明你有得。
Focus majority of the game, or focus the majority of your attention. Just on that one choke point, but I do hear sheep.
即係輪流揀一個啦，8個文明，咁啊輪流揀之後就每人4個唔重複嘅，咁然之後咧就係敗者選圖，即係輸咗嗰個人咧就可以揀圖嘅。
Diving into game number 2, spawning in over on the west side of the.
羅斯打英國，咁啊英國幾勁啊，羅斯都幾勁。大家覺得邊個比較勁啲
？Playing as the red English player, it is going to be Snooper. Now the question is，
其實上次播 Round 2 8強嗰陣，我都話咧個賽制唔係幾好嘅設計，即係個個都揀最勁嗰個。
Good luck walling that crossing, mate. Good luck walling that.
哇！呢個咩嚟㗎？乜鬼嘢啊？佢呢個人，佢起咗個碼頭喺正中間喎。
As early aggression, like as you know, immediately in feudal age, but maybe some kind of
英國嘅碼頭可唔可以射箭嘅？即係以我所知好似唔得㗎，係嘛
？From the fishing boats.
This is very impressive, and it does look like Recon going to
be avoiding
water. We can see here at the moment on the overlay,
其實英國呢張圖咧，因為佢本身佢打海又唔係勁過羅斯喎，但係羅斯已經棄咗個海咯，即係就咁睇。
Be looking to go for a super fast town center. Might just be playing it the OG style. Maybe a fast castle is what he goes for. Adds the second town center a little bit.
即係你睇依家個版本咧，有陣時你唔研究下啲記錄檔，你都唔知佢做緊啲咩。即係你唔知道佢嗰個思路係點樣嘅。你見到羅斯依家咧棄咗海啦，咁然之後咧就應該係升封建，但係問題就係佢會唔會開 TC 咧？究竟？我覺得英國比較着數啲啊呢一。即係至少一嚟有碼頭啦，咁二嚟英國快攻都勁噶嘛。依家個海唔算好緊要，但係都即係攞咗海嘅人都有啲啲優勢嘅，即係啲啲咯，唔係好多。
Yeah, now we can actually see Recon playing a really smart move here.
等陣先，呢個英國連鹿都唔打嘅，點解？送晒啲鹿俾人啦。
Whereas the Rus player, he's like, well, you can take the water. I'll just make an extra couple scouts. We can see he's up.
哇，送晒黃金嘅話，好難講啊，真係。
Because you needed to focus on your water boom, and now I get every single hunt on the map.
嗱，呢個羅斯咧，佢連續輪都唔升嘅，即係留埋啲黃金拎嚟升城啊！啊，唔係喎，依家即刻撳翻。
He had 11 sheep behind that single scout, which means that at this point in time, there is a total of 55.
睇下先啊，咁啊升續輪啦，咁然之後就係升封建啦。睇下先啊，木材嘅人唔係好多。佢呢個應該係舊嗰個 build order 嚟。呢個圖我覺得可以食豬啊！如果對面咁被動，即係你唔會有壓力噶嘛。咁你出去食豬嘅話，咁你有個經濟即係可以持續都 OK 啊，唔錯。Recon 呢個羅斯，我覺得佢呢個開局幾正啊，即係羅斯依家呢個，佢出去食豬，然之後可以升城執遺跡，咁佢呢邊嘅遺跡有3粒啦，咁都唔錯啊。咁佢食豬之後，佢就算唔升城都好，佢可以開雙 TC 啊，即係羅斯好多選擇，但係唔圍牆喎，居然。即係同我個 style 一樣，死不圍牆啊！其實唔圍牆好蝕底啊，即係睇下佢圍咪先。
An early castle age coming through here for Recon as well. He's taken his time with his age up. You can see he's now reaching this age.
即係堅持不圍牆嘅男人。
It's going to be up pretty quick. 4 minutes 10 roughly for him. Not a bad timing at all.
誒，拖村民啦，圍啦，應該係。啊唔係喎，加碼頭佢居然嚇。
The first, second scout from his town center as well, which would give him.
咁你見到個英國好醒啊，直接走啊。
But yeah, looks like the dock going to be going up for Recon as well.
加碼頭，唔知會唔會嘅呢啲 timing 啊？
Use that golden gate to buy some wood to fuel that.
加碼頭，佢第一隻兵出嚟咧，可以打漁船啦，但係就我覺得 AOE4嗰啲船咧，你近碼頭回血快得滯咯，即係殺唔到人嘅。係咁啊，呢個窩都好靚啊。
Is going to be whether that boat's going to be able to skirt around the edge of the wall. This is something that actually happens.
即係應該冇可能過去添。
It might look like it's walled off from any boats being able to go through, but I wouldn't be surprised if you could fit a boat around the side of these walls. But let's watch to see what Recon does.
就係呢個起咗碼頭之後咩都唔起嘅。
Yeah, and you know what?
空城計喎，即係求其插咗個碼頭出嚟，牆又唔圍。
Normally, when you place that dock, your opponent can just.
嗱，拖村民呢個有啲似插塔。但係羅斯嘅塔好貴喎，係喎，真係插塔。
You can build walls sort of to either side of it. Maybe he wouldn't be able to fit them on the right side of that dock this time, but
唔知打咩，即係暫時有啲奇奇怪怪。咁啊，英國已經係升緊封建時代啦，已經。咁啊，屋企亦都好多羊啦。咁啊，但係咧就冇續輪嘅。個羅斯會唔會開 TC 啊？頭先呢度可能可以殺隻村民啊。咁啊，犧牲一隻村民，但係咧就圍一圍牆。咁啊，確保自己唔死，但係就犧牲一隻村。係啦，買等先，唔係喎，呢個羅斯買石頭，然之後升級自己啲塔啊，居然落去，佢唔係開 TC 啊。
This is a tricky situation for Recon. He's wanted to put on this early pressure, so he invested the wood into that dock, but not.
暫時唔知個 plan 係乜嘢，即係就咁睇。
Fortress early, and this is just going to slow everything down. He is now getting the arrow slits on there, so he will be able to. Oh, he just.
咁啊，支塔升級咗，然之後就可以打人㗎啦。咁但係咧就冇力嘅其實。
I think he may have yes.
冇力。
It was accidental, so he tries.
去到有力嘅時候咧，就應該係城堡時代升個路炮嘅，即係嗰個塔啦。咁但係咧就前期咁樣打係冇力嘅完全。
He is up here a little bit shy of 7 minutes, so not a bad time for him.
等下先，啱啱你見到畫面咧，佢 delete 個牆咧，佢係 delete 個好細粒嗰個牆。
A villager in this scenario, Scout's going to be jumping inside and looking to repel that a little bit further.
等下先，咁樣俾人修理咗，即係打咗白白打。
You must be lost. What is up with this villager? What is he doing?
I don't know, but that villa is going to have to rebuild this dock for these fishing boats potentially.
等下先，呢個村民好似都係要死嘅。行唔到翻屋企啊！佢依家喺度等緊後面隻船去救佢啊！仲有2滴血。
My lord, it's on 2 health, but you know what? Recon's the kind.
居然死唔去，黐線嘅。
This scout is going to go around in a circle for 45 minutes.
係喎，真係開 TC 咁怪雞嘅。
And it will just kill that.
佢塔完之後開 TC。
And he will kill it. But now we see walls coming up in the north second.
不過經濟唔錯，就咁睇。
So he is looking to invest.
但係咧就未見佢有食豬嘅，咁啊純開 TC 啫。咁但係咧喺出面打緊獵啊，我見到。一個有魚，一個打獵。但係我覺得就咁睇，我覺得英國着數啲啊，好似。
Fish boom disrupted quite a lot, which makes this actually like a pretty good timing for this town.
我覺得英國着數啲啊。
Because he's lost a lot of that food income, Snooper's not going to be able to put on as much pressure. And he has rebuilt this dock now. That's another 150 wood he had to invest as well that he.
咁但係咧就雙方暫時都喺度執緊經嘅啫，未打交。咁啊羅斯亦都係慢慢圍翻晒啲場啦。
And now the question is, what direction does he look to go to? Obviously, the way.
但係我覺得好似英國着數啲嘅，就咁睇。
Play this. Number 1, more of a water focus, where he continues to apply pressure. Number 2, a castle age focus. Or number 3,
唔通佢要追翻1分？
We can see he's getting out a night.
頭先個
He's starting to wall like a bit of a maniac. He's
佢圍唔到嗰個位啊！即係有隻船喺度 cam 住啊！佢依家索性咧就係圍自己屋企。哇！呢個要好多錢下喎。係咯，呢度有隻船 cam 住佢圍唔到嗰個位啊！即係咁樣圍勁貴啊！
In this scenario, Mido, what would be your go?
我覺得英國着數啲喎。雙 TC 差唔多，但係英國如果上咗城之後，佢都係雙 TC 嘅啫。
With regard to setting the tempo.
係咯，同埋打後期，唔係。如果大家經濟係即係對等嘅話咧，即係一樣嘅話咧，就應該係羅斯勁啲嘅。但係問題咧就係英國嘅經太好啊嘛，喺後邊。但係羅斯應該係後期勁啲嘅。即係老炮佢嗰度咧0.5格咧，其實幾大優勢嘅，即係就算好似加得好少，即係以前係3格啊嘛，依家係0.5啊嘛，係嘛？有冇記錯？即係以前3格咧就係人哋連還手嘅機會都冇嘅，依家咧0.5格咧就係叫做羅斯可以打先啦，但係咧就對手會有機會反打你咧，叫做。即係俾人哋有個機會打翻你先，即係如果佢死唔去嘅話，咁啊0.5格，即係睇落好似冇用嘅，但係都有用嘅，即係0.5格就係先手同埋後手，但係你攻城單位你先手點都着數啲啊。
So he'll be looking to get up to that castle age very quickly. And the question is, where does Snooper look to go?
依家邊個經濟好啲？羅斯800幾，好似都差唔多升城啊。
People are just so passive at this point. We've got
頭先俾人有隻船 cam 住，但係英國嘅船係勁過羅斯啊。以前2格，係咯，以前2格都好屈機嘅，不過依家半格都 OK 嘅，即係如果個科技唔係好貴。咁啊，英國升啦，咁啊升城堡時代。咁而且佢係升先嗰個啦，佢可以係出城堡船啦，咁然之後就係去打。即係上面嗰個碼頭先。
Investment and sometimes like some of those landmarks that you want to build, take some time to pay off, or you want to get them up in specific locations, like the Berkshire Palace. You want to get that up in the middle of the map.
咁啊，又有魚，又雙 TC， 不過唔知點解啲人咧成日都唔升攻防，唔升經濟科技，係咪啲人唔係好慣啊？即係撳掣。
But I don't expect it.
All right. Well, there you go. We can now.
睇下先有冇出船啊？有啊有啊。咁啊見到啊唔係喎，冇喎，都仲係好似。點解佢控嗰個畫面成日停低，即係無啦啦？咁啊，羅斯出咗3隻金馬，但係就插支塔喺度。佢呢個時候咧，佢升呢個城堡之後咧，佢可以係升級呢個塔嘅老炮台啦，應該係我冇記錯嘅話。個名咁啊，老炮台咧打船都幾大力嘅，但係咧如果你唔升嘅話咧，就人哋補血咧係幾乎你扣唔到嘢。其實冇，好似雙 TC 冇乜優勢嘅，你睇下個村民數唔係差好遠。不過呢個咧係計埋預算嘅。
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like with these crossings walled up, it's going to be really hard to get a warrior monk to the other side of the map.
應該係軍勢暫時睇。
So he'd rather just go for the high trade house, get the.
睇下先，呢個英國打金馬。
And then tier, so he can work his way up to that tier 3 bounty at some point.
有啲神奇。
咁
啊，呢個羅斯咧就起咗呢個另外一個經濟地標，就冇起呢個宗教地標。咁啊，執遺跡應該係要加個修道院噶啦。等先，呢個英國點解唔出船啊？我覺得基本都要出一隻噶，即係唔係依家封建呢隻喎，即係城堡時代嗰隻。就係雙方都打馬，但係呢個人 Recon 咧就出埋呢個老兵嘅，咁啊金馬加老兵。都幾有錢嚇。啲擺位好奇怪。你指咩擺位？建築物？咁啊，暫時應該都仲係打和。睇下先，呢個英國啱啱佢係咪掘緊石啊？不過呢個圖咧好常見咧，就係壓完一波之後咧，有機會咧就插一個寶咧，即係好似上次唔知邊鬼個就係爭啲打死呢個 Beastie Cutie， 不過佢貪心得滯，就死鬼晒啲村民。呢個羅斯經濟地標咧就係好似係每分鐘啊出一隻鹿俾你，然之後咧就。佢範圍內有幾多木咧，就會加幾多黃金嘅。英國地標擺咗喺邊啊？喺 TC 前少少個位啊嘛，石頭位啊嘛。係咯，佢唔係呢個英國咧，佢想就係咧前面爆一波兵打一波，然之後有機會咧就插個寶噶啦，直頭。即係呢個圖係大約都係咁樣打噶嘛。即係一有機會咧過咗條河咧就插寶噶啦。咁然之後咧，人哋就好難過去你嗰邊嘅。頭先呢個 Recon 冇控兵啊。邊個着數啲？即係又有魚又有田喎，但係不過啲錢又係暫時未使晒，唔知佢想做咩。攻防又冇升。即係呢個玩家好似唔係好中意攻防。鹿食鹿幾多效率啊？冇研究過，即係係咪4隻6隻左右就夠噶啦？牧場我就知啊，牧場4個村啊嘛，好似係嘛？但係如果鹿嘅話，我真係唔知啊。等先，圍石牆我掘石出咩料？等先，佢圍唔切個。依家石牆咧起得慢咗好多噶啦，已經。你2個村圍唔到噶。佢應該咧係點晒所有先啊，係啊，點啊？你見唔見啊？佢慢慢點咧，就會起咗一條坑嘅，咁人哋過唔到嚟噶啦，已經。係啦，慢慢點。咁啊，點晒先至慢慢起。6至7隻村。即係記住個數字先。即係第時用到呢個地標就即係照 照板煮碗劈過去。等先呢個英國經濟都幾好喎，即係就咁睇。有成運過去啦啲兵，哎呀俾人 cam 住啊呢個位，有冇機會啊？望到啊，望到啊，望畫面啊！睇下先啊，嗱，工兵打呢啲馬咧應該係打唔入嘅，咁所以咧你見到佢咧係點呢個馬弓啦。得唔得？哇！呢個人走得好快脆啊，即係有少少似嗰啲 StarCraft 嗰啲空投。係唔錯呢度，即係過咗去發現唔夠打得走，同埋啲船都幾硬淨，你見到。咁啊，隔離有得補血，不過 OK 嘅。咁啊，村民數相差10隻，點解嘅？人哋3TC 啊，羅斯係咪3TC 啊？我望到佢嗰個小地圖，係咯，佢3TC，所以村民多啲嘅。唔多啊，唔知喎。而家雙方喺度龜嘅，但係就未打交。羅斯3TC，然之後掘石。英國要打噶啦，如果英國唔打嘅話咧，即係羅斯咁貪經濟，你又唔打佢，即係後面就好難搞啦。即係羅斯咧本身經濟係輸英國啲咁堆嘅啫，唔係好多。因為羅斯佢有嗰啲獵人小屋啦，佢又有呢個伐木加成啊。打後期嘅話，羅斯勁好多啊。即係呢個時候濕滯。即係英國勁嘅地方咧，就係因為打 open map 咧，即係佢可以打下騷擾，前期又幾勁下，即係中期又 OK 嘅，即係對比起羅斯啊。但係如果咁和平種田嘅話咧，即係去到後期咧，應該係羅斯勁好多。哇！呢個種田真係非常整齊。咁啊，羅斯咧已經係有城堡嘅石頭噶啦，已經係。但係問題咧就係究竟想插前面啦，定係純粹守屋企？咁啊，出咗個巨頭。呢個巨頭拆得有啲慢得滯，即係應該都唔係啲咩威脅嚟啊，就咁睇。咁啊，大家兩邊種田啊，依家暫時。咁啊，雙方兵嘅數量都差唔多嘅。睇下先啊，咁啊插咗個堡喺度啦，已經。咁啊攞馬弓出嚟阻止人哋去修理。咁啊直接衝入嚟啊！咁但係好彩咧，就係英國唔係啲咩貪經濟嘅打法嚟嘅，所以你見到佢都好多兵下，真係好穩陣啊打得。羅斯 win 係咪㗎？不過羅斯依家經濟唔錯，暫時。There's so many knights coming out for each player at this point in time. You got 23 knights for Recon, 25 knights for Snooper. 但係應該都係和平發展嘅，即係就算拆到呢啲嘢都應該冇乜用。英國應該要插一支塔嘅，即係插後少少。即係至少加下攻速先啊！即係俾人拆咗就冇噶啦。我覺得呢個羅斯巨頭出得多得滯啊！即係巨頭咧打正面唔係一啲咩戰鬥力嚟嘅，即係兩步左右差唔多。即係3步嘅話就有啲似咧想打死人嗰啲。但係究竟有冇機會咧？嚇！即係你出咗3個巨頭，即係使咗咁多錢，人哋就全部都係純部隊嘅，係戰鬥力係勁好多啊！頭先呢個巨頭棘住咗自己。你睇呢個英國純部隊嚟啊，60兵，60兵打62、63，但係你有3個巨頭，即係巨頭正面唔係戰鬥力嚟嘅。睇下先啊，插一支塔啦，咁啊加攻速嘅拎嚟。A lot of that is going to be fishing boats as well, and that it typically doesn't synergize quite well with the English because they want to be taking advantage. 咁啊呢個窄口位唔好上，咁啊等對方行過嚟啦。既然係咁。 咁啊，雙方都係呢個諗法嚟啊。即係呢個閘口位咧，就羅斯都喺度 cam 住噶啦。咁而英國咧，亦都係因為太窄，佢又冇辦法上啊，即係喺度等，即係俾人任拆依家。係啊，呢個羅斯3TC， 即係依家先帶呢個畫面，即係佢好似係5分鐘之前已經3TC。睇下先，咁啊轉咗去後面掘金啦，你見到？咁啊正面俾人係咁拆。你睇下呢個羅斯經濟真係唔錯。爆炸船依家冇啦，爆炸船佢個範圍唔係好夠大啊，不過可以搏懵嘅，但係依家連工兵都可以射爆啲爆炸船。喂，上啊！呢個位佢忍唔住啦，居然咁鬼炸照上。呢個位炸得滯啊！你睇下大家展開個陣營。明顯係入面嗰個比較舒服啲嘅。係啊，不過呢個英國出得太多工兵，工兵冇力啊，即係你見到要點馬弓啊，嚟啊點馬弓。邊個贏啊？好接近啊，57兵到61兵啊，雙方都好接近啊。但係咧馬弓咧喺正面戰鬥力會比較弱雞啲嘅。睇下先啲騎兵走。啲騎兵啲 puffing 有啲怪雞喎，即係行去邊啊？等陣先，佢嗰啲騎兵遊街咁嘅，好似紅色嗰個。等陣先，轉咗長槍兵出嚟啊！咩料？等陣先啊，睇下佢可唔可以點晒啲馬弓先。咁啊，村民數相差20隻，但係咧就正面因為冇老兵啦，咁啊停唔到呢堆重甲噶啦，應該。冇啦，城堡都冇，佢掘咁多石，佢唔起城堡，居然。好啦，玩完啦。啲經濟差咁遠嘅可以。你睇下個羅斯超有錢。
Yeah, this is looking tough. More villagers moving forward. They're going to repair the siege, potentially build another keep here. He does have the stone for it. Yeah, there's another keep going up next to the tower, next to this gold and this stone.
呢個羅斯咧隨時可以攞佢嗰個金門嚟到買城堡噶啦，即係如果佢冇亂咁使嘅話。
He's looking to try and really take control of this game. You can see him working here on those landmarks and looking to take.
呢個英國掘咗成場石，但係佢連一個堡都唔起啊。
Once that second landmark，
即係如果佢有個堡咧，啱啱嗰個位，即係可以抌一陣間至少。
Forcing Snooper to quit this game without Snooper even being given the choice about what he gets to do。
其實我唔知佢衰啲咩，係咪冇攻防啊衰？即係近戰0嘅，咁啊有呢個近防2啦，遠防2啦，遠攻1啦。其實好似差唔多雙方。咁啊，2個 landmark 都爆咗啦，已經。就係封建時代同埋城堡時代爆咗啦，咁然之後喺呢度加個堡。咁但係呢個堡咧，你要有弩炮去射呢個巨頭咧，你先保得住嘅。如果冇弩炮嘅話咧，就呢個堡應該都係俾巨頭即係秒嘅。工兵，佢個原意咧就係攞工兵拎嚟打呢個馬弓嘅，但係咧就馬弓本身喺正面嘅戰鬥力其實唔係真係好勁，即係如果你攞咗一大堆兵去 counter 呢啲本身就冇乜力嘅馬弓，即係唔知係好事定壞事。即係馬弓攻速好低噶嘛，即係打正面係有啲屎。而家嚟下老炮啊，堅持。即係佢覺得仲有機會啊，但係對面升帝啦已經。With the knights just really gaining a lot from Boya's fortitude here. He's got all those big upgrades as well. We can see that he's got his +2s for absolutely everything except. 衝啦，忍唔住啦佢呢個，衝啦！嗱，你見到呢啲馬弓其實戰鬥力麻麻地嘅，照道理。睇下先啊，長槍可唔可以換到多啲騎兵啊？呢一波我覺得英國打得唔錯，但係係咪兵力有啲懸殊啊？有時村民都攞埋出嚟打交啦，見到喺後面幫手射，即係殺下羊，然之後突然間擰轉身揸弓。喂，呢一波英國打得唔錯啊！呢個打得唔錯啊！呢一波。 咁但係對面升咗帝啦，即係呢度打贏都冇乜用。呢波打得唔錯，因為馬弓本身就係冇力嘅，即係你啱啱嗰一波咧，馬弓即係做少少輔助，然之後全部都係騎兵，然之後騎兵走去衝呢個長槍兵，咁然之後死晒。但係對面有2個堡喺度，3個堡。
You've got 95 villages over on Snooper's side versus 115, and then
人口點解差唔多啊？居然咁神奇嘅，即係你睇140對127人口，其實好接近啊。咁啊，當然啦，就差一個時代，咁啊，羅斯可以係起火炮噶啦，已經。
And as a result, it means that Recon's got a great little
正瘋狂插塔啊
to sit in here, and now going to be dropping down those wooden fortresses as well, and he'll slowly push up with them. And now we see cannon emplacements coming in as well.
咁啊嚟啊2個火炮，應該瓜噶啦呢個火炮衝過嚟，拆你建築物，你吹佢唔漲。然之後，因為佢亦都有2個堡、3個堡，其實有陣時啲人咁樣起堡唔係一件好事嚟。即係咧，你啲堡咧，你3個黐埋一齊起咧，當你有一個堡俾人打爆嘅時候咧，其實另外嗰2個基本上都爆硬嘅。不過佢依家優勢真係任佢玩，即係就咁塞喺度唔喐。咁啊，英國加咗個巨頭，咁啊有4個老炮。佢應該升唔到帝嘅，都仲係。我見佢喺度好似想儲錢啊，但係應該冇乜機會。咁啊，撳咗幾隻老兵出嚟，撳咗啲長槍。
Putting your landmarks this close together comes with some risk, as Snooper's experiencing right now. There's 4 bombards on the field now. No more in queue.
係咁插塔啊！咁啊，升咗第1個同埋第2個，我見好似科技。其實我唔係好中意咧 AOE 4嗰個長槍兵咧，佢每次都要有一個動作先至開打咧，其實唔係好着數。即係佢呢個兵種，正啊！咁啊，火炮亦都係點緊老炮啊！你見到咁啊，所以雙方喺度換緊。邊個贏啊？好似都係英國贏喎。同埋英國右邊嗰個城堡喺度幫手肥緊啊！喂，打贏咗英國又。但係佢拖穿嘅話咧，等先呢個咪最後一個地標嚟啊？好似唔係啊嘛 ？What the fuck？ 原來呢個係最後一個地標嚟嘅。真係尷尬。我覺得佢啱啱咧換完呢一波咧，可以捱多一陣間嘅。即係雖然就時代蝕底啲，但係估唔到個地標爆咗。我啱啱望落，我都冇意識到人哋真係直接打你地標唔理你。非常快脆嘅2-0啊！
To overcome Snooper, the games were quite close. You know, you'd come into this thinking you've got.
其實英國仲有得打嘅，啱啱。即係如果個地標冇爆。
The Recon would probably look to walk over, and even though it was a 2-0.
議會廳爆咗啦，議會廳喺 TC 前面噶嘛，啱啱。
He's done a great job.
前面嗰個爆咗啦已經。
And yeah, it's a tough draw.
即係議會廳咧，啱啱喺 TC 右少少前面嘅，咁然之後咧，城堡時代嗰個TC 咧就喺左邊。石頭嗰個位噶嘛，即係2個都俾人秒咗啦，已經一開始。唔係投降，佢啱啱未顯示嗰個咩 All Enemy Landmark Destroy 嘅，好似你望唔到咩？啱啱。實力有差距，冇計啊！即係佢呢個圖咧，其實有少少賭㗎，即係。賭命咁樣，即係你唔知道對面做啲咩嘅，即係呢張圖，即係大家各自各，即係一圍好晒場之後咧，就各自各玩嘅，然之後咧就靠估嘅啫，即係估錯咗咪輸嘅，即係你唔知對面打咩。第3場唔係佢冇改名啫，唔係第3場。佢呢個未改畫面。睇下先，下一場係邊個啊？我哋望下先。
and it wasn't until the umpire at the end of the game said that, all right, he's had enough. The landmarks have gone.
不過佢應該喺度揀緊人，揀緊人睇。
Into our next series very shortly. So there's a whole bunch of games that are happening today. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what way it's gone so far. We can talk a little bit about the way that it's gone. I'm going to bring up my Smash.gg now, Mido.
今日咧就比較罕見咧，就係 Viper 走去直播，即係平時咧佢打比賽都唔直播噶嘛。即係因為 Facebook 嗰邊本身觀眾唔係好多咧，佢唔係好想直播。但係咧今日非常罕有地走去開台。
To get into a spot in the playoffs that need to go far today, we can see how they're doing. Players like Puppy Paw and Wham are looking pretty close to.
得你廢咗，得你唔廢啊！但係
But what about the players like just slightly lower than them? You know, like the same.
但係可能睇地圖咯，即係我唔知。
10 to 12 right now in the leaderboard. For the Golden League, like they're
即係阿拉伯嘅話咧，你法國啊嗰啲肯定係首選㗎啦。即係得你應該係喺第二啲地圖用咯。
Yeah, that's a really good point. So as an example, Lucifron 7, a name that we don't really.
其實得你咧，依家好多破解佢嗰個搶勝地方法，所以即係你唔可以亂咁攞出嚟用。
We also know that Salam
即係咧，好似我之前咧咪出咗片咧，咩開局嗰啲嘅，一齊睇嗰啲嘅。你見到 Beastie Cutie 佢求其攞啲文明已經有兩種方式去封住呢個得你。
In addition to that, we've seen both the Muslim and running progress through to the next phase.
不過得你唔係渣嘅，但係就某啲地圖應該唔係一線咯。
Oh, well, that's Doubt. You know, he's a very good player. Yeah, he is a good player. But Robbie G, that guy is legit.
頭先佢哋喺度吹水，但係暫時唔知道下一 pair 人係乜嘢。唔係喎，有喎 running 啊，咁啊對呢個兜齊係嚟自 GL 戰隊啊，即係 Viper 嗰一隊嘅。咁啊兜車亦都係 LE2嘅10年前嘅王者，即係 Viper 未出嚟之前。咁之後咧，佢哋兩個連埋幾個玩家就組咗一隊叫做神隊嘅嘢，好似係嘛？
Some crops to attend to, so Viper is going to be going through to that next round. But unfortunately, Hazard
得你其實得你淨係少咗100嗰個果啫嘛，其實 OK 嘅，可以用。
In that series, so unfortunate for him. But then a couple of other people.
咁啊 ，Mr 咧繼續係棄賽嘅，咁啊真人種田。咁啊羅斯打蒙古，羅斯打蒙古又有啲難估計。
Game or the next stage, but we have got our next games that we are going to be looking at for you guys up on the screen right now. It is going to be our second best of 3.
其實得你 OK 嘅，唔係真係渣得好緊要，即係你睇下神羅嗰個就真係廢得好緊要啊！神羅我唔識玩啊，玩親神羅都輸啊！依家，但係神羅好似話有啲乜鬼嘢雙 TC， 不過我唔敢亂嚟啊，即係。神羅你就算真係支撐到你雙 TC 出村都好咧，佢本身封建又唔係好勁嗰啲嘢，即係啲兵種。你啲兵種唔勁咧，留喺封建太耐咧就好蝕底嘅。
Or even a stable for some early scouts or something like that. Is he sending villagers across to build the towers?
即係你法國嗰啲咧，即係你留喺封建，你起碼有金馬，即係佢嗰啲金馬仲可以有機會係數量多啲嘅話咧，可以打贏呢個城堡嘅馬。其實得你好勁啊，得你依家咧唔係嗰啲貪星科技嗰啲開局嚟嘅，佢係直接咧係爆兵噶嘛，攞晒所有資。
Yeah, as the Rus here, I guess like you try to look for those places you can pressure with.
即係以前嘅得你咧就係有理冇理咧就起2個清真寺篤6個真女，然之後塞入去，然之後咧就雙鐵匠鋪升功課，咁啊然之後就升城，就封建都唔打嘅以前嗰啲。依家嗰啲咧就係求其1-2個真女先，咁然之後咧就狂爆兵。咁然之後咧就留2-3個人掘金咧，就無神就會有勁多黃金嘅。咁然之後你就求其狂撳啲真女，然之後升埋個寶血。咁啊係咁強打封建啊！依家啲得嚟。
Next picks that came out for Doubt were the English and then the Mongols. And then we see running hit back
係啊，即係依家啲德里佢都唔係狂塞嗰啲真女入清真寺咧，佢攞晒啲真女出嚟打交嘅依家嗰啲，即係佢唔留喺屋企嘅，即係啲真女，佢求其留2-3隻喺度加速下少少啲科技就算數啊。然之後其他嗰啲真女10隻，即係10隻8隻咁樣衝出去，即係跟埋啲隊友，即係補血又快喎，佢完全死唔去喎啲兵。咁然之後出去搶點啦，搶完點之後就勁多黃金啦，咁然之後咧就加個市集買下資源。即係你只要搶晒點，咁啊圍好場之後咧就可以慢慢漚噶啦，即係自己唔急人哋急，但係咧就得你仲要勁多兵啊。
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Rusa always.
試下，依家應該係賽事 delay 5分鐘啊，所以佢哋要等一陣間。佢個回血應該要改嘅，不過呢個比賽唔知係咪 ban 嘅咧。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 of your second series for.
咁啊，羅斯，咁啊直接喺 TC 出一隻戚先啊！你見到依家，即係有嗰啲新理解。咁啊 TC 出一隻戚先啦，咁然之後就係喺個，咦呢個唔伐木噶。
It is going to be your lord, your savior, Lord Doubt. And an interesting opening he's got here. Look how far away that Uvu's going to be. He is heading.
睇下先啊，直接係衝過去啊，唔係喎，呢個係揾緊自己啲鹿啊，呢個。佢啲鹿喺右邊啊，唔知望唔望到啦，有冇打到？
By some early scouts by running, I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Something you can do.
睇下先啊，好彩呢個蒙古咧唔係向下走嘅，咁係向上走嘅。
Comfortable amount of bounty is you can just send a couple of those scouts over to that Ovu and just slowly siege it down, prevent any buildings from being placed there.
羅斯死緊，但我覺得佢開局唔錯喎，佢揾埋人哋 pet 鹿喎已經。咁然之後對面個蒙古咧仲喺度揾緊自己啲鹿揾唔到，俾人打咗。喂，我覺得有機會喎，呢個羅斯食3 pet 鹿喎，然之後不過狼嗰啲有啲蝕底。直接軍營，軍營打唔到嘢嘅。我覺得直接軍營打唔到嘢。我覺得因為你羅斯咧，你可以轉變自己打法噶嘛。咁如果佢真係縮喺屋企嘅話，你點算？嗱，咁你見到佢咧加牧場啊，佢唔會打快攻。但係唔緊要啊，真係唔好冒險咯呢啲。咁但係咧，如果羅斯見到你咧走去起呢個牧場咧，佢知道你冇快攻，佢又可以出去食豬，即係一樣黑一樣咁咯啲打法。但係啲人咧，哇佢 TC 底喎，真係貼到實一實啊呢個人。即係睇落好似個 TC 冇人咁樣。成日呢個羅斯揾唔揾到狼啊？好似都有一隻半隻。有陣時咧啲狼咧仲緊要過啲鹿啊，真係。如果唔係嘅話咧，你升咗逐輪之後，你升唔到封建時代。哇！佢呢度真係貼到實一實，你睇呢個人，好耐冇見過啲人咁樣控啦。即係你諗下咧，初初咧 AOE4 咧，啲人咧研究呢樣嘢咧，即係好似好有用咁樣，然之後去到依家冇人用噶啦，真係。即係大家都懶得搞呢啲無謂嘢。係啊，即係哎呀，殺唔殺到？殺唔到好似。睇下先啊，羅斯升緊逐輪啦，咁啊黃金又夠啦，你睇下好勁啊依家。羅斯。咁啊升咗逐輪之後咧就調資噶啦，剩低。咁食豬咧有2種開局嘅，哎呀呢個殺唔到。即係一種咧就係喺黑暗時代咧就直接衝出去食豬嘅，咁然之後就個地標慢慢起。咁呢個咧係 Demolism 最中意用嘅。有一種咧就係升完封建先行出去嘅。不過兩種有好有唔好嘅，兩種都。即係如果你早少少行出去咧，你起定支塔先咧，人哋如果真係想打你食豬嘅，佢打唔到嘅，因為你直接衝出去食完，咁啊起咗塔，咁對面搞你唔到。因為咧正常升封咧咪4分半嘅，咁4分半之後你交個建築物，你出去打快攻你都要5分鐘啊。咁有啲人提早出去食豬咧，就係喺呢個時間點咧就啱啱好嘅，你啲兵行到過去咧佢又有塔，豬又食緊， 但係咧佢嗰個封建會升得好慢，因為佢屋企冇乜村民起地標。咁但係暫時睇呢個羅斯唔係咁樣啦，咁啊補咗第4戚添啊，仲要。等先唔係喎，佢啲豬今次唔係好靚啊，好似係嘛？不過左手邊有一個。
But now that Uvu going to be under pressure, we can see the deer stones going to be going down behind this. 3 villagers tapping away there for doubt. So that to me signifies that we might even see a fast castle coming out here from him. Not looking to get it up extra quick. Adds a 4th villager into it.
蒙古唔知打咩咧，咁啊加個馬房先。
There's a lot of pressure coming back towards this position, and early stable going to be coming out in this scenario, looking to repel off these scouts, I suspect.
Yeah, and this is the one saving.
睇下先，羅斯食唔食豬？羅斯好似唔食豬嘅。咁啊，想硬拆呢個奧包啊！
And he'll be able to use those horsemen to force these scouts away, and then apply a little pressure himself while he sets up infrastructure.
咁你見到咧喺畫面咧下邊咧，佢呢度咧，當佢打建築物嘅時候咧，你見到嗰個火把嘅傷害咧係10+3嘅，即係呢個斥候。即係如果佢唔係打緊建築物咧，佢唔會有呢個數字顯示嘅。但係咧，如果佢打建築物嘅時候咧，佢會有一個10+3，即係顯示翻話俾你聽，佢打建築物個力度。等先出肉馬。咁你見到羅斯已經係加緊長槍添啦，已經。哇！斥候硬打，哎呀，呢度想棘住佢啊，得唔得啊？哎呀，傾唔到，爭少少，但係問題不大。咁啊，羅斯係冇食豬嘅。咁啊，長槍加攻，佢喺屋企打呢個，佢呢個補咗射箭場啊，居然唔食豬，第一次見。
And there's spearmen coming across the map for running now. Having spotted that stable going up right, he immediately built that barracks, and that spearman is going to be heading straight towards this over.
咁啊，見到兜車應該係望到人哋打長槍兵噶啦。呢個係咩啊？2個射箭場，一個軍營，咁啊打呢個工兵加長槍。
So he is not messing around. I don't think he's moved out onto the map yet to look for.
係成日反應好快啊，兜咁啊直接加呢個射箭場，咁有石頭嘅，佢可以爆工兵噶啦已經。
Gonna be getting done.
咁如果對面咧打呢個弓加長槍咧，其實你可以純工兵嘅，但係咧你就要數量比人哋多啦，至少得唔得呢個奧包？咁啊過嚟修理，插唔插到塔啊？插唔到，好似木頭唔夠，黃金多得滯。啊，先係修理，得唔得？佢要工兵啊！佢呢度攞肉馬打長槍啊！死一隻馬啫，淨係 OK 喎，好似守住咗。喂，守住咗啊！居然。咁啊，而且有400幾石可以狂出工兵啊！真係可能守住咗呢度可以。但係佢唔使咁多黃金啊！真係調一調資可能要。呢個唔錯，我覺得羅斯打唔到嘢喺呢度，同埋佢冇食豬已經賺咗噶啦。蒙古可以，唔錯啊，兜蘇有控兵嘅。等陣佢要攞石頭出工兵喎，佢慳皮嘅，你睇下佢見唔見啊？佢留咗500幾石，但係佢逐隻工兵出啊！真係勁慳皮啊！真係夠唔夠抽㗎？咁慳。佢移前少少起會唔會好啲啊？
Yeah, I think he's just realized he had 2 horsemen in queue, cancelled one of them, and the double production out.
你可以爆馬噶嘛？
Archer mass is getting bigger for it.
慳皮得滯啊
！It's looking at this point in time, it's not looking pretty, but at the
咁啊呢個組合咧，基本上咧就係鬥工兵多嘅，你見到長槍咧基本上係捱唔到一陣間嘅，即係呢個組合上面。邊個贏啊？哎，馬嚟啊，係咪啊？馬嚟啊！點咗個長槍先 ，OK 啦。咁啊呢個羅斯佢控得麻麻地啊。咁啊長槍清晒之後就可以向前 A 噶啦，全部兵都。等下先，仲有長槍，但點長槍點長槍，得唔得啊？啲馬攤唔起。邊個賺啊？咁樣打落，但係 Dose 嘅部隊得翻6隻啫。佢呢個時候咧蝕咧就係因為佢嗰個工兵咧，佢冇辦法係向前行啊，即係然之後就即係雙倍出啊。話呢個羅斯終於出去食豬啦，但係唔得閒理。 邊個贏啊？哎呀，有啲蝕底。應該輸咯，咁樣應該輸咯。佢呢個我唔知啊，佢出肉馬係咪一件好事
？We still don't see him actually get the upgrade, so he's still using dark.
咁啊，應該輸啊呢度。因為咧，你俾人 cam 咗奧包之後咧，你用唔到石頭啦，然之後就係你啲兵會一路慢慢少過人哋好多啦。其實佢應該要補多個射箭場啊，如果可以嘅話。哎呀，呢個不過如果可以嘅話，係應該插一支塔保住呢個位先。呢個位有啲傷。工兵少人哋太多啊。
Just trying to take down that Khan and Doubt really having a tough time up against running. I didn't expect it.
如果佢可以補多個射箭場嘅話，或者有機嘅。即係如果依家補，即係唔可以再諗星神嘅，即係咁樣俾人肥。即係如果你想星神咧，你就即係棄咗呢個奧包佢咯，一係一開始嘅話。
Yeah, the horsemen though from Doubt, they've spotted maybe with the boar. Being taken and they've gone to raid. Potentially a few villagers going to be taken out there. But actually there is.
咁啊，對面亦都有兵喺屋企守啊。咁啊，有長將兵。
Not even able to take out the archers.
有啲濕滯。奧包爆咗，經濟又麻麻地。誒，今日見到啦，補咗第二個細戰場啦，終於。
In front of your base, you lost a lot of income. And your opponents out gathering resources.
但係咧就因為大家都係雙射戰場啦，所以就工兵數咧人哋多過你咧就即係永遠都多過你噶啦變咗。因為大家都係兩個建築物。咁啊插一支塔添仲要，好淫賤啊！咁啊兜車係留咗少少肉馬喺出邊咧，想截住後邊啲兵嘅，但係因為淨係得肉馬應該係唔夠嘅，因為對面有長槍噶嘛，望到望唔到。咁啊嘗試截住後面啲兵嘅，你見到佢。呢個好似唔錯，偷射下少少兵先。
Do we see production move up towards that new Uvu? Does he just use it to trickle in his income for a bit at the moment?
好似又未死得住啊，暫時睇。蒙古封建其實有啲弱㗎，即係佢勁咧就勁咗一開始嗰啲石頭用晒之後咧，佢咪爆兵會多啲嘅。但係之後咧冇乜石嗰陣咧，蒙古喺封建就好弱雞嘅。所以咧點解啲蒙古咧好多時候都係想直接升城先？即係因為你前期咧，你有一段時間係稍微兵多過少少嘅，但係之後咧就冇乜優勢。睇先，哇！夾硬衝啊，得唔得㗎？嚟啦！咁啊，工兵去點呢個長槍，點晒。nice！ 呢波應該可以食齊嘅，但係就呢支塔應該處理唔到啊，可能得唔得？咁啊，見到啊，工兵追住 ，nice， 打得唔錯。但係對面嘅經濟好太多啊，即係不過呢一波係有賺嘅蒙古。哇，正啊！舐嚟食晒。呢支塔，拖村民拆添啊！你見到佢？但係應該要咁樣嘅。咁啊，全部近戰單位咧喺封建時代都係打10嘅，所以咧就村民同埋斥候同埋肉馬都係一樣。咁啊，對面咧升咗嗰個塔啦，所以就有啲難搞，見到。但係唔緊要 ，OK 啊。呢個突然間嚟一波肉馬，有啲突然。吞咗人哋一波之後咧，佢應該要。佢係咪想升翻城咧？我覺得佢壓唔到嘢，但係可以試下，即係走嚟走去咯。但係呢支塔，哇！繼續拖穿插喎，你見到佢支線佬啊！你睇下。佢呢個好似想一口氣就想吞你，哇！呢度有8隻村可以食喎，我覺得呢度咧死少少村 OK 喎，但係就唔知拆唔拆得到先係問題，得唔得啊？拆唔拆到先係一個問題啊！即係如果你拆唔到嘅話，你自己死咗5、6隻村就有啲事嘅，但係如果咧拆得到嘅話咧，呢度有8隻俾你食， 哎呀，呢個位有啲事啦，咁樣 full game 喎。有啲尷尬，自己死咗咁多。睇下先啊，呢個時候咧，你見到蒙古咧，佢已經冇乜近戰單位啦，佢可能拆唔到呢支塔。佢即係有陣時拆建築物要近戰單位拆啊，即係你淨係得工兵唔得噶。送咗4-5隻村民。真係凄涼，真係凄涼啊！呢度係咪升咗城先會好啲啊？呢個時候即係其他工兵啊縮喺屋企，然之後啲馬行出去咗咯。但係佢呢個澳包咧喺後邊啊，即係遠得滯。哇！呢個羅斯補3個馬房。點解兜手去升呢個攻城嗰個嘅？冇計啊，兜齊玩 AOE4唔係玩好多㗎咋。所以佢應該唔知道啲塔咧升級完之後係硬啲嘅。等先佢起衝撞車個嘢，但係蒙古暫時兵多，但係佢起衝撞車係咩料啊？睇下先，佢呢個冇長槍兵啊，好似冇喎。咁啊，工兵夠多嘅，但係冇乜長槍，打唔到馬噶，咁樣淨係得肉馬唔得喎。就係等先，佢呢度得唔得啊？夠唔夠打？哇！呢度好多肉馬。等先，攞肉馬打金馬，邊個賺啊？打咗啲金馬之後咧，就係肉馬可以屠呢堆工兵啊！我呢個唔錯又。等先，呢個羅斯唔知發生咩事啊！佢喺度堅持又要咁樣打。其實 Running 係咪都係打 AOE2 噶？即係我好似好熟喎呢個名。即係咪兩個都係 AOE2 玩家嚟啊？即係打得怪怪地，但係好似唔錯啊！見到兜呢邊咁啊，乘勝追擊。睇下先啊，啲馬咧就有遠防嘅，所以好似都唔係幾打得入嘅其實。但係咧，因為金馬咧打呢個工兵冇加成啊，佢純粹係數值夠大，即係嗰個攻防血量夠多。但係佢打工兵應該係冇加成啊，所以殺工兵嘅話咧冇肉馬殺得咁快。即係瘋狂拉打。
But hopefully we'll have you back very, very shortly, doing a little bit better. But now Knights up towards this Archer mass, going to be trying their best to hold on.
邊個賺？等先佢正面，哎呀，衝撞車3嚿水㗎。哎呀，送咗個衝撞車，不過控唔切啊，即係呢邊又要拉打。佢後面有兵幫手掩護嘅，但係嗰邊都係太少兵啊。等先，走住咗居然。但係咧就村民數咧係52對43嘅，暫時見到，即係應該咧係因為蒙古佢經濟唔係好夠支撐，佢又出兵又出村。但係呢度賺幾多隻兵？賺幾多隻村啊？可以3隻、4隻得唔得啊？3隻，唔錯唔錯，追翻少少。衝撞車、長槍，即係強打封建啊！真係城堡都唔升嘅呢兩個人。等陣先，兜手900幾黃金。佢應該控唔切啊！嗰個衝車，所以自己走咗上去。等陣先，呢個蒙古好似又 OK 喎，就咁可以即係咁堅持喺度狂爆兵。
Those knights made a lot of sense against the horsemen and the archers as they countered both of them, but with the spearmen.
咁啊，蒙古呢個蒙古包咧可以向前移啊，不過個畫面就即係咁樣話俾你聽啦，你見到。睇下先，長槍可能唔夠啊。睇下先，嗱你見到啊，工兵先點工兵先，咁啊，然之後咧，另外對面嘅工兵咧就喺度點緊長槍兵噶，邊個賺啊？羅斯嘅工兵應該要死晒噶啦，咁樣，但係咧就佢處理晒啲長槍兵，咁啲金馬咧就留咗5隻喺度。邊個賺啊？喂，呢個好似羅斯賺啲喎，係嘛？即係始終你個衝撞車係送噶啦，呢個時候等於。係啊，又送一個衝撞車。但係都佢咁多錢嘅啲經濟，呢個羅斯反而經濟麻麻地喎，呢個時候又一個衝撞車。咁啊，兜喺度狂爆兵啊！你見到，同埋部隊數都幾多，因為有呢個石頭加成。即係兩個都打得好接近，兩個都好硬嘅。羅斯種田啊！
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. The fact that there's waves coming, I love it from.
佢仲有隻豬喺下邊嘅喎，不過佢唔知係咪望唔到。
Constant fights, constant waves coming out from him, and he's dropping down that.
睇下先啊，咁啊兜車係補咗個 market 啦，你見到睇下有冇反應先。佢屋企係。
Two villagers going to be going down on that gold mine, but there's only 2 villagers there.
睇下先啊，咁啊衝撞車先上。nice 啊，咁啊啲金馬咧冇衝入 TC， 所以咧就反而係蒙古着數啲嘅變咗。因為佢 TC 入邊冇塔㗎，所以啲騎呢一衝入去咧，基本上啲村都要死㗎啦。但係咧就即係選擇縮啊，居然。羅斯去睇下先啊，呢度又炒一碟啊，炒埋一碟，得唔得啊？呢個長槍兵追馬打，喂，哎呀大鑊啦！有啲濕滯，呢度有啲濕滯。太多騎兵啊！即係有陣時咧，就係你工兵點人工兵唔夠人哋工兵點你啲長槍快啊！但係咧就終於打咗支塔啦，即係搞咗咁耐。睇下先啊，部隊數係15對27啊，咁啊羅斯係全面領先嘅。點解兜數會咁少村嘅？得49隻。佢係咪唔記得撳村民？即係大家都係單 TC 嘅，羅斯啱啱只係殺咗你2隻村啫嘛，即係冇理由相差咁遠嘅村民。睇下先啊，長槍死得太快啦呢度。
Yeah, this is terrible damage coming in right now for Doubt. It definitely seems like running.
好啦，應該輸啦係嘛？真係。咁啊，羅斯已經升緊城堡時代啦。咁而且正面亦都係打贏。
So if he has a decent run today, he's going to be able to get into a top 8 position hopefully. But now we see that Abbey of the.
好啦，羅斯贏啦，應該。
So he'll be looking to get up to the third.
呢個時候駐咩兵都得，你有射戰場，你亦都可以打翻馬弓都得。即係呢個時候。
So the question is, how many does he look to secure here? Is he going to be able to pick up all 5? Because at the moment, Doubt he is looking to get up to the.
哇！呢個調資。
Potentially, maybe he's thinking about it.
16個村食果。
Staying alive at this point.
Yeah, I think it'd be really tough for him to think about investing into the age up right now. So many more pastures going down, but.
一直送，即係佢忍唔住打咯，即係見到你喺度食資源，喺佢面前食，即係忍唔住想打你。但係咧就，因為我諗應該佢係玩 AOE4玩得唔夠多咧，即係有陣時咧你好難判斷究竟自己打唔打得贏，即係如果你經驗唔夠嘅話。
Look at the pastures coming out for Doubt. If you ever
睇下先，係咪又衝一次？好似又嚟啊，衝一次。
It looks 10 pastures. That is a man who likes sheep. Let's just put it that way. I feel like that's a lot of pastures at this stage in the game, but still.
睇下先啊，蒙古見到對面升咗呢個城堡時代啊，所以佢係咁搶啲食物咧，然之後就等少少黃金就可以升級噶啦。但係唔知捱唔捱得住。
Warrior Monk also going to be entering onto the.
佢唔想死啊嘛，呢個狂出兵。
To get that veterancy upgrade, you can see it.
即係咧呢個時候咧，如果你真係夾硬去追人哋嗰個城堡時代咧，其實你都係落後緊㗎啦已經。所以你見佢咧就喺封建都係狂爆兵先，即係唔死先有氣場。但係咧就得唔得？啲長槍兵會死得快得滯。冇啊，冇控兵嘅直頭。哦，係咪 G 啊？長槍兵彈唔起啦，開始。係啊，你一停兵就俾人打死啊！但係你如果唔停兵嘅話，你一樣都係升得慢。所以冇計啊！呢個情況係好難搞啊！但係呢個羅斯好似又俾啲機會你，即係喺個 TC 同個塔底同你打，即係俾晒面啊呢度。但係唔緊要啦，後面仲有金馬。好啦，清晒啦，投得啦，可以。咁 TC 附近都係冇塔㗎，所以佢啲村民咧，就算收村好咧。佢頂籠都係收20隻嘅啫。咁啊，透啦。其實呢一鋪咧，由一開始嗰個澳包守得唔好，城堡打封建，如果死守咧都 OK 嘅，即係。但係就都係冇計。即係佢捱一陣間咯，睇下 work 唔 work 咯，唔 work 咪投咯。因為咧，你通常另外一個人如果升得快咧，咁你投資咗嗰個差唔多成1800資源啦，係咪？你投資咗1800資源嘅話，你照道理，即係你對手會慳咗呢啲資源之後爆多啲兵噶嘛。執遺跡呢個基本嘢啊，勁人就通常都得噶啦。即係因為羅斯嗰個實際就係靠呢個執遺跡攞優勢，即係如果你起嗰個地標。係啊，佢衝撞車嗰個位，佢係我自己覺得咧，係因為佢玩 AOE4 玩得少，佢唔知道即係點樣為之有效率去打咗呢個塔。其實佢後面差啲反級嘅，你見到佢嗰個澳包俾人封住咗咧，然之後佢後面都打贏咗，即係羅斯送咗一次兵。但係就好可惜嘅，即係3個衝撞車有啲貴。如果儲埋一齊先至打咧，就可能就另外一回事啦又。即係反而咧逐啲上咧就有啲事。同埋佢拖村民咯，第一次。即係佢以為，即係可能佢唔知道人哋可以升嘅啲塔。因為以前啲玩法咧係支塔唔會升噶嘛，你好少見羅斯走去買石頭然之後升塔嘅以前。但係依家改咗版之後咧，就全部羅斯都會買150石拎嚟升塔噶啦。咁啊，所以支塔咧係略地有戰鬥力，但係就好鬼硬淨。試下兜齊揀呢個英國啊！我諗 Viper 應該會俾啲意見佢啊。應該練就應該唔會練噶啦，我諗即係兩個水平有啲差距。
Interestingly, running not going to be pulling out the Delhi Sultan here. So what is his theory? Because he actually first picked.
我唔知兜知唔知依家英國勁啲咩地方
And then subsequently we see him pick up the French in the second round of picks, but opts to go for the French here. English is going to be coming out for doubt. How do you feel about this matchup here, Mido?
如果啱啱蒙古咧，即係清咗第一支塔之後咧，其實即係慢慢等升城咧，可能唔錯。即係兵都唔好爆啦，因為你聽完人哋一波兵之後咧，你正常你兵比人哋多噶嘛，咁人哋要追翻你嗰個兵數要啲時間啦。咁如果你停晒兵升城嘅話，即係應該有啲機會，即係有啲機會俾你咁樣做，但係唔知贏唔贏。 因為依家蒙古咧，你唔一定雙倍出兵噶嘛，你一樣可以攞石頭升級支塔噶嘛。即係依家有啲人咧就係咁樣嘅，即係佢唔會攞嚟淨係爆兵用，即係攞嚟升下塔仲好。即係升塔又有控圖，即係又有少少戰鬥力。
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it gets played out in this scenario. One of the things that we've been seeing, as we saw from our
同埋 AOE 4啲塔咧，好似都係硬得滯，即係感覺上喺後期好似有啲硬淨。如果你升級完，即係你純粹攞啲兵去打咧，就有排都插唔到。所以咧，蒙古咧喺城堡時代啲人咧會開始狂插塔，即係攞晒視野，攞晒控圖。但係你一時三刻咧，對手咧佢想拆你啲塔咧，又好似好難搞咁樣。衝 TC 唔使衝 TC 啊，升咗城先。因為羅斯佢 TC 隔離都有塔嘅，因為支塔係加呢個伐木收入噶嘛，你一定起嘅呢支。所以咧，羅斯屋企咧就應該會有一支塔啦。咁連埋個 TC 嘅話，你想衝佢都唔係咁容易啊！即係如果浪費喺呢啲地方嘅話咧，不如升咗城先。
Yeah, I think that could definitely work.
即係反正你前面都打贏咗一波啦，打贏咗一波之後咪升城咧。即係就算人哋想打翻你啊，佢都要啲時間出啲兵啊。咁你插兩支塔，即係求其升一升支塔嘅話，基本上都幾好受。真係嚟啊！開始啦，第二場英國打呢個法國，兜齊。死啊！兜船唔識啊，又或者佢淨係打翻舊嗰個版本嗰個打法。死啊！7食物3黃金嘅英國啊，好耐冇見。晚安，晚安係你準備走啊，定係啱啱入嚟？其實蒙古依家都盡量升城噶嘛，即係你好少會真係同人哋喺封建慢慢打。但係呢個英國真係兜打舊嘅打法啊，居然7食物3黃金啊，即係新手教學。即係呢個係即係 game 一出嗰陣已經咁樣打噶啦，但係依家都幾大改變。即係應該係逐輪開始嗰陣已經係突然間有啲改變啊！即係英國逐輪好似都係上個月嘅事啫嘛，咁然之後改咗版之後咧就用得更加多添。但係7食物3黃金啊，居然7食物3黃金啊，咩料？法國好似都係差唔多嘅呢個。我哋翻咗去舊版，即係兩個人都。我哋翻咗去舊版玩法。咁但係咧，法國咧，因為佢雙 TC 嗰個標打咧，其實前期同以前一樣嘅，都係即係都係7食物3黃金噶嘛。咁但係咧就佢應該個轉變咧就喺伐木5個之後先至開始掘石。所以暫時應該睇唔出佢做啲咩。佢唔係好蝕嘅，不過即係呢個打法有呢個打法嘅好處啊。但係咧就因為個個人都識處理咧，就呢個打法會即係冇以前賺得咁多嘢噶啦。但係如果呢個對手咧佢都唔係好熟 AOE 4嘅話咧，就可能有啲機會嘅。
up towards, a bit of a fast castle. But down here, going to be aging up very quickly. 3 villagers tapping away. I think he's basically done the fastest age up.
睇下先，兜斯呢個真係喎，佢舊玩法嚟啊！
To be able to support out full longbowman
打快攻。
scenario, but we'll have to look and see how he plays it.
咁啊，你見到佢啦，拖埋穿服部咧，就準備起軍營嘅上。
With the school of cavalry, no doubt on his respective side.
咁啊，打快攻啊 ，OK 嘅，冇所謂啊。即係如果對面都唔熟呢隻 game 嘅話咧，就即係你打翻啲舊招都冇所謂嘅。但係呢個人咁樣起地標嘅，佢呢個地標棘住晒前面嗰啲田，即係如果真係要種田嘅話。 就見到啊，議會廳加呢個軍營啊 ，running 排17啊，居然有啲高喎，我以為佢唔係好熟嘅啫，佢 AOE 嚟噶嘛呢個人 AOE 2，原來佢有練啊。唔係喎，佢仲要有生涯獎金喎，真係神奇。但係先，如果佢真係有練過嘅話，就兜有啲大鑊啦。你見到呢個時候發覺係5個伐木嘅，如果佢去掘石嘅話咧，就神奇啦。呢一招對呢個快攻唔知 work 唔 work 嘅咧？即係如果佢走去掘石嘅話，不過好似暫時未掘石，同埋佢個石頭喺前面啊。不過法國要處理英國快攻都好易。 即係打肉馬加雙射戰場都好易。睇下先啊，英國4分半鐘，真係好耐冇見呢招。睇下先啊，呢度一支塔偷雞嘅呢支塔，起唔起到啊？睇下先啊，睇下第一個長槍可唔可以講得切？其實呢個村民。 唔知起唔起得切咧？依家啲村民咧，因為俾人打咧，佢唔會向後惡噶啦，已經，所以佢起嘢會應該快，拖村走。第一嚟啊，法國咁啊，打呢個肉馬加雙射戰場咧，就好容易處理呢個英國嘅快攻嘅，所以依家冇人用，就係咁解。就係長槍嚟到啊，會唔會死村啊？死一隻村民。哇，繼續。 哇！隻豬大鑊啦！呢個依家隻豬咧，佢只會打最近佢嗰個單位啊，所以你見到隻豬幫手好賤啊！呢個位隻豬幫手喎，大鑊啦！會唔會拖埋過去塔度啊？好似唔會。哇！真係立亂啊！呢個位。哇！好醒啊！佢哼一下隻豬咧，然之後隻豬只會打最近佢嗰個單位嘅，即係無論敵人定係乜嘢。 所以咧，啱啱咧就因為肉馬啊嗰啲行得快脆，哇！呢個村要死啊又，哎呀，第2隻村啊，好蝕啊！呢度已經相差5村啦 ，MVP 豬呢個豬真係，即係對於2下村民嗰個血量有啲濕滯。好啦，咁樣有啲麻煩咁樣。 同埋呢個英國連續輪都未有啊，即係佢係冇經濟嘅，淨係打快攻，但係零經濟打法嚟，真係估唔到，即係靈機一觸，哼一哼隻豬啊！即係隻豬嗰個助攻仲要打晒兜錯啲單位，但係呢個嚟啊工兵。 得唔得？呢度得1隻工兵唔係好夠多。nice。咁啊，應該係準備插第2支噶啦。咁啊，應該係向金位嗰邊啦。咁啊，1支插1支。但係呢個打法太舊啦，即係法國好容易搞噶啦呢啲招，即係好容易處理。係啊，有經濟優勢可以慢慢玩，真係唔使急。 即係唔好自己無神神衝出去送兵就得噶啦。睇下先啊，嗱，法國唔使金噶啦，差唔多，因為佢就係肉馬同埋工兵啊，依家即係打英國就係咁樣打。睇下死咗隻村 ，OK 啊，殺一隻，好過冇。咁啊，肉馬加工兵。睇下先，工兵唔夠多啊，兜 C B。 點解一個英國的工兵仲要少過人哋法國㗎？真係 睇下先啊，呢度啲匿入去。哇！呢個處理得好啊。咁啊，好事啊，兜。英法大戰，英國依家唔係咁樣打噶啦，因為呢一招唔 work 噶啦，已經。你見到咁樣磨下磨下，你只要對呢個法國咧冇乜實際傷害咧，你呢招已經廢咗啦，即係完全冇經濟。你見到伐木冇升啊，族輪冇升啊，村民又出得慢過法國啦，即係人哋法國仲要係經濟建築半價啦，即係又可以科技平啲啦。即係英國依家好蝕㗎啦，佢依家咁樣，佢就算插呢支塔，佢都唔係實際做到啲乜嘢。其實睇下先，又衝一波啦，你見到今次工兵仲要係有數量㗎啦，所以啲肉馬咧可以係好容易啦，可以係處理咁啊呢一堆工兵啦。咁因為長槍一定彈唔起㗎呢個位，俾人秒殺。
Yeah, and you can see the horsemen actually doing this is a bit of a frustrating.
好啊，俾人秒殺咗啦已經。
But they drop aggro on the remaining longbows, and now all of a sudden they're going to be turning their attention towards the outpost. So he was chasing a big mass of longbows, and as soon as they killed the longbow,
俾人秒殺。咁啊，部隊數係21對10啦已經。
It only seems to happen with horsemen though. I'm not sure exactly.
但係成日英國應該要放棄㗎啦，打快攻嘅話。
Great job of just sieging this down. I'm so impressed by watching Runnings play.
投得㗎啦，不過我唔知佢會唔會投咧。即係定係捱多陣間。
Reasons why it's so smart. Number one, very effective against longbowmen in that they do double damage. Number two, it's effective.
好慘啊！咁啊，插埋呢支塔，咁啊自己經濟穩定咗啦。咁啊，基本上咧呢一鋪就好難輸嘅，即係唔好狂送兵就得㗎啦。即係送少少都 OK 啊，即係如果有經濟優勢。但係就唔好送啲太誇張嗰啲就 OK 啊。嚟睇下雙射戰場，即係法國，即係見你用啲咁舊嘅打法，佢又用啲咁舊嘅招。頭先啊，加個鐵匠鋪呢個咩啊？323種田大法，又唔係唔得嘅呢隻種田，即係有啲人都係。即係懶得砌㗎啦，咁然之後就係用呢隻種田咯，即係又唔係差好遠嘅，不過係冇，即係冇嗰個424咁着數啫，即係慳咗個魔方。同埋嗰個424可以係貼住 TC 㗎嘛。不過 OK 嘅，暫時睇。不過少個族輪有啲凄涼。俾人即係你少個族輪咧，你俾人騷擾嘅時候咧，你啲村民行得慢咧，就即係死嘅機會好大。
I mean, at this point, Doubt doesn't even look that intent about going to Castle Age. He's got less than 100 of every resource, macroing as best that he can.
咁啊，法國過嚟攞揾機會啦，你見到
Maybe do we see men at arms? Is that potentially the play for Doubt?
成日黃金位可以打啦，田就其實田都可以射外邊嗰啲嘅。咁啊，收得快啊 ，OK。工兵少得滯啊，呢個英國。即係22隻工兵對9隻工兵。睇下先，有咩蛇鹿嘅喺度？即係有咩得罪佢？即係行下射低一隻鹿啊，真係凄涼。裝甲步兵啊，佢冇咁嘅經濟喎，轉裝甲步兵嘅話。其實裝甲步兵 OK 嘅，我諗。但係咧就要都知道有呢樣嘢先都要。佢呢個打法明顯就係舊版嚟啊，所以佢唔知道改咗啲乜嘢。即係你見佢7食物3黃金升級，你就知道佢呢個打法仲係好舊嘅打法嚟。有隻啊，先死一隻村先。佢依家冇木材啊，想插塔都插唔到。咁啊，所以咧就即係啲村民唔敢伐木。要走去另一邊伐啊！淆底啊！你見到佢唔敢喺嗰邊伐木啊，俾人肥啊！咁啊，而法國嘅經濟都係非常之好啦，你見到。咁啊，43村民領先10隻啦，已經。 咁淨係出多少少金馬啫，咁啊工兵應該都停咗啦。咁啊法國喺度等緊星城，知你唔敢出門口。咁啊等星城，咁啊兜些呢堆嘢啦，你停兵咧都冇所謂嘅，因為你插塔就可以處理嘅呢啲長槍工兵。即係如果你真係唔出兵嘅話，咁然之後咧，如果星城比較快啲嘅話咧，就可以打裝甲步兵啦。睇下先，唔係喎，啲兵都唔係真係差好遠啊，就咁睇。睇下先，有冇辦法射晒啲長槍先？睇下先，人哋啲兵多你咁多嘅，點解可以？人哋就要星城先。睇下先啊，兜蘇有控兵嘅，你見到咁啊？點緊呢個工兵啦，但係長槍少得滯，開始係會。睇下先殺唔殺到？如果殺到馬都還好。走啊！你見到工兵狂走路。冇啦，即係馬嘅控兵係比較容易啲嘅，即係馬加弓嘅組合。瘋狂走，長槍彈唔起啊！如果有啲裝甲步兵都還好嘅，但係就冇噶啦，應該。對面經濟太好啦，同埋已經係領先一個時代啊！唔得啊，兜叔冇練過啊，佢打舊嘅招嚟。奮戰到底，冇啊！職業玩家係咁樣，職業玩家唔會輕易投降嘅。睇下先，你見到啦，法國咧係升咗城啦，打裝甲步兵啦，咁啊見到嗰個揸劍揸盾嘅 logo。咁啊，打裝甲步兵啊，直接。咁然之後咧係升緊遠防啦，咁啊非常聰明。輕騎加長槍啊！唔知我可能要試下，但係兜市嘅經濟唔係好掂。冇啊，冇練過，係咁啊。即係兜係 Main AOE 2噶嘛，佢4係叫做識玩少少啦，但係唔係話係咁練嗰啲咯，所以佢打得麻麻地。不過都係一個勇氣嚟，即係有陣時打得差，但係都照打嘅話，即係參與下比賽。睇下先啊，呢度冇啦，咁啊俾人搞啦，屋企又。同埋已經有遠防噶啦，咁啊所以啲馬咧係好鬼難搞啊！哇，呢啲裝甲步兵打一敵嘅啫，應該係。啲工兵打佢應該係打一敵嘅啫，照道理。好似定係兩敵啊依家，但係佢升緊2防啊，升緊2防應該係一滴血噶。係啊，支持下隻 game 咯，參加。即係雖然即係輸係打得唔好睇噶啦，但係參與下咯叫做。即係反正參加比賽又唔使錢嘅，佢呢啲職業玩家肯定報咗名先，點都。冇啊，打唔入啊，全部扣一滴血啊，真係。完全打唔入，你睇，由頭到尾都係呢5隻裝甲步兵啫嘛。由自己屋企 A 到人哋屋企都未死，一半血都扣唔到。Well played， 2-0啊！兜冇練過啊，佢應該要學少少新嘅 build order 先。翻去苦練，我唔知佢翻去會唔會練啊？不過要睇下 AOE2有咩比賽嘅。如果 AOE2有比賽嘅話咧，我諗佢都應該照樣唔會練噶，即係唔會練4。
So that's definitely a much needed win for him, and very well played in this second game, especially like he took
2-0啊
very early when he scouted that villager. He did a great job of punishing that, killing 2 villagers, delaying that.
冇啊，佢呢個打法太舊啦，佢基本上一開始選擇呢個打法已經係，即係其他人咧會有晒準備點樣處理噶啦。所以呢一招唔 work 噶啦，已經冇人用。
Yeah, just very clean victory from him.
Yeah, very clean from him. It looked a little bit scary in the beginning. I say scary, probably not the right word. Just the fact that we saw him come out and do so much damage to those villages.
其實所以點解咧？依家英國咧已經唔打啲咩快攻啊，即係寧願種田啦。
There was never any real position where there was going to be.
即係種4塊田，升個逐輪，即係都仲好過你走去快攻咁蝕底。
So very, very well.
即係你一種咗田，你已經有經濟優勢啊！即係仲使乜打人
？We're going to be jumping in to our next round. So it is going to be Casper versus Stone, please, AOE.
睇下先啊 ，Casper。Casper
is currently seed 20.
咁啊 ，Casper 咧應該係半放棄 AOE 2嘅一個玩家嚟啦，差唔多。
Have the potential to make it through to the final round here.
佢以前係 main AOE 2嘅職業玩家嚟啊，但係就出咗4代之後咧，好似係可能係唯一一個 AOE 2嘅玩家咧係全力打 AOE 4。可能。Stone Bliss AOE 呢個都係 AOE 2玩家，但係我唔知道邊個即係玩得比較多啲。Don't go anywhere。咁啊，要等一陣間，陰公。Stone Bliss， 即係英國唔打快攻噶啦，即係佢唔知呢樣嘢真係冇計。點解 AOE 2再玩啊？好玩啊！即係玩開嗰啲 game 嘅人咧，通常都係情意結嘅。即係同埋咧，就係你玩開嗰隻 game， 你就唔會話，即係你去到某一個年紀咧，你就唔會特別想話練一隻新 game 啊。即係你練新 game， 即係離開咗你嗰個舒適圈啊。
Ultra-fast VPN is pretty incredible with their 3,200 servers in 65 countries, giving you endless options to choose from.
Stone Bliss 啊 ，AOE 2玩家嚟啊。AOE 4咧就1700分，1800。係啊 ，AOE 我以前都有玩 AOC 啊，不過中途玩 online game 之後就冇再打啫嘛。然之後咧就 DE 版出咗之後我先玩翻，同埋 DE 版先至開始學，即係真係學點樣玩。我都34啊，即係唔好話你30，我都34。同埋好 AOE 2好多玩家都係3字頭，即係差唔多。不過都有新人嘅，但係咧就即係你諗下個年紀真係差得幾遠。即係20歲頭同埋30歲頭。不過有新人，有啲意外。係啊，有陣時打機，即係 AOE 有一個好處咧，就係佢團戰咧都幾熱門嘅。即係你唔一定話要追分數，即係你可以打團戰，輕鬆即係輕鬆啲玩下。係珍寶進化論，我有玩啊，珍寶冇玩，珍寶冰寶嗰啲都冇玩過。進化論就有，進化論好似係有係咪有一隻英雄，然之後有37隻兵噶嘛，然之後咧就大家就行出門口巡邏，即係然之後咧殺到咁上下咧，你就可以升級你啲部隊。咁然之後咧升級啲部隊咧就有分步兵啦。工兵啦、騎兵啦，咁然之後你可以係另外買多一隻兵種咧，就2隻互溝嘅。咁然之後咧就係譬如啦，你有工兵，你有馬啦，咁你2隻互溝咧就可以變係馬弓噶啦。咁最終咧係升到呢個咩詹木兒啊，定係叫乜嘢？即係升到嗰隻嘢就最勁噶啦，基本上。咁又或者咧係步兵加工兵咧，好似可以出飛虎嘅，我唔知有冇記錯。係啊，一開始咪啲民兵喺屋企巡邏咯，喺門口， 即係大家都互相巡邏嘅，即係因為咧你邊個行上前就蝕底啲噶嘛，咁然之後大家都係巡邏嘅。鐵木兒係鐵木兒，即係以前冇嗰啲攻擊移動啦，全部都係巡邏。係啊，我有玩噶，不過麻麻，即係你以前咧你識得巡邏已經係一個勁人嚟嘅，即係嗰隻 game。係即係啲新手咧，佢唔識巡邏嘅，佢啲兵咧就咁向前行，即係肯定打輸噶嘛呢啲。所以咧，你識巡邏就已經係勁人，即係玩進化論。然之後就係穿圖咯，最好玩我自己覺得就。不過依家好似冇個穿圖，同埋穿圖咧有陣時有啲傻佬咧，即係佢唔識得點樣揾自己嗰個位咧，佢同你黐埋一齊咧，你就知道啲資源唔夠啊，就然之後就死硬嘅。即係穿圖咧係大家各自會有一個地方啦，發展啦，但係有啲人咧就唔知做乜黐埋人哋一齊行咧，咁然之後兩個人喺同一個地方分享嗰啲資源就好蝕嘅。穿圖係啊，類似捉迷藏咯，即係一個做鬼，然之後啲兵咧好鬼勁嘅，嗰條友係咁爆兵嘅，咁然之後咧就係咁衝人嘅，咁然之後咧其他人咧就好似要捱，我唔記得要捱幾多分鐘啦，總之。每人一開始好似有20隻村民左右啊，但係呢啲村民好似係要一開始要匿埋，即係要係咁揾地方匿埋嘅。咁然之後咧，嗰啲地方咧會有啲金啊，有啲石啊咁樣嘅，但係咧就唔係好多嘅啫。咁所以咧，有啲人咧，如果一齊行嘅話咧，嗰啲傻佬咧，如果你兩個人 share 同一個位啊，即係你就知道啲黃金石頭唔夠咧，就一定 hold 唔住啊。因為做鬼嗰個咧會係咁狂爆兵，佢大把錢嘅嗰個人，好似有幾萬支啊！即係做鬼嗰個，佢咧淨係負責狂爆兵，然之後打死晒啲人嘅啫。係啊，以前都幾多人玩嘅穿圖，村民大屠殺啊！即係你去 Google 揾下都應該有啊。
We don't know what the civilization picks are going to be. I'm sure they're going to be up on our screen in the coming seconds or coming minutes.
不過依家 DE 版好似冇咗。
With these two players, Stone Please AoE currently not really in a position to move on to the next round. But Casper, he is within striking distance. He currently sits at C22 or rank 22.
睇下先啊 ，Casper 啊 ，Casper 依家幾勁啊！我見佢間唔中打呢個排名咧都可以做低 Viper。即係有戰鬥力嘅。睇下先，佢揀咗啲乜嘢？揀咗法國啦、中國啦、蒙古啦。但係先點解無啦啦又 show 個分牌？依家珍寶同埋啲鬼佬好中意玩嗰個淨係得樹木嗰個場。
Then I wouldn't be surprised if that threshold starts to look more healthy around 70, maybe even 60 points, and that could mean that that we could see players look to get in with a.
係以前上落股啊，不過上落股咧，你貼呢個 IP 咧，有陣時有啲人咧咪唔識搞嘅，即係你貼完 IP 之後，你揾唔到人哋個場嘅，即係嗰啲防火牆擋住咗咧。即係落股有陣時有啲卡嘅啲嘢。同埋要大家鬥衝喎，真係，即係你見人哋貼完個場，然之後你咧就即刻 copy 個 IP， 然之後同人鬥快入場啊！即係個個都唔想開場，但係咧就個個都好想玩，然之後衝入去嘅全部人都，即係然之後咧係咁撳嗰個，我唔記得係刷新啦定係撳 F5，即係咁撳嗰個掣，即係有新場就衝入去啊！
and Lucifron at rank
即係
8.
大家鬥快。
Looking at that and wondering, well, hold on a minute. If Wham and Puppy Paw are 6 and 7, and Leenock is rank 9, then
即係個個都好鬼爛，即係唔敢，即係懶得開場。
The final 8 of N4C, they were considered to be the best, the 8 best players in the game at the time. Where is that 8th person? Who is that 8th person? And of course, it is none other than the.
係咯，因為有啲人咧開場咧，其他人望唔到你個場嘅會，所以咧你見到如果你開完場之後冇人入咧，你就知道你有防火牆擋住咗。點解 Viper 咁勁？因為佢有天分，同埋佢肯練習。即係 AOE 2啲玩家以為 Viper 冇練 AOE 4，但係其實佢練好多，即係多到係連 AOE 2都唔掂噶啦。即係如果你 AOE 2同 AOE 4同時打咧，你開 key 都會搞亂咗。即係好似我今朝打 AOE 2，我撳錯晒 AOE 4啲嘢。落鼓以前仲有好多平台㗎，即係除咗落鼓之外，我記得以前連浩方都要玩啊！真係我唔知有冇記錯，係咪浩方？即係以前大陸有嚿嘢，即係你要 log in 㗎嘛。我唔知係咪浩方咧叫做，啲人以前初係拎嚟打 CS 嘅。From Casper's opponent Stone Please, who we've still got listed here as DA as for doubt. Don't worry, we'll get. 我啊 Viper 練好多 AOE 4啊，即係多到你難以想像。
Casper going for Chinese early. This almost tells me, well, hold on, if he's picked.
浩方 CS Warcraft， 咁然之後仲有個 KYO 噶嘛 ，KYO 係打 Diablo 同埋 Warcraft 嘅。
Save them for Hillandale.
Wheeling 算後噶啦已經。
I don't know, Mongolian Heights. What do you think about that?
Wheeling 係06年開始熱嘅，唔係即係開始 hit 嘅應該係。
It's going to be Arabia, followed by Lipany and Hillandale. So, yeah, I think the Chinese makes sense on Hillandale. Maybe that's why he picked it up, just so he had.
浩方 Wheeling KYO 之後就係呢個依家即係嗰個英雄聯盟台服嗰個咩啊 Garena 以前都係私服嚟噶嘛。打又係打 Diablo Warcraft 啦，以我所知。其實以前好鬼多呢啲嘢，即係全部分散晒周圍揾人。係啊 ，KYO 唔知咩事收咗皮啊。
English, Delhi, Abbasid, and Rus. It's probably going to be Abbasid, right?
I would actually just go for Delhi. In that state,
Wheeling
he's actually pretty decent on Hillandale, but I guess against China it's a difficult matchup because you need.
不過 Wheeling 呢個幾正嘅，佢以前啲 game 咧大部分都有 LAN 咧，即係你唔使正版你都可以連線。
15 minutes of the game, all of a sudden that window.
係啊 ，GGC 咯 ，GGC 係啊。
That's when you've got to finish them off. It's a very.
佢又係 KY 又係唔係佢又係 Warcraft 噶嘛，好似。
With Chinese if they go for that really fast boom strategy, right? Because they're not going to be up.
但係以前唔知邊個平台好啲啊
？Whereas Delhi, when they get to Castle Age, they can grab all the relics.
即係有啲係會俾你 report 啦，然之後 ban 啲中離嗰啲。
So they have ways to keep up with the economy on top of getting free technologies.
但係 Wheeling 好似係要自己開 post 投訴啊。
I could definitely see Delhi being a good pick.
好似。
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. We don't have any ETA yet on this game starting.
GGC 以前係 Warcraft 3
opportunity to remind everybody.
好多人玩啊。
That it is, it's actually coming up.
同埋佢係連埋台灣啊嘛，所以特別多人。
At the moment, and that is International Primate Update. If you're
即係你 Wheeling 大部分都係香港人嚟。
That's where a whole bunch of people on live streams just say.
但係 GGC 係台灣、香港都有。我成日入去玩 Warcraft 嗰啲 TD 啊。
He's going to help encourage EGC TV to host more events in the future. So if you
等下先啊 ，Casper 揀咗法國啊，咁啊對呢個 Stone Please AOE 嘅羅斯。
You're paying towards Jeff Bezos already. Prime that bad boy up. Mito, you got Twitch Prime, mate?
係有工具啊 ，Wheeling 就要自己開 post。
I've already paid for my subscription.
Yeah.
我以前喺 Wheeling 打，其實我喺 Wheeling 我唔係打 AOE 噶，我喺 Wheeling 打 Rainbow Six 嘅。
Coming through with the primes. Thank you very much for all those primes coming through. Look at all these people coming through. We got Screen Damn Bright.
即係 Wheeling 有呢個 Rainbow Six 啦，有槍 game 啦，有賽車 game 啦，即係乜鬼都有啊。
Mr. Green Kings one coming with the prime. White Hat Ninja. Look at all these guys coming through right now. Thank you very much, fellas.
同埋 Warcraft 嗰啲場啦 ，Warcraft 3個場佢都分咗10個分區好似，係咪啊？我記得信長係勁多嘅，然之後三國區又有一個。咁然之後仲有一個 TD 區，我平時就喺個 TD 區嗰度蒲頭。BO5 係啊，咪因為 BO3 你第一個阿拉伯一定打嘅，咁然之後就係敗者選圖啊嘛。
That is going to be Salami. It is Salami's birthday today. Happy birthday, Salami. Look at that right now. Poggers in the chat coming in with the gifted subs. The Muslim picking up some.
真係懷念以前暑假真係咁打機。
Not only for Poggers in the chat, but also for Salami. And it is, of course, Lidicor's birthday as well. So happy birthday to Lidicor. Happy birthday to Salami. And thank you very much for Poggers in the chat. He is pogging right now, gifting another 10 tier 1 subs. And thank you everyone for coming through with those primes. Keep it up, fellas. All those primes, they help out.
依家打機硬係爭咁啲嘢，即係冇以前嗰種熱情。
Damn, Mido. Did you?
即係以前咧可以真係坐喺電腦成日，然之後即係淨係玩一隻 game 啊，仲要玩一種模式。
Happy birthday, big happy birthday shoutouts coming in. For anybody unfamiliar with those two guys, obviously we've
即係依家打機成日都投入唔到。
A very talented caster for Age of Empires 4.
TD 守城 ，TD 有呢個
You probably I don't think
有呢個11 TD 元素 TD，
next weekend.
有呢個 Legend TD。
And then you've got Salami, and if you don't know Salami, you've probably been sleeping under a rock because this guy.
即係仲有咩啊？寶石 TD、Poker TD， 好鬼多嘢玩以前。
All right. Lidicor and talented in the same sentence. Keck W. You know, I was going to ban the guy that said that, but then I realized it was Lidicor that said it. And so I was like, I can't really ban him because he is technically a mod. But now we've got more gifted subs coming in. A Glove coming in. Thank you very much, Glove, for gifting those subs over.
咁啊，賽事應該差唔多開始啦。你見到佢喺度倒數啦，4分30秒。咁啊，有5分鐘延遲，咁啊確保咧就唔會及機。
So I'm going to take a swig of my drink and Mido, I'm going to ask you
舊 game
that I always ask.
好啦，依家嘅舊 game 我就係即係得自己玩咁滯。所以咧就我唔知，其實依家我有陣時都想玩下啲舊 game， 不過諗下即係得自己玩。
It's an interesting matchup because they both have the early knight, but the Royal Knight is just kind of the better version of it in the early game, with that extra damage from the charge and being able to heal up with the chivalry and stuff.
三國。
Of course, Roos doesn't have to make knights.
我諗應該冇啦，信長就有，信長我知道有人開台啊，即係我唔知大家有冇睇 YouTube 咧。YouTube 有個人咧日日開信長。
Extra pressure. They have that extra scout all the time in Dark Age, so they can find out if Roos is going to go for that early boar very quickly or anything like that and potentially punish it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go with French on this one.
I got to agree with you. I like it for the French in the early game. French
信長有一個叫咩啊？蠢 GMC 係咪啊？春 GMC CHUN GMC 啊，即係你去 search 下咧，佢日日開信長，即係呢個人。即係啱啱都開完，我見佢日日信長。係即係 CHUNGMC 啊！你去 search 下咧，佢日日開信長打2-3個鐘。
Big shout out to I've got sufficient wood for you too. That is very nice. You are the kind of guy I need when my landmark is under pressure because that thing just seems to take all of my wood and it just drains.
係啊，你可以 search 下 CHUNGMC。
Whenever I'm trying to repair up my landmark.
即係如果有玩開嘅，你可以聊下佢。我自己冇乜玩信長，我玩呢個三國 3.7D。禁咩啊？禁馬代啲人。仲有禁邊個？除咗禁馬代之外，仲有禁邊個？我醒唔起啦已經。劉備係咪要禁嘅？但係劉備好似好廢嘅。以前 game 係咁噶啦，你幾打幾啊，肯定走場嘅啲人，即係有啲人咧輸少少就走場。
I guess the question is going to be, when it comes to Caspar, the way that he likes to
禁欲
a very aggressive
冰毒火雷喐，係以前好多規則嘅，啲人開場，即係有陣時唔係淨係禁咁少嘢，有陣時連英雄都禁啊，即係咩黃中馬代全部禁，禁啊唔係金馬代中啊，好似即係唔准俾你企中間，即係唔准俾你打中路。
always comes a point usually where you find that you have like 3 stacks in your golden gate, you're stacking a little of gold, and you just sell everything, delay production.
即係以前乜鬼都撳啊，真係超多規則啊，打鋪機都。
We've lost him. We've lost him. I'm sorry, Mido. We've lost him
閃
again.
界張飛。
The robot has found a way back.
黃忠係嗰個可以開火箭噶嘛，即係識用嗰個會勁過對面好多啊。因為新手多呢啲 game 都。不過通常都係你玩得勁就禁噶啦，即係呢啲 game 係咁啊。AOE 都一樣啦 ，AOE 咪禁呢個韓國、土耳其、蒙古。
Gifting 5 tier 1 subs as well. So thank you guys very much, helping out the community, helping out EGC TV.
係咯，佢嗰個技能射9里遠啊。
That increases the likelihood that EGC TV is going to host a giant LAN event in Las Vegas. You guys want it, I want it, we want it together collectively as a community.
不過以前啲人又唔識平衡嘅，然之後就搞到隻 game 咧，硬係有少少嘢奇怪咁樣。
Hymenator coming in, beautiful, great name there, Hymenator. I like that one. That is a good name. Somebody you don't want your daughter to be dating a guy with the name Hymenator. That is for sure. That is
不過以前係。有陣時可能係啲資訊唔係好流通咧，即係你唔識破咧，啲人就禁噶啦。
Feeling good. Sorry for the disconnect again.
即係歡樂玩。
But yes, we are back. Thank you so much, everyone who's subscribing and gifting all these subs. Like it's super appreciated. Like these events are really only possible with the support of the community.
即係好懷念啊！即係依家應該冇乜人打啊。
Everyone who's done that so far, like it really.
不過我見連登咧，好似間唔中有人開鋪都想。即係約翻埋一齊玩。
We love him for all the work he's put into the game so far, all the tournaments he's hosted, and yeah, really, we can't thank you enough.
And if you've got it, make sure you use that new wheelbarrow.
不過好難，好似以前咁噶啦。依家你仲要逼人哋裝隻老番啊。
We're talking about it is that little wheelbarrow with the love hearts. But we're going to be diving into game number 1 between these two players, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. This is gold.
賽事開始啊，吹咗咁耐。
Welcome to game number 1 between.
全套外掛係咯，啲人打機就係慣咗開外掛 ，CS 又開，咩都開。
In the color blue, it is going to be Casva.
睇下先，羅呢個係咩嚟㗎？係咪呢個法國嚟嘅？等先，呢個開局咁型嘅。
It is going to be Stone Please AOE, but now we head into this point in the game where. I guess this is where things start to get a little.
冇啊！以前啲人打機啊，即係咩 game 都開外掛先嘅，即係你見到 Diablo 都有外掛啦，即係開 map 啊嗰啲。CS 又係開外掛。
Is it gonna be the case?
It's definitely a possibility. He's only.
等陣先，呢個羅斯咧係一開波6個人出去起呢個獵人小屋個直頭，咁然之後順便喺隔離食呢個羊。
Let it be known that means that you get your wheelbarrows out. That means that you get.
咁啊，呢個法國咧就係1123嘅開局嚟嘅，好似一個伐木，一個磨坊，然之後3個人掘金。
Click the button, Casva. Earth to Casva. Earth to Casva. You are yet to research your wheelbarrow.
不過以前打機爽，真係。依家啲 game 甚至係好難集中咁多人玩，即係。Map hack.
Click the button, Casva.
撳掣啊！逐輪啊！你見到個畫面？依家喺度提緊呢個 Casva 升逐輪啊，但係佢唔記得撳定係唔撳咧？
He's going for an early mill, but he forgets to drop the wheelbarrow down. What is going on here? It's a decoy. It's a decoy.
不過逐輪咧，其實遲咗升都唔係影響好大啊。
Hold on a minute.
即係有少少吹大咗嘅呢個科技。佢呢個科技加成唔係真係大得好緊要嘅，佢純粹係拎嚟即係俾你逃命。Diablo 2我都冇買啊，新嗰個即係懶得玩，即係呢啲 game 咧有陣時你自己玩咧，即係1-2個月就悶㗎。
Is it a double wheelbarrow alert coming off right now? Stone Please AOE, he's getting the wheelbarrow as well. Two dark aim.
咁啊，雙方都升逐輪啦，依家見到佢呢度全部人炒埋一碟喺呢度食羊係咩意思？你睇下佢全部人企晒喺度，大鑊啦！呢個人發生咩事？
Both players looking to fight up towards.
呢個羅斯有啲怪怪地啊！
Wolf got to be careful. You can see he's getting.
睇下佢3分鐘都未有食物起金門，你睇下嗰啲村民，
Yeah, we can see the
大家記唔記啊？嗰個羅斯啲村民凍晒喺度唔做嘢。
back towards the base there for Stone, please AOE.
好啦，玩完啦。
This is something that happens a
呢個
lot.
羅斯，
Your scouts are out on the map and they're killing hunts and they're grabbing up.
呢個羅斯有啲麻煩，
It's a little bit of attention to detail.
尷尬嘅開局啊！
To actually remember to get your sheep underneath that town center, underneath that hunting camp or a hunting camp.
Diablo 啊 ，Diablo 其實都好多嘢吹嘅 Diablo。
Look, I'm not surprised to see.
不過睇住比賽先。
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a balancing act, right? Like you want to get as much bounty as possible. You're like, oh, but I just
睇下
found
先啊，交個金門。
now my opponent might take it. But
點解呢個羅斯咁樣調支嘅？
you go for
佢木材又好少喎，
for something, and then you find your
但係佢又咁早衝咗個金門，
extra bounty. So yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off.
佢唔知係咪出去食豬咧都仲係。
Your earlier point though, about how this matchup goes.
得單機冇啊！以前你除咗去網吧之外，你都啲人冇乜人話真係屋企有電腦打機。
Does, right? Like if they're gonna go for that early boar, like we're seeing right now, French
即係我自己第一部電腦咧，我都係喺即係唔計屋企人買嘅話咧，
here maybe
即係我自己真係擁有自己部電腦都係中學中5噶啦，差唔多好似。
with Casva going for that was a nice little poke there from him trying to finish.
不過以前學校啲圖書館可以借電腦。
Those villagers getting down very low health, 5 health on that one.
等
Scout.
先，佢呢個人點解唔攞斥候彈啊？哎，佢死穿啊要。
All the villagers turning their
哎呀，等先等先。
single
喂，
scout
呢度得2滴。哎呀，呢個得1滴血都唔打。哎，OK，nice。
manages to get the stab.
讚啊
Those villagers does go down. He manages to walk away with a couple.
先試一隻穿，
Happy that he picks off an early villager in that situation.
有啲慘。佢仲要，
Anyone wondering why Casva shot
佢如果再唔起塔咧，
start it for
就有啲濕滯啊，金馬過嚟噶啦會。
Stone please didn't get to lure that to the wood line where he could build the wooden fortress next to the wood line and get that
即係
golden. So instead he
尷尬。
had to build the wooden fortress.
OK，塔有，但係死咗隻穿，
Put a little bit of gold.
同埋呢一隻穿半條血啦，有機會俾人偷嘅喺之後。
He's safely protected by this wooden fortress, but that is exactly right. Typically in this scenario,
嚇咁早圍牆，
sure that your wooden fortress is right
咁
smack
早圍牆好蝕經濟，
wood line together with the hunting.
不過可能
And then that way,
貪安全。
getting that passive gold coming through. But now a scout going to get
不
taken.
過你有支塔嘅話，
Loses or
你唔使圍牆啊，可以。
unit of his opponent. More scouts going to be heading out as well.
依家羅斯啊，除咗出邊插塔之外咧，屋企一定要插塔嘅，因為喺屋企插咧。
Aggression knight comes in.
等先，呢個係咪死咗隻穿啦已經？
Can even get up and look at the knight.
哎呀，又翻嚟啦，你見到
He's with
係嘛？
beginning to take out more and more villagers.
唉，又一隻啦，舐舐你啊！
Stone, please, AOE, not
幾
really.
多隻？已經死咗又2隻穿啦！佢啱啱咧拖多一隻翻嚟變翻8隻嘅，但係死咗2隻啦，呢度已經冇啦冇啦咁樣，
I want to be in.
已經落後4穿啦。
Look at that.
Yeah, that is some really, really nice pressure coming.
真係慘。
Idle time here. He's killed 2 vills now.
我覺得可以下一場噶咯，佢落後咁多。
Try and get that
嗱，你記唔記得呢度仲有一隻穿殘血咧？如果個法國咧，即係陰你咧，趁你唔為意咧，即係過嚟衝鋒剁咗佢咧，即係咁樣又一隻穿噶啦。
on that night, and he's going to heal that up to full HP. So
即係有陣時你都冇辦法次次都望到自己啲村民俾人打噶嘛，
Yeah, and that's exactly right.
即係一次半次又死一隻村。
That night. And
所以點解要攞斥候拎嚟彈豬咧？就係
afraid to just being a
即係
very
至少唔好咁容易俾人衝一嘢就死一隻村。
2 villages that have been lost for our Rus player, and the Rus needs every villager that they can
其
get.
實賺到笑啊！依家法國
As a civilization gets to create its villages faster than.
冇人玩蒙古，蒙古
And now we see 2 more villagers making their way out.
蒙古唔係屎嘅，但係蒙古有啲被動咯。
Villagers who have died before.
即係你睇下啦，依家啲人咧阿拉伯揀嘅文明咧，全部都係啲封建好強勢嗰啲嚟。
Like, why am I coming out to this
蒙古唔算係封建好強勢，但係蒙古係
before?
即係可以玩一玩嘅都，
But now
但係佢唔係好強勢嗰啲文明嚟。
Knight's going to be able to chase down a couple of these scouts here as well.
即係依家啲人你睇下封建係唔係都爆兵嘅，即係唔會話俾你直城嘅，即係又或者
use knights, right?
升城升快啲。
He knew also that like he
不過呢個羅斯個標打有問題，我覺得。
from his opponent because he just didn't have the food income to make them. So
佢呢支塔依家先起咧，佢木材會好少嘅，佢冇加成嘅，一開始
so another villager going to go down is this wooden fortress.
又死一隻村啊！
He's got to be careful though. Don't want to lose one of these knights.
睇下先啊，咁啊，剁咗人哋隻戚啊，呢個小細節嚟啊！
How
即係有啲人咧唔中意打斥候嘅，但係呢個斥候咧俾視野嘅，即係有陣時你剁咗佢咧，佢唔會再起嘅。即係呢個都係讚嚟嘅。又嚟啊！見唔見啊？見唔見啊？就係殘血，佢就係搏你唔為意過嚟衝鋒一下，你就冇一隻村民啊！依家村民相差7隻啦，已經8隻啦，其實好蝕底啦已經。咁樣衝下衝下，啲村民冇晒咁滯啊！同埋呢個 Stone Please 咧，佢都冇買石頭升塔啊，所以咧佢呢支塔咧唔會好似啱啱嗰鋪咁坦嘅，應該。即係有陣時就係啲少少失誤有問題。其實佢係煩嘅，但係咧就未至於話俾人賺4-5隻村咁煩啦，真係。即係下下俾人賺村民啊，好蝕底啊嘛。同埋佢呢支塔都起得麻麻地嘅，即係不過呢個位都 OK 嘅。但係咧就其實應該要起貼啲。即係你諗下呢啲村民走佬咧，如果人哋啲騎兵衝入嚟咧，佢走佬就走去騎兵嗰個位啊。即係撳 G 掣咧，咪行去最近嗰支塔嘅。但係支塔咧插到咁出咧，啲村民行出去啦，然之後人哋啲騎行入嚟咧，即係就撞到正嘅。不過佢呢度有兵手，暫時 OK 啊！哇，走去種田啊，羅斯咩料？有先佢爆馬加長槍啊 ！work 唔 work 㗎呢招？睇下先啊，肉馬加長槍兵喎。睇下先啊，呢個法國有工兵啊。好似又唔錯，打肉馬。又冇啊！佢哋都盡咗力嘅，不過你話佢如果實力嘅話，就我覺得 Casper 肯定係勁好多啊。
Yeah, that's definitely not the situation you want to be in.
咁啊，領先9個村民。咁啊，人口數咧係44對62啊，咁啊部隊數咧係相差9隻。咁啊非常唔錯。咁啊法國咧，你只要咁樣啲馬咧間唔中喺呢啲即係喺呢啲位咁樣 show 出嚟咧，你就算打唔到村都好咧，呢個羅斯都唔會出門口噶啦，出唔到去。即係因為人哋不斷俾啲壓力你唔敢出門口噶。咁啊，然之後咧，法國就好舒服啦。咁啊，周圍發展。哇，工兵多到可以射低啲，我覺得啲工兵多到可以射低啲肉馬咯，直頭。同埋佢已經升咗呢個遠攻噶啦，即係反而羅斯係冇攻防。但係即係佢啲工兵多到可以射低啲肉馬啦，已經。咁啊，經濟執得非常之好。咁啊，留低2個人掘石咧，就隨時你想升啲塔啦，又或者開 TC 都得啦。
More of an interesting composition. This is what you typically see out of like Chinese players. They love to do this, the double melee comp. It's where they go spearmen together with horsemen.
差唔多啊！呢個時候法國係等人出門口啫，但係呢個羅斯亦都唔想出門口，睇落即係咁圍牆啦，佢死都唔出門口。
Even playing field, you should be okay. But the difficult thing is that in this scenario,
即係你睇下分埋啲兵過嚟守住佢圍牆啊，真係費事俾人打佢呢度。咁然之後法國咧亦都喺度等緊一個機會。佢應該係想衝咗個豬嗰邊先嘅，照道理。但係咧就唔係好似 Dose 咁樣咧勁少兵嘅，佢依家儲一大堆先，即係穩穩陣陣吞咗佢咯，可以。M01咧，睇下先。但係哎呀，呢度豬食晒啊！呢個獵人小屋得1，哎呀，你睇偷唔到嘢，冇晒村民。不過唔緊要啊，即係唔係太緊要啊。如果係咁嘅話都，你睇下佢衝撞車都起埋冇人啊，呢度蝕錢啊！
It is very rare to see this guy going up to age 3, so I would be very surprised if we see him look to go age 3, even before 20 minutes.
哇！真係依家呢個版本咧，真係全部人都喺封建爆兵嘅，真係又好似翻咗去幾個月前咁樣。
a huge amount of knights, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see spears getting mixed.
睇下先，法國可以開 TC 喎，
Hunts as
佢
well.
300幾石啊，
To add in any farms at this point in time, but Casper looking very strong.
就係瘋狂爆兵。
That population as well. Look at the
睇下先啊，衝撞車冇理由嘥咗佢啦，揾啲嘢撞下都好。
70.
睇下先啊，佢可以撞呢個鐵匠鋪喎。 嚇，可以撞鐵匠鋪。
Looks like now he's going to be turning his attention to the base. Going to be trying to get a couple of the
睇下先啊，過嚟嗱，見唔見啊？嗱，如果佢撳 G 仔咧，啲村民就會衝住啲騎兵嗰個方向噶啦，因為人哋進攻嗱，見唔見啊？係我頭前2分鐘都講咗。
And now those villages
因為支塔嗰個位喺出邊咧，啲村民咧就一定係向住支塔行嘅。如果你撳 G 就係。
lost about 4 villages as you mentioned, but those horsemen going to be pushing through. There's no spearmen coming
咁
out.
啱又俾人剁咗幾隻村，
And ideally,
蝕
in this
底。
situation, it's exactly what he wants because then that's going
有
to
先呢個衝撞車咁樣送俾人，
make it a little bit more micro-intensive. Battering ram
誒
trying to take down that blacksmith.
開 TC 呢邊，
And that second town center going
衝
to
撞車隨便送。
initially that was going to be a mill together with an outpost, but now all of a sudden
可能啲馬多得滯，咁啊啲馬咧升咗遠防噶啦，咁啊啱啱，然之後就升緊弓嘅，
in this situation
唔得啦，好似全部工兵打一隻馬都打唔死啊依家，
to hold on. We see were those spears braced all the way back there?
但係人哋後面啲長槍好似發緊夢咁樣，
All the way back there. That was a really
睇下
fun.
先，瘋狂拉打你見到點到啊？佢只要可以咁嘅情況點晒啲長槍嘅話咧，佢就可以打贏啊呢度。
Barracks going to be coming out and
睇下先，唔係喎，佢自己都溝長槍兵喎，都好似唔錯。
He's going to need spearmen, and you can see
哇！真係咁拉打，傾埋一齊，全部嘢都
victory at this point in time. The archers going to be able to try and hold on towards
得唔得啊？
hiding them
係咁拉打。
towards a nice little choke point, trying to get
睇
the.
下先，呢個位幾靚啊！長槍兵都上唔到啊！呢個位好似肉馬頂住後面啲長槍。
It's looking pretty decent for Stone Police.
邊個贏啊？
We're fighting in Casper.
好似都係肉馬長槍勁啲喎，就咁睇。
Constantly producing units and more military production.
但係如果你衝唔死人咧，你呢個投資就有啲大得滯。
Production is producing units. Casper looks like he might be able to hold this. I think.
可以 hold 可以 hold。
he's definitely going to be
咁啊，仲有8隻長槍左右啊，好似。咁啊，點埋啲長槍之後咧，啲馬就可以上啊。即係甚至咧，啲長槍如果剩低4、5隻左右啦，你都可以打噶啦。
thing is,
即係咁多金馬，
side, right, with that second town center being on that
你居然守住咗。
side of the map, like he doesn't really care if the
賺啊！同埋佢係雙 TC 啊！咁喺呢個時候咧，54村對39村啊，有賺啊！
couple minutes here. So Stone Police still has to find a way to do some real damage here. And
咁啊，呢個 TC 人哋應該望唔到啊，真係咁偏。
And we can see Stone Please doesn't have a lot of
睇下先呢度油加射戰場，
briefly into his perspective. He's got barely any knowledge about what's
即係呢個人唔打算升城噶啦，即係咁爆兵。
on the board, but that was taken out. And so now it's
但係
only his corner of
但係咁樣拗落去法國咪超賺，
no idea
60村都嚟啦。
situation is what the age up status is of his opponent. He could be going age 3, he could be on 7 town centers at this point in time.
長遠睇應該法國贏硬啊！咁樣經濟咁好，
It's a civilization that's very easy
即係有陣時冇計，即係你前面少少失誤咧，俾人累積咗落嚟咧。
able to make it.
哇！第3個 TC 啊，
So I wasn't really
黐咗線啊呢個人。
7 town centers coming up because that's
封
the third one coming.
封建時代起3個 TC，好唔俾面啊！
He is going ham with this.
yeah, he's feeling pretty comfortable after that fight, and that's going to secure him another gold mine.
即係人哋都有兵嘅喎，俾下面好啊！
Gonna delay his
即係雖然話雙方兵數差唔多，
really good for him. And this is something
3 TC 啊，居然。
today where once you have a lead, you don't necessarily go for the killing blow. You just
如果咧呢個羅斯咧仲喺度縮喺屋企咧，
and
佢呢一鋪就真係冇噶啦。
play, right? Because you're not risking your army
即係人哋3個 TC 喎，
building up and then
即係你如果仲唔打嘅話咧，
economy and eventually
人哋咁樣係咁淨係出村民都贏你啊！
lose.
即係攞啲村民同你打添啊，可以。
It definitely feels very AoE2-esque. The fact that he's expanding like
咁啊，相差22隻村民係暫時封建時代相差22隻村民，
throwing out, you know, you
仲喺度瘋狂圍牆啊！
in one of the early games, the
睇下先啊，佢呢度係金馬啦、少少肉馬啦、長槍同埋工兵嚟啊！咁啊，混合部隊。
the French
咁啊，法國見到佢啲兵啊，咁啊縮翻屋企先。佢呢個時候3 TC 咧，法國係唔會進攻嘅，因為佢有經濟優勢啊。
you know, every other civ basically gets it from the get-go. And so as a result, it means that they can
咁啊，呢堆馬
Casper looks
嚇窒咗呢個螺絲，你睇下嗰啲村民即刻收起晒，咩料？
pick up reinforcements. One of them gets skewered. Oh, watch out! It's going
我覺得佢呢個反應過敏喎，即係
to be able to go down.
即係呢個羅斯直情係將所有伐木嘅村民收起晒，即係因為呢堆馬行咗出嚟轉咗個圈，即係反應有陣時反應快都唔係一件好事嚟，即係睇下情況先收村噶嘛要。係嘛，好蝕底啊！俾人又抌咗一陣間。即係法國咧，有陣時3TC 咧，佢都唔一定咧係3個 TC 都要出村嘅，即係佢可以係出下停下，出下停下。嗱，先呢堆馬俾你肥兩箭，開心下。嚟啊，邊個贏啦？咁啊，全部炒埋碟啊！大家都有長槍嘅。睇控兵嘅，但係咧就 Casper 嘅。哦，佢決定咧就唔控長槍，佢直接淨係控工兵，想點長槍兵。咁然之後咧就係騎兵打，大家炒埋一碟啦。但係就好似羅斯多啲。其實我唔係好中意 Casper 咁樣打嘅，因為佢3TC 咧，佢冇必要同人哋咁樣正面衝一波啊。不過部隊數好似好接近，但係咧就因為 Casper 門口嚟啊，所以佢出兵咧可以直接係投入戰鬥噶啦，即係喺屋企行出嚟就可以打交啦。但係咧就應該係羅斯兵多啲嘅呢個位。邊個着數啲啊？冇計，喺人哋門口打交，即係人哋出兵嘅話，一行出嚟就可以同你打，即係呢個有啲事。如果3TC，然之後啲兵都打贏羅斯咧，呢個羅斯真係唔使玩啊！同埋佢可能到依家都唔知道人哋仲係即係人哋係3TC。GG， 咁啊，相差40村民啊！即係相差40村民係咩概念？哇！佢呢個伐木場起得係咪多得滯啊？即係有陣時咧起伐木場咧，你咪諗住縮短嗰個行路距離嘅，但係佢嗰個伐木場起咗10個咯已經，即係嗰啲都係錢嚟噶。冇啦，對面星城3TC，呢個羅斯仲喺封建時代，即係非常貧窮。係咯，圍城太唔係，即係咯，圍牆太傷經濟啊！即係前面一開始圍牆，不如你起咗支塔加咗個伐木加成先。
Why is the Royal Institute so good on the French right here? It is because he's already got 100 villages, so he's able to turn that huge
即係100村啊，領先1倍村民啊！咁啊，聖城堡時代，等下先啊，呢個係喂，呢個唔係嗰個攞錢嘅喎。咁啊，呢個地標咧會有啲額外嘅騎兵科技啊，即係例如係血量多啲啊。
The guild hall is amazing, right? But it does take time before you really get anything out of it. Like
好慘啊！呢個羅斯佢仲係得工兵咋，人哋已經係準備 upgrade 嗰啲騎兵。工兵打騎兵係唔夠力嘅，直接 A， 即係一招上轉隨便 A。係啊，經濟太好啊，真係。即係慢慢等攞錢就不如直接升個科技同你，即係同你 trade。冇啊，佢你又唔可以話佢送死啊，佢一定要衝前嘅，因為人哋3TC你都唔打佢咧，就即係都係死嘅啫。講到尾。Just now we've got the veteran upgrades that have come through. Royal Institute still taking some time. 48 seconds before that comes in. And look at that. 35%. 好啊，頭啊，係嘛？打埋呢一波堅持。咁啊，城堡時代嘅騎兵嚟啊，所以工兵打落去第一滴嘅啫。即係同裝甲步兵嗰個情況一模一樣。睇下先喺呢度長槍點晒先，得4隻。點到？係，仲有一隻長槍應該。Nice， 直接俾呢個 H4 嘅 upgrade。其實我都好少用呢個地標，所以我唔知。我淨係知佢喺度有啲血啊，嗰啲回血可以升級。GG 咁啊，第一鋪係法國先拿1分嘅。咁啊 ，Casper 本身係勁啲嘅，所以冇計啊呢啲。同埋 Casper 咧玩好多 AOE4，佢基本上係好似直頭係轉型嗰種 feel 嚟，即係完全唔打2啊，淨係打4。
And the age up into the Royal Institute, really cool play from him for sure.
GG， 唉冇計啊！佢前面賺太多啦，淨係即係你每次咁樣衝鋒殺一隻村半隻村咧，即係咁樣長遠拖落去咧，即係好着數。我覺得 Stone Please 嗰個開局唔係即係唔係依家呢個版本。我唔知佢有冇研究喎。即係依家個開局咧係一定要屋企擺一支塔先嘅，因為你要提升個伐木量啦。咁然之後咧，你亦都係需要買石頭咧去升級你啲塔嘅，因為個防守力咧，即係你就算有陣時你淨係靠收村係唔得㗎。即係佢嗰個升級咧就係25金同埋50石嘅，佢可以咧俾你支塔咧有一個箭矢攻擊，即係咧就等於你收咗一隻兵入去嘅，即係睇落好似唔係啲咩好勁嘅 upgrade， 但係就即係有陣時打少少 damage 喺啲馬上面咧，咁佢冇咁多機會可以翻轉頭又搞你啊，因為佢冇乜血。點解今日2、3點？因為我今日朝早打機打到好似9點，即係11點打到9點，然之後依家又喺度播緊比賽，所以我應該一陣間就休息㗎啦。我哋睇埋呢場之後，睇下有冇機會睇到個 BO3 咯。即係反正再夜啲嘅話咧，觀眾都唔係太多啦。其實即係有啲人會留到聽朝先睇嘅，但係今次播一半先。有唔同 Civ 有得你啦，即係之前邊個觀眾話想睇得你啊？唔係喎。呢張圖係大圖嚟喎，好似係嘛？嗱，呢張圖咧就係中間有3個地標啦，然之後唔係地標，3個聖地啦，然之後就係一個大地圖嚟嘅，即係鬥經濟嘅。咁所以咧就見到有中國同埋德里，咁但係中國咧有一個 build order 咧可以封住2個，即係封住聖地嘅。嗱呢個場呢個 matchup 咧，我都有拍到片嗰個咩開局嘅，嗰個 Beastie Cutie 嗰個開局。中國咧係應該7成物3黃金，然之後咧就衝上封建啦。咁啊將你嗰個列嗰個乜鬼嘢城啊，嗰個 BBQ 擺出去，擺喺個聖地度。咁啊基本上咧就可以封住一個嘅，但係就另外嗰2個就可能封唔到。中國如果純爆經咧，中國係冇問題嘅，但係呢張圖因為德里會搶點咧，其實有啲複雜嘅會打到。其實德里呢張圖係優勢圖嚟，可能佢唔使爆經濟，佢淨係出去搶點啊！即係如果你走去圍牆啦，唔係啊，德里可能可以爆兵圍牆，我唔知究竟點樣演變呢個局面。德里係優勢啊！德里喺呢個圖咧，唯一一個唔會同你鬥經濟，佢淨係狂爆兵出去搶點。Hand cannoneers with those extra range as well, and just stuff like that is just really strong. 中國，我覺得，yeah, so it'll be interesting. 中國又唔係冇得打啊，但係我唔知。Early stages of the game, but maybe 即係如果對面係啲咩神羅啊嗰啲，即係大家都係鬥經濟，即係如果阿拔斯啊呢啲，咁中國可以縮喺屋企自己開 TC 自己上送。即係但係如果遇到德里啊，人哋搶聖地啊。你唔理佢唔得噶嘛？咁中國喺呢個時候應該會點樣打？係咪因為諸葛廬啊？即係上送然之後打諸葛廬，但係呢張圖又好大喎，即係你打諸葛廬真係行得慢，即係本身升級已經慢啊！即係然之後你出完啲兵出嚟，你同人打咧，人哋可以走佬，然之後咁鬼大個地圖。
It was Beastie Cutie. Okay, thank you very much, Chatty. Thank you very much, Chatty.
咁啊，仲有1分鐘，我哋睇下點樣打先。我知道德里一定係爆兵㗎啦，即係搶點爆兵。但係中國點樣應對，我唔係好知。
Interesting strategies, but I'm curious to see what direction Caspar looks to go with the Chinese because one of the things is, as we saw in that last game, he is orientated around.
其實德里依家都勁嘅，不過你要知道自己強喺咩地方，然之後。
Even see him go for like a 2TC
即係然之後係咁爆兵，同埋圍牆。我記得我之前玩德里我都唔記得咗咧，啲兵可以圍牆啊！真係我走去攞村民圍。
+1 armor upgrade, but they've got no real way to deal with Chokunu until they get up to the next age and look to try and get men at arms. So maybe we don't even see 2TC. I wouldn't be surprised.
同埋呢個比賽應該禁咗補血㗎，係嘛？
Into Chokunu here from
即係唔準補血㗎，照道理。
He seems like the kind of guy who could do something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely the other option for China with those Zhugnu.
如果可以補血嘅話，就太屈機啊！即係我唔知佢之後改唔改啊！即係明明咁屈機嘅嘢都唔改。即係比賽禁，但係佢又唔改啊！呢樣嘢。
That's definitely a good point. It'll be interesting to see where he chooses to place that Barbican, as you mentioned, whether it is going to be aggressively or it is going to.
Civilization， 我睇下先啊！佢個補血有冇改到？
So yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see what he chooses. Lots of options available to him here.
佢冇寫啊規則。個補血太勁啊！即係唔係單純嘅勁，係超級勁。因為咧德里咧，你搶咗點之後咧，你啲黃金基本上係都唔會用嘅，因為你全部兵都唔需要黃金噶嘛。咁然之後咧，你將所有兵咧拎嚟出呢個真女。唔係，即係將所有黃金拎嚟出真女啦，然之後狂補血同埋搶點啫嘛，即係好似唔使錢咁啊！直頭。嗱，睇下先啦，嗱，中國咧，如果正路咧，你想攞 BBQ 嘅封地標咧，唔係封聖地咧，你就要7食物3黃金啦，然之後就衝出去起 BBQ 啊！咁你見到德里咧，佢已經升緊科技啦，即係話佢清真寺開啦，直頭。
The deli should be exempt from that. You know, if you see an early wheelbarrow from the deli, that's like, oh, they made a mill. Like, congratulations, there's your wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's
點解？
real alerts that need to be
但係呢個德里係升咗呢個打獵科技先嘅，
as the Chinese.
升咗打獵先再升逐輪啊，真係有啲型。點樣禁補血啊？唔準升級咯呢個科技。唔係你本身就咁補咧唔勁嘅，但係佢有個科技好勁。
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing sometimes.
啊唔係喎，佢都升緊逐啦。
Seem to be the way.
點解佢個圖案係撈錯嘢
？Doing the nice little town center drop trick that Don Artie pioneered over there. I'm not sure if you saw that one, Mido.
補血唔係有得升嘅咩？補血，我記得之前禁咗啊，唔準補。
It's a very widespread mechanic, but in Age of Empires 4, it's a little bit different. It feels a little bit clunkier to do because the responsiveness of the villagers have got. How do you say they've got like a little animation. 城堡先升得，可能移後咗，我唔知啊。因為以前係禁補血嘅，但係可能以前係封建時代可以升。瞓啦，早唞。冇啦，我應該睇，我睇下可唔可以睇到我 BO3先。即係我諗差唔多啦，即係我諗2、3點。德里 GG。 We'll take a look at Caspar.
睇下先啊，呢個中國唔係掘金喎。
Looks like he's probably got about 8 villagers there on food, gathering up with the IO3 villagers on wood, and now a single villager heading out towards the gold mine. A bit of a walk down here. He's got access to the deer patch here as well, but it's important to note as
呢個中國唔知打咩招啊，2分幾。
Probably not advisable, and there's a couple reasons why. But first and foremost, you're going to be reducing your tax income because when it comes to the Chinese, the tax that you receive is not actually based.
佢有少少似升送嘅呢個掘金。
But rather, it is based on the amount of resource or the dropping off. Also, we did see an imperial official.
同埋佢係2個官員啦，已經你見到。
I'm not sure if that was intentional or a mistake. Let's have a look. Yeah. So
而家啲官員真係勁，即係大家都理解到官員嘅強勢嘅地方。即係以前啲人咧會覺得就係官員，即係佢150食物好似有啲貴，係嘛？但係依家平咗落去，即係用黃金嗰度。 咁然之後咧就係咁攞嚟監督啊。咁啊，之前咧有個觀眾問咧，點解唔好打獵？即係唔係，即係點解一開始咧唔好出去食鹿啊？因為咧食鹿咧，你每次係食物採集咧係去到25先交資源。咁然之後咧就收稅會收少咗。一個就監啊，即係監定先。但係先佢呢個係打地標起喺邊啊？起喺門唔係起喺屋企喎。佢呢個係經濟地標嚟，即係加稅啊。我諗佢應該係升送噶啦，應該係，即係就咁睇，應該係升送潮出諸葛廬，好似。
Leaving himself open here, I do like the way that he's put it at the front of his base though.
Yeah, that's gonna give that.
依家啲監督都幾勁嘅，即係反正都係一邊收稅。
So he can do that more frequently without missing out on supervising the food. And you know, I guess.
睇下先，嗱你睇依家得你啦，一升咗封建之後咧，佢基本上已經之前有2個科技都升咗。咁啊呢個應該係搶勝地啊。
Pay off in the long run. In the short run, it's definitely going to slow him down a bit. And I wonder if, you know, he hasn't put any vills on gold yet, so it's definitely going to be.
咁啊，瘋狂收稅。咁然之後咧就差唔多，你睇下可唔可以差唔多第一陣間可以升宋朝。咁然之後就應該係爆諸葛廬，照道理。諸葛廬加肉馬。咁而得你咧就基本上你見到佢暫時咧係得一個真女嘅啫。爆咩兵？嚟啊 ！BBQ 擺喺出邊，但係佢呢個咧就稍微慢少少嘅，我唔知佢擺唔擺得到。佢擺唔擺得到嘅究竟？即係如果人哋咧喺呢個時候爆兵啊，你呢個 BBQ 如果唔係拖好多村起咧，就可能會瀨嘢。都好似幾多？俾人發現咗啊！咁就死火啦！俾人發現咗，但係佢呢度村民多，佢呢度村民多。得唔得啊？第二隻長槍，咁啊睇嚟得你想淨係殺咗1-2隻村就算數啦。呢度咧，夾硬嚟，即係拖咁多村都好蝕經濟啊。不過起到咯，呢隻村咁都唔使，唔係啩？行得咁快，因為呢隻村民有續輪，你睇有續輪差幾遠啊？勁唔勁啊？呢個都係要死，但係一隻肉馬，殺一隻村。哇！真係呢個 BBQ 起完之後就翻屋企啦，啲村民。咁然之後應該係出諸葛廬加肉馬。
Actually be able to take that sacred site if he stands far enough away.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. There's a very nice, yeah, you can see the ring around there.
但係咧就呢個圖咧，佢呢個 BBQ 咧淨係封一個聖地啫，唔係好夠嘅。
I'm watching my units get shot from outside that ring, or watching my building shoot from outside that ring. Is that intentional? How does that work?
哇！真係呢度中國啲經濟麻麻地啊，即係拖咗咁多村出去起嘢，然之後翻屋企。即係佢依家咩兵都未有，咁啊石頭又冇掘嘅，唔知打咩，係咪上城堡時代
？Yeah, all right. Well, we'll watch to see how he plays it. We are at the 7-minute 30 mark, so we should have Sanctity about to finish. We'll check in over with the mosque and just see how far along it is. You can see.
你睇下啲真女全部衝出嚟㗎，你記唔記
？He's going to be heading down towards.
即係依家得你有啲癲。即係啲咩研發時間佢全部唔理啊！即係你睇下全部真女攞晒行出去補血。
We have got Sanctity in at 7:50.
行出去補血搶點。
Ideally, you'd like to hear those 3 gongs at the same time. You know, Sacred Site 1, 2, and 3 all being taken together. But that is a rare occasion these days. It's so hard when you've got a Chinese player being very aggressive.
中國打咩啊？諸葛廬加長槍啊
！Look at this.
諸葛廬依家幾勁，好似。
He's not even opting for a second town center in this.
即係喺封建時代，大家留喺封建時代咧，諸葛廬幾勁。同埋你可以監督出咧，會出得好快啊！
We can see that.
等下先，長槍出嚟未啊？嚟啊！長槍，
Can try and hold this. Jokunu going to be heading back towards the town center. Indeed, finding a
長
little
槍兵。
window. And now Casper realizes that he's probably going to start pushing out towards his enemy's base because
咁樣得你要轉工兵啦，你見到佢。
up very quickly.
如果唔係嘅話，佢隻兵咁啱唔夠打，即係長槍加肉馬。等下先，呢個真女做乜嘢？
sense for trying to write like
哦，呢個真女喺度轉緊圈啊！
building up that villager lead with the Song dynasty and
即係搶點咧，你俾隻狼追咧就狂轉圈行路，
sites and Delhi's
即係可以喺死之前應該搶到個點。
said his military mass is a
哇！呢個工兵送咗一隻，有啲事。
looks like it's enough to
呢個點搶唔搶到？
scare Stone Please
爭啲啊，係嘛？
moment and he is actually going to be starting to contest this sacred site.
Yeah, interestingly for Casper,
俾狼咬，好慘啊！
one of the things that we
大家覺得啲真女係咪應該要俾1點攻擊力佢咧？即係等佢打死啲狼，即係有機會。
that way that when a scholar inevitably moves out towards that position, that the scholar is going to. What happened there? Did you see that the wolf just dropped aggro completely?
暫時好似唔係好賺啊，得你
I think he might have got scared off by the scout.
搶咗個點，
But you can see him now neutralizing.
得你佢啲錢多得滯，我唔知佢留嚟係咪想升城啊？
Jokunu moving forward once again, going to be looking to try and take out those
嗱，
spears.
即係佢呢個要工兵去處理啲長槍啊！佢如果冇工兵嘅話咧，呢度俾人 A 噶啦，淨係
Attack or
得你要唔通得你要瓜柴？
fighting up against Delhi units that have got their +1 defense. So it's definitely going to be.
咁啊，得你仲有3個科技未升好。
early stages. Casper ideally wants to get that upgrade in as soon as possible, and we finally see it coming in at the
嗱，
top.
即係好多兵啊！大家鬥多兵依家，你睇下依家全部都係打封建嘅啲人。
He's looking to try and get a little bit of a cavalry edge over his opponent.
全部聖地搶唔到，有啲蝕底。
Casper's achieved what he wanted to achieve, right? There's no sacred site.
但係呢個真女點樣打死隻斥候？
Might have a little bit of a skirmish in the middle. Okay, and he does
有啲犀利，
to fall back to with the
一
barb.
棍毆落去打死隻斥候，
So he can
但係真女冇攻擊力嘅喎。
Yeah, now we can see the units continuing to move out. I will note that all 3 sacred sites have been decapped at this point in time. So Casper is a happy camper. This is what you want to be doing if you're playing against
即係
Delhi.
真女唔殺身，
Away from those sacred sites and
唔殺身都要俾1攻佢啊！即係訓斥下都要訓斥下啲部隊。
healthy at this point in time, and that mass continues to build for him. Still no second town center behind this, so perhaps Casper was aware. There is always that timing window for the Delhi.
呢個時候咧，如果長期留喺封建時代咧，諸葛老就好勁啊，因為
Boom.
封建時代咧冇咩兵咧係特別高防咧，諸葛老就嗰個連射就幾大力嚇。
I don't think China's really got an appropriate response to that. It's so difficult to deal with that as a Chinese player in the early castle age. And as a
睇下
result,
點啊？真女夠唔夠啊？呢度得一隻真女補血唔係好夠皮啊！
and he's really sticking to it at this point as he continues to push out with this mass of Jokunu and Spearmen.
頭先呢個仲喺度監督個空嘅鐵匠鋪。
village as much as possible. The spears are cut off from the Juknu on the gold mine though.
頭先啲肉馬係咪行錯路啊？點解衝過去長槍嗰邊啊？
Opportunity
呢個咧咪控錯兵大喎？呢個係控錯兵啊！
time
你見唔見佢啲工兵咧？
defended the spear.
佢淨係向前行，但係佢唔係打緊人啊！啱
Archers of his opponent, but a little bit
啱啊，控有陣時控兵就係
only a handful of
就係冇計呢樣嘢。
He's gonna
心急得滯。
way back around Stone, please finding his way through this army.
睇下先揀嚟啊！見到佢長槍都照打啊！啲肉馬
Archers here
邊個贏啊？咁啊，後面仲有諸葛老啊，
looking a little bit better, but still that
得唔得？後面仲有少少長槍兵。
time. 11 horsemen coming out for him, and he's going to try
哇！得你真係
army, and indeed he does. And with that, it means that
得你真係勁。
all of a sudden going to
邊個話得你渣？
and he
即係佢控兵控到咁樣啊！你啱啱見唔見嗰啲長？唔係佢啲工兵係
he's going to need a battering ram.
嚇，佢啲工兵係直頭係冇攻擊人，然之後就貼咗埋去啲諸葛老前面，唔知做咩。
Yeah, but actually, if you look at his macro, this could actually be the opportunity to age behind.
但係真係隨便 A 啊！真係兵多得滯啊！呢個得你
You said like start grabbing things like elephants and
難
like,
得廣東話，
these Juknu will really struggle against.
冇啊！做得就做啊！即係依家，
Just yet, but he is sitting on a lot of gold.
即係如果有第啲人做，我都好少話會
Yeah,
即係錄呢啲比賽。
definitely
即係你見 LE2啊，有人做嘅話，我唔會做。
still have a villager lead.
即係一嚟咧就避免咧俾人比較啦，即係嚇。
This feudal
咁二嚟咧就有人做嘅話，我可以慳翻。
through for him as well. Keep in mind if you're playing against the
睇
Delhi,
下先啊！呢個時候中國咧就因為宋朝啦出村快啲嘅，咁但係部隊死晒啦。
stay up to them or stay up with them in economy. But now we see a couple of farms getting
哇！有啲立立亂。
under Casper's base, but he's going to be trying to deal with this raid. Villagers on the woodline going to have
我真係估唔到啱啱嗰波中國會打輸得咁慘。
safe. 7 of them going to be popping out and heading back towards.
其實我以為諸葛老打肉馬都夠力㗎，但係 啱啱嗰波有啲離奇，即係你諗下咧，對面嗰啲馬咧係直頭係衝去你啲長槍面前啊！即係啱啱一開始，即係然之後再轉咗個圈先至打翻呢個諸葛廬。咁啊大鑊啦！咁啊當中國咧冇兵嘅時候咧，然之後得你咁多兵咧，佢係咁搶翻聖地圍牆咧，就有啲濕滯啊！等下先，你呢堆諸葛廬憑咩啊？你呢堆諸葛廬憑咩出嚟啊？冇啦，玩完啦，真係係咁啦，隨便 A， 你睇真係隨便 A 啊！當啲長槍冇到啊啲肉馬，黐線超多兵喎，得你。同埋你望下佢咧，佢已經有6隻呢個真女啦，已經啲真女係同埋有1200黃金喎。佢真女可以出嘅就係呢度1200幾黃金。哇！得你係咁，即係得你就係咁樣打，所以咧呢個圖咧就係唯一一個文明咧唔需要爆經濟。即係佢淨係出去搶點，然之後就等你過嚟，即係你唔理佢又唔得咯。即係得你經濟非常好，同埋佢下面嗰個點咧，肯定係你即係理唔到啊。玩得你非常舒服啊！得你真係得你太變態啊！即係你睇下佢呢個人有冇控兵，即係大家望下呢個人有冇控兵啫。佢全部兵跨埋一齊 A 嘅，向前行。等下先啊！咁啊，諸葛廬走去點呢個工兵啊，然之後諗住咧就後面等啲長槍過嚟處理啲肉馬嘅。好似得唔得？仲有少少工兵。成啲肉馬太多啦，肉馬本身係黑工兵嘅，所以你又唔可以完全無視佢。好慘啊！你睇下，好凄涼啊！You don't have a Barbican, but now Imperial officials going to have to fall back from this front line because there are units that are in the base, and this is exactly what. 47堆唔係47隻兵對11隻啦，咁啊村民咧都係中國領先嘅，即係佢仲有得打嘅。佢部隊落後啫，佢唔死就得噶啦。即係例如假設佢唔死嘅話，就有得玩嘅。等陣先，佢要啲肉馬去處理呢個諸葛廬。等先，諸葛廬好似幾勁啊，係咪啊？好似一個假象嚟嘅，原來。等下先，衝撞車取消咗啊！見到勉勉強強好似唔夠打，所以取消咗。但係射肉馬，我啱啱見到嗰個輸出好似又唔係好大力啫，就咁睇。但係你完全無視佢又唔得啊，有啲慘。即係你睇下，啱啱打完一波，然之後突然間又嚟一波兵。But still avoids doing it. And now we see villagers, unfortunately, are going to be moving on to greener pastures as that gold mine has been soaked up. 唔企定 A 係咯，佢可能即係咁控兵，然之後少咗輸出啊。我你睇下得你幾鬼多兵，即係得你啲兵又唔使黃金啊，即係咁老練出啊。睇下先啊，睇下呢個衝撞車你唔可以攞兵打噶，記住。如果你呢個衝撞唔係，即係假設如果大家打埋一齊咧，呢個衝撞車如果你攞啲兵嚟打咧，你就會浪費 DPS。不過呢個得你好穩陣啊，突然間又。呢個得你突然間又唔想 A 啊，即係 A 下。冇啦，得你升城啊！你睇下佢嗰個經濟。我自己玩得你都係咁樣，即係爆下兵，無啦啦夠錢升城啊！真係我都唔知咩事。可以升城啊！
he's had the option to take these sacred sites for quite some time now, and they've just been sitting idle.
即係一邊炮兵一邊升城啊！
Making his way out, but he has missed out on potential.
睇下先啊，咁啊正面啦，見到佢係插支塔嘅，然之後咧就喺側邊食埋果上邊。
He cleared this out some time ago, but he is on the way up to the third age.
哇！佢啲牆圍到周圍都係。
Villagers compared over to Casper's 72, so about a 15 villager lead. And keep in mind, Casper behind this still.
睇下先啊，嗱咁啊升城嘅話咧，佢應該唔需要特別同人打噶啦，即係縮得就縮嘅，應該照道理，因為你升咗城之後你可以 upgrade 噶嘛，即係呢個位唔應該打噶啦，佢升城嘅話。等先，佢啱啱唔係有村民嘅咩？死晒啦！啊，走啊走啊，瘋狂走！
And they have a very low damage, especially against units.
等先，佢仲喺度打啊！你即係得你升級啊，縮入去啦，啱啊，縮入去。咁啊，死少少兵有啲蝕底，但係問題唔大嘅。即係得你啦，你升咗上城堡時代咧，你第一件事咧，你唔係等 upgrade 嘅，你係要出裝甲步兵啦。因為裝甲步兵係唔需要 upgrade 嘅，又或者出金馬啦。即係如果你打長槍啊、打肉馬呢啲咧，如果你等 upgrade 咧，就九世都升唔到嘅。即係呢個時候係轉裝甲步兵或者金馬就 OK 嘅啦。然之後就隨便 A。咁啊縮啊，見到即係死縮爛縮，即係縮到有裝甲步兵為止。即係反正咧，人哋嗰啲兵咧都唔會喺 TC 底同你打嘅。等先，呢個29村閒置係咩料？ 啊，就係呢個位唔錯，佢 cam 住個馬房同埋細戰場，但係冇所謂嘅，即係佢應該喺後面起咗個軍營噶啦，即係靠後面嗰啲軍營出兵啦。不過點解得一個軍營嘅？得一個軍營，大笨象喎，哇！係喎，有大笨象呢回事喎。
you've held against 50 infantry units, good job. But in this game,
三聖地，我覺得 Casper 如果呢度蹲得太耐就好蝕噶咯，佢完全唔理嗰啲聖地啊，居然。喂，佢射緊伐木場。哇，控好少少啊！呢個關鍵位置。咁啊，大笨象應該好難搞噶啦，即係。 大笨象太硬啦，咁啊只要後面有真女幫手補血咧，就大笨象應該好難死啊，應該。咁得唔得啊？邊個贏啊？好接近，但係呢個大笨象有啲勁。睇下先啊，嗱，肉馬死晒啦，已經肉馬死晒啦。睇下先啊，哇！你睇下幾多隻兵喺呢度，40隻兵集火打個大笨象打唔死。
Slicing through that armor completely. So many arrows, barely the
非常好清咗。
And indeed it does go down. And now all the archer mass is going to continue.
其實出大笨象有啲唔俾面啊，出裝甲步兵啊嘛應該。呢個位打得唔錯啊。咁啊，然之後咧，佢因為佢村民領先嘅，所以咧佢呢度可能有機會反勝啊。係啊，呢個德里佢起個市集，但係俾人打爆咗一開始。佢依家成1700黃金。 有賺有賺 ，Casper 有機會贏啊！即係呢個德里調資又係怪怪地。即係如果咧佢可以喺升完城之後第一時間有3個軍營出裝甲步兵咧，即係呢一波唔會咁凄涼。哇！呢個真女俾人圍毆啊！
Nice little pick up there from Casper。
咁啊，拖到依家就有啲濕滯啦，科技優勢冇乜啦，開始。即係我唔知你做乜玩大笨象，即係大笨象其實你冇乜攻防升級咧，佢好似都唔係好勁。同埋你要即係你要後邊有人幫手補血咯。即係堅持大笨象。 如果啱啱有裝甲步兵差幾遠啊！即係裝甲步兵啲諸葛佬打佢唔痛。但係人哋升咗上城又冇啦，依家。堅持大笨象好貴喎，好似幾多資源啊？成1000資源，差唔多。
On this south side of the base here for Stone Please, but I'm starting to see concerning development, and that is that Stone Please is going for a large.
睇下先啊，圍牆，即係貼翻佢嗰個名 Stone Please.
Starting to come out, and this is something that I learned from Salami. When I started playing the Delhi, he was like, "All right, here's the tip."
點解中國唔打人哋嗰啲聖地咧？真係任人哋攞錢。
elephants as they are now known. And just like archers and spearmen to support.
係咯，一開始如果出裝甲步兵差幾遠，同埋你有得即係你有得快100% 噶嘛。
Is massive.
不過佢啱啱前面嗰個市集咧，俾人打爆咗，即係佢調唔到支。
Men at arms. That is how much damage these.
就係先呢個大笨象。
And they are just non-stop taking units out. So let's look.
畫面有啲搞笑，即係行得又慢，射又射唔死人。
Exposed at the moment as he continues to push through the map.
同埋佢冇真女喎，係咪？喂，係咪真係禁咗補血啊？點解佢唔帶真女？
Because they have such a high health pool and because you have so many scholars, like if you can save.
即係大笨象咧，跟補血咧係，即係你幾乎係冇可能死嘅呢隻兵。
On top of that, with such a high health pool, it makes it like you don't really.
大笨象拉打。
Right? Because as you siege a building, these.
哇！呢度左手邊一大堆嘢啊！
Taking out a lot of units or reinforcements here in the middle of the map. This is a really great trade for Stone Please with the Tower Elephants. Has yet to.
得唔得啊？呢度好似拉長槍都唔錯啊！你見唔見？
Spearmen are going to catch up here, but I think there's just too much damage from the Tower Elephants.
真係忙緊執嘢。
They just continue to kite away. Look at that. No.
但係你一隻真都唔帶嘅話，你呢堆象死咗就好蝕錢㗎。等先，佢想點啊？佢想匿入去呢個聖地入邊。佢呢個象咧，如果因為冇俾佢死咗咧，好蝕㗎。呢度咁貴呢個資源。但係後面仲有3隻嚟㗎。係啊，呢兩隻象我覺得唔應該咁樣送咗。睇下先，大笨象。睇下點啊？諸葛佬咧係不斷 target 緊呢個殘血嗰隻嘅。只要入到門口。逼得滯呢個位，死唔死啊？一隻都唔死啊 ！Nice， 呢個位唔錯，即係你補翻血就 OK 啊。喂，等先，下面穿窿嘅。佢呢個位如果補翻血嘅話，啲大笨象就唔會太蝕噶。但係佢出邊啲聖地，我覺得中國應該要打一打先啊。如果唔係嘅話，人哋係咁攞錢喎。人哋雙倍喎，呢度攞錢。喂，等先，可能情況有變喎。即係得你咧喺城堡時代都唔渣噶，即係最廢係帝王時代啊嘛。哇！呢度5個真女。等先，呢度發生咗咩事？ 哇！呢個無啦啦插個寶喺度，咩料？吓？點解？喂，佢咁樣行開都唔搶咗個聖地先，即係明明拆開晒啲窿咯，已經。
Yeah, a smart move from him. But now up towards the north, we see a battle beginning to unfold.
有村，唔係有兵。嚟了，可以補血啦！我哋原來係冇禁噶，好似。我哋咧睇下10個真女補血。10個真女啊，9個大笨象，然之後得2隻長槍啫。
He's got one wood line towards the north, and Casper's identified that. We see a keep dropped, and we see 2 outposts that are dropped.
哇！呢個城堡原來係封住晒人哋啲木位，所以佢無啦啦喺嗰度插咗個寶。即係呢個得你就快冇木材啊！真係，哇！呢個補血咩料？好多十字啊！嚟啊！衝啊！大笨象，大笨象嘅戰鬥力啊！
Yeah, we don't see.
等陣先，哇個畫面有啲窒添啊！等陣先，拉打。得唔得啊？呢度大笨象好似有啲廢，即係睇落。即係雖然可以拉打，但係你睇啲真女佢一路行，佢唔識補血啊嘛。哎呀，呢度真女死晒，雖然真女唔值錢。
With archers, with spears, just a little bit of a mass, but now all of a sudden, Casper starting to.
邊個賺啊？
See all of those units going to be going down.
即係呢個有啲尷尬，即係出咗呢隻咁嘅單位出嚟。但係呢個中國已經去到170幾人口咯。
Even though it got moved to the third age, so I don't know how I feel about that. I guess that's something that we can talk about.
即係明明前面好似幾大優勢，但係升咗城之後好似大逆轉咁嘅反而。
I didn't. I don't know what that would have been.
OK 啊，又懟冧咗一個。等下先啊！哇，呢個得你想喺呢個位起城堡，有啲貪得滯。 死啊！呢個位個波可能都起唔到喎，即係你一邊喺度拉打咧，然之後後面啲諸葛佬喺度肥呢啲村民。哎呀，可惜，然後應該俾人逆轉咗，好慘。佢明明前面優勢幾大喎，即係我嘅諗落，即係隨便 A 喎，真係。但係星城嗰一波俾人打完之後，好似打到半殘廢，然之後仲要出大笨象。Just so that I can turn that up to 100 because that is not loud enough. It needs to keep going. 咁啊，大笨象太貴啦。佢封建打得幾好啊，但係城堡時代我都唔知係咪係佢唔好啊，定係對面勁。但係先呢個一窩蜂 ，OK， 起碼叫射咗箭。不過佢呢度死咗太多真女啦，佢呢度可能補唔切佢之後。但係先，喂，呢個城堡做咩又唔起啊？無啦啦。但係冇啦，中國經濟已經係起飛啊！即係126村民。Trying to get it up, the Nesta B is going to be firing off before that keep can be finished. Doubtful that it's going to get up, but look at the military mass. It's really starting to fall. 呢個大笨象好似幾難搞，就咁睇。To an equivalent amount of units, or at least an equivalent amount. 向前衝 compared to his opponent, and that is never a situation. 大笨象係用咩打㗎？大笨象係咪用輕頭、弩炮、火炮？ Incredibly population efficient, 1,000 resources. 等陣先，唔係喎，係咪有機會逆轉啊？呢個情況繼續拉打。Cost per population slot, which is very, very population. 哇，好似拉又拉咗唔少兵啊！隨便 A 啊！等先呢個時候我都唔知邊個贏緊啊！即係中國經濟唔錯嘅，但係佢好似處理唔到呢啲大笨象。長槍唔係啊，最主要就係長槍佢跟唔到個大笨象咧，即係俾人拉死晒啊！其實係咪長槍唔係好 work 㗎？照道理，我睇先呢個人發生咩事啊？呢個堡係邊個起㗎？即係大家喂，哦，黐線嘅，原來後面有個塔喺度嘅。即係我以為大家共同作業喎，即係兩個一齊起同一個堡。Look at that! Looks like it's overlapping. It's overlapping! Oh my! I've never seen that before. That is actually insane. I'm surprised the game. 頭先我搭埋咗一齊啊。Those two buildings are overlapping right now. They went down in the exact same frame. 有 bug 啊！隻 game 喺個比賽度可以睇到一個新嘅 bug 啦。Any comments? As an Age of Empires 4 developer, do you have any comments, sir, about this stuff? 即係正面打成點都唔緊要啊！即係呢個城堡同埋呢支塔搭埋咗一齊啊！即係個畫面好刺激啊！係啊，有 bug 啊，笑咗。即係正面冇人理啊！即係大家喺度睇緊個城堡。但係先呢度又懟冧咗3隻象啊！好似都係唔係好掂啊！咁而且咧 ，Casper 咧，因為佢村民多咧，佢可以做其他嘢。你見到佢係咁掘石喺度起堡，咁反而得你咧就村民唔係好夠多，佢呢度又死村啦，應該要。即係佢仲要喺度控大笨象，控得好 high， 即係控大笨象好投入，然之後側邊啲村民死晒。係咁啊！呢度諸葛佬換晒啦，居然。所以我真係唔知呢個情況究竟係邊個着數啲啊！你睇下中國好似冇咩兵處理到大笨象暫時，但係咧佢又有100幾十村民。同埋佢封晒，但係呢個德里依家咧冇位伐木，但係佢有一堆好勁嘅大笨象。但係呢個 Casper 係諸葛佬都懶得出啦，全場槍兵喎，即係諸葛佬都懶得出啦，全部場槍兵啊！咩料？即係種田都喺前面種啊！呢個畫面有啲型。佢依家咧就直頭即係長槍兵黑象，佢就攞晒出嚟用，但係 人哋拉打嘅話咧，就應該清唔到呢堆大笨象，可能。等下先，繼續插寶。等下先，哇！呢個範圍傷嚟㗎。嚟啊，長槍兵！哇，好多長槍兵！哇，呢個好慘啊！啲真人。
A class or two from the Mister about how to farm, how to position the placement of his fields because if
即係既然你拉長槍拉得咁勁，就出到多到你拉唔晒。
The big thing for me is that
有先又懟冧咗兩隻大笨象。
Nester bees, they're such a threat, and to take out these Nester bees, you're going to have to commit close to them with the elephants. So as a result, we now see Stone Please going for a Springald.
木同肉都唔值錢，係啊，真係淨係得黃金值錢依家，同埋佢可以升帝啦，差唔多。
They're still doing damage to me, and I got to get rid of them. And so he looks to go.
升帝之後咧就有火炮，基本上火炮都可以打大笨象噶啦，到時。
We also see sacred sites being neutralized now, so capturing sacred sites.
係，終於停人哋啲聖地啊！依家先，即係送咗人哋咁多錢。
On the other side of the map, 143. He's literally one villager of
多100人口，升帝啊 ！Nice.
Impressive stuff coming out from him. Going to be dropping down this spirit way. He's done a great job of getting.
會唔會投降？有陣時啲人咧見人哋升完帝就即刻投降啦，真係知差太遠。但係呢個德里依然堅持住先，即係繼續喺度玩緊啲11隻大笨象 RPG 咁玩。哇！點樣拉啊？呢度幾多隻長槍兵啊？呢度35隻長槍兵啊！就係咁樣摸下摸下又死咗3隻大笨象。係咯，個聖地一早應該要 delay 佢，即係唔係即係搶翻嚟。哇！又懟2隻大笨象，投得啦啩？咁樣都唔投。黐線啲長槍好似當個城堡冇到咁樣，全部向前衝啊
！Looking a little bit like liars with their pants on fires, but now the keep going to be going down as well. Nester Bees just teeing off towards that, and Casper's Mass looking very, very decent at this.
冇啦，應該贏啦呢度，真係估唔到，即係前面德里嗰度優勢都好似幾大啊，睇落。即係星城又快過人，兵又多過人。等先呢個大笨象做乜嘢？呢個大笨象應該係想衝呢個一窩蜂啊，但係就如果你喺長槍面前就睇唔起。仲有幾多？88人口投啦。揾人叫佢投啊，佢投啊！依家終於投降啦。即係玩咗次大笨象都係一個滿足嚟，即係打比賽用大笨象。
Basically for in quite bad trades, I would say. And I think maybe like Stone Please missed an opportunity there to age behind that, and having stayed in that prolonged feudal age, ended up in a situation where the Jugnu just reigned supreme.
唉，德里，你睇一條交叉線，即係明明前面優勢。
There were a few mistakes in there that we should probably, not mistakes, but a few misplays that we could talk about there. Obviously, we saw, Casper losing out all of his Chokunu mass multiple times to Horsemen, where there were spears on standby, but they were just sort of doing something else. And
即係明明有一個位咧，隨便 A 完之後，好似都幾大優勢。
I look away for 1 second. I'm like, oh,
大笨象
75 units are fighting, but I've got an idle villager. Let me go find that idle villager. And you know what it was, Mito? You know what it was? It was
因為佢嗰個位咧，你大笨象拉打咧，你啲真女根本冇辦法補血，要同你一齊行路咧。咁即係要跟埋大笨象一齊行，咁然之後就補唔到血。即係佢要揾啲嘢咧頂住前面。咁樣大笨象可以企定啦，咁佢啲真女就可以一齊企定幫手補血啦。佢啲真女啱啱冇補過血咁滯。
He finishes the game with 0 relics, and as a result, it's going to be very difficult for him to really build up that.
真係可惜啊！本身贏面幾大啊，真係。
Is the second game of that series obviously going to be going over to Casper? So congratulations to him. He'll be.
不過冇計，有陣時佢調資嗰度調得唔係太靚咯，即係成1000黃金。佢如果早少少有個市集咧，你買少少木材補2個軍營啊，即係2、3個軍營啊，咁啊塞2個真女入去，出啲裝甲步兵，即係你本身有1防都夠噶啦，即係你只要有裝甲步兵嘅話，即係你2防咧應該冇升得咁快嘅，即係你有1防， 然之後你出裝甲步兵3個軍營出。
On Dry Arabia, take a look at the picks here. Delhi versus French.
嗱咁啊，睇埋呢場啊，睇埋呢場我瞓覺。
And then B coming in with French Rus. So Rus coming up there getting picked. I can't believe it. Rus getting picked in the second tier, above the English is the last pick. English got picked last. What?
係啊，佢有一個失敗嘅地方咧，就係佢將個市集起咗喺前面啊，即係然之後人哋一攻過嚟咧。佢啲村民一縮咧，個市集就冇起到啊！即係呢個勁傷啊，直頭係，即係幾關鍵嘅呢個位。同埋咧，我覺得依家咧 AOE 4啲玩家咧，佢調資調得唔係太好，好多都瞓先。我睇埋呢一鋪瞓。其實都夜，即係鬼佬比賽。
Yeah, this is going to be pretty.
拜，我睇埋呢一鋪，大家堅持多一個 BO3先。
Coming into this, you would think that the Delhi would be a stronger civilization in this matchup. They've experienced a few nerfs though recently. Obviously, we've seen.
今日就唔會睇到5、6點啊，真係5、6點有啲辛苦。
But we've
睇埋呢一鋪。
Obviously, they lost their wood.
即係2點幾都仲可以啊，2點幾3點。係啊，睇埋呢個 BO3就算啦。咦，又有得你嘅點解
？It really depends on what state the game is in when Delhi reaches Castle Age. Because in Feudal Age,
Poppy Pawn,
they have a big advantage with
呢個玩家幾勁嘅，但係就啲發揮好參差，又唔係話好參差，應該係一時勁一時渣。
They kind of have like a similar bonus to Delhi in some ways with the cheaper economic tax.
瞓先，好多人走啊，點解啊？點解唔留低睇多場？
So in a lot of ways, I think.
不過冇計，我呢度都係睇多場。
Kind of as we saw last game, they get
眼瞓就瞓覺咯。
With the elephants, they start getting even more free techs rolling in. They can grab those relics very easily because they already have scholars on the field.
第二隊。
Kind of be up to B with this French pick to try and
B 3D 戰隊嘅 B。咁啊，選擇法國。嗱，咁法國打得你咧，就照道理冇可能雙 TC 啩？如果你雙 TC 嘅話，你真係完全將啲聖地送俾人噶咯。係啊，睇埋差唔多。正常香港人應該3點零瞓覺，即係頂籠。
And then walk it out there. Think about the time that takes to build a monastery, probably 30 seconds. To train a monk, probably another, 30 seconds? That's at least a minute. And then finally to walk it out there, geez, if it's on the other side of the map, you're talking about at least 90 seconds to get there. So
佢哋以為下場仲係 Stone Place 打，所以就
Boom, baby, they hit castle.
哦，唔係，而家新一 pair 人嚟嘅。
500 gold.
我捱埋呢一場先。依家唔係特別眼瞓啊，即係其實都慣咗夜瞓嘅，不過今日早起咗。如果今日咧，因為我唔知啊，有陣時瞓覺你冇可能話，即係你平時翻工你7點零8點瞓醒，即係然之後你放假嘅話都係咁上下時間㗎啦。咁然之後咧就如果咁鬼早醒咧，你夜晚播比賽就個時差都唔啱啊。
Coming into this, do you have any favorites? Do you have any suspicions on who do you think is going to be victorious?
所以冇計。咁然之後早咗起身又走咗去打機。
From Puppy Paw during the Golden League, he was someone who was completely off my radar before the Golden League, and then coming right into that first round 1.
我記得得你幾勁嘅，但係有一排法國咧就唔知單 TC 唔知係咁狂爆兵同得你打，就唔知點解打贏咗。
Overall, like I've just been really impressed by his play. So I think for me, the favorite here is going to be Puppy Paw.
I got to agree with you. Puppy Paw is looking incredible, but at the same time, we've seen B around in the scene for some time. Players consistently ranked
辛苦晒
top 10, and we can see, you know,
哇，堅持下，想睇就。
There is no surprise as to why.
即係冇乜人做呢啲，咪播下咯。即係又有比賽睇，大家又開心。
And known, if I was going to be honest. I would say he's known as a little bit of a lamer because of his propensity to abuse certain mechanics in the game. So as an example, we saw when the Delhi Sultanate had access to...
睇下先，仲有2分鐘時間，2分鐘延遲。
You know, he'd be using that. He loved the stone towers on the stone walls, you know, where you'd stick them up against your enemies.
但係依家法國真係自從有雙 TC 之後，好似勝率飆高。因為咧，法國啲兵咧，佢唔係真係要城堡時代先勁嘅，佢封建都幾勁。即係佢有陣時可以長時間封建打人哋城堡時代。
I'm curious to see what direction he goes with for the French. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a second town center come out early.
見過係，依家先入嚟唔通？我睇埋呢個 BO3我都收啊。
And even if you're just looking to fight it out in feudal, it's only going to be a matter of time before the upgrades get in. So they're going to be ahead of you anyway. So you can just almost assume that in the early...
就分半鐘倒數。
Just going to have to concede over a fair bit of agency there. So whether he looks to go for a second town center here...
如果 LE 係啲韓國嘅流行嘅 game 嘅話咧，就可以係晏晝就可以睇比賽。即係如果假設，即係好似 StarCraft 咁樣，即係 StarCraft 嘅韓國咧，淨係喺晏晝搞嗰啲比賽，晏晝至夜晚，即係亞洲人時間。但係 AOE 咧就即係鬼佬時間。即係鬼佬時間唔多唔少都即係唔係幾就。即係好彩就係放假啫，如果平時就有啲辛苦嘅。遊戲推介片暫時冇咩特別新 game 啊，即係我有陣時都幾厭尖，有啲 game 唔係，即係有啲 game 我望到個畫面我唔想玩。揾啲舊 game。
Using that information to kind of like make the best decisions with where their units go, whether they make archers early or not. And then if they get any kind of advantage, like they kill a few villagers.
不過依家冇費啊，所以啊，好多人整 game 都放慢晒手腳整。即係今年好似都冇乜新 game 啊。即係除咗日本整嗰啲咯，即係日本嗰個共存共得快脆。即係大家都係正常翻工變咗。
Or will it be B? Put your money where your mouth is. Are you a Delhi supporter? Do you fancy the French? Put your money where your mouth is. Get in on the action and start those.
不過嚟緊有嘅，6月之前應該都有啲新 game 玩嘅，我睇下揾下咯。即係除咗 AOE DLC、AOE 2 DLC。嚟啦，法國睇下先啊！呢個畫面係。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a...
點解兩個藍色嘅
We have found ourselves a very interesting spot here. Spawning in on the right-hand side of the map, not what your UI would tell you that Puppy Paw is playing the blue. Puppy Paw is in fact playing the yellow color.
德利
How he was given the yellow color, why he...
咦？呢個德利佢唔係起清真寺先喎，居然。
Very jealous of Puppy Paw here in his beautiful yellow.
艾爾登
Side of the map in the color blue, it is going to be 3DB who is playing as.
冇玩啊嗰度。
But the UI will be very confusing, so maybe we can even just look to have that little underscore.
等先，呢個德利咧，佢冇起清真寺先喎，居然。
We'll just put him as red. Yeah, I think.
即係正常。
That'll fix it up, but we've got it all sorted.
但係佢兩個人墳墓嘅，點解
？Our first wheelbarrow alarm. That could be coming out any second. Puppy Paw already.
咁啊呢個時候掘金，咁啊正常升封建啦，見到。咁啊但係個標柯打有啲舊，即係舊版嗰隻標柯打嚟。不過應該差別唔係好大。咁而法國呢邊啦，法國呢邊好似都係正常升。咁啊雙戚啦，然之後就係8食物3黃金升級啦。
All right, I'll do my part. Actually, I would do my part, but a whole bunch of my wheelbarrows aren't working. Let me get.
咁啊，大家都知啊，法國依家咧咪唔係之前咧咪有一個逐輪升級嘅，嗰個升級咧好似淨係針對英國先可以咁樣用。
It's looking like a beautiful Sunday morning at Bunnings. Actually, over on your side of the world, up in Canada, what have they got when it comes to if you want to get some hardware，
咁啊，因為英國咧依家咧就貪逐輪兼4塊田，即係你進攻佢又唔係喎，你進攻佢嘅話，佢咁啱嗰個 timing 咧又可以出到長槍出嚟守，即係浪費時間進攻就不如即係自己都一齊貪經濟。係就係好多樣啦，舐唔舐你
？Can I go there?
Yep, you can get most things there.
Okay.
I would say I go there more frequently for that than anything car related.
Well, that.
咁啊，雙方升級時間應該差唔多啦，見到。
I'll be able to sort out anything car related or non-car related, but we can now see that we've got a yellow.
咁啊，得你咧升級完之後咧，佢第一件事咧應該係嗱，你望到人哋4分半升啊，或者4分50秒啦，咁你應該要加軍營啊，你小心啲第一隻嘅騎兵過嚟啦。咁你加個軍營出長槍啦，可以。咁你可以擺隻針入去出長槍都好快脆。咁然之後咧就可以打肉馬加長槍。咁啊去針對人哋出工兵克利長槍兵啦。咁然之後就係大約係咁樣一開始。睇下先啊，咁你見到法國係留4個黃金嘅，可能升逐輪都未定。
He's dropping into mill down now, so going to be grabbing probably that wheelbarrow in transition, and then we're going to have
升逐輪啦。
if he's going to switch over to stone or if he's going to drop a military building like an archery range.
咁啊，平時會叫逐輪啦嚇，但係因為 AOE 2係叫逐輪 ，AOE 4好似唔係呢個名 ，AOE 4我唔記得叫咩名，但係佢英文係一樣嘅。咁啊，逐輪。
Sets the tempo for the game. What direction do they look to take it? We're probably going to be seeing an early night out here. And
嗱咁啊，留意法國應該係4分半，咁啊得你好似都係差唔多嘅，咁啊記得加軍營啊呢個時候，即係你要確保咧人哋第一隻馬過到嚟咧，你要有兵去守啊！你見唔見？加軍營。咁啊軍營可以提早起嘅，咁啊長槍咧可以封建之後就出就得噶啦。咁啊好穩陣啊呢個得你。咁啊剩低就係打肉馬啦。即係又打工兵咧就唔係唔好嘅，但係工兵太慢啦，即係佢移動速度慢啊，佢唔係戰鬥力啊嗰啲乜嘢，佢係移動速度慢，即係會俾人係咁牽住個鼻嚟走。睇下先啊，金馬出嚟啦，見唔見？咁啊，然之後咧長槍亦都啱啱好時間出到嚟手嘅。咁但係咧得你呢個版本咧應該係狂爆兵嘅。咁啊，連隻針都擺埋入去啦，已經。咁啊，我唔知佢升唔升級咧呢個幾多秒啊？52秒，52秒好似慢得滯，即係出少少之後再升咯，即係等自己有少少長槍守住先。
I think you'll be happy with that. The south one and the north one looking pretty decent there.
阿四，你睇呢隻斥候係咁 cam 住人哋做啲咩？偷睇。咁啊，斥候咧千祈唔好攞嚟送，即係唔好攞嚟當戰鬥單位。佢係嗰啲，即係你可以係咁走嚟走去睇人哋做咩，即係你當佢係啲戰塔咁樣。睇下先起咩啊？咁啊，先補咗個鐵匠鋪升攻防先。補咩馬房啦？係啊，補馬房。睇下先啊，嗱呢度有長槍手啊，但係一隻可能唔夠啊。睇下先啊，衝鋒加一刀，得唔得啊？死唔死啊？唔死，居然唔死。咁硬嘅點解？喂，啲真係75血嘅咩？加25，佢升咗血喎，居然呢個人。哇，估唔到。即係正常 AOE 4啲人唔會升血嘅，因為一開始你佔住咗一次嘅出村民嘅，咁即係少1-2隻村啦，一開始會。但係估唔到呢個得你走去升，即係升呢個血喎，居然黐線佬啊！即係唔怪得嗰個騎兵咧，佢衝鋒完斬2刀都未死啲村民。哇，咁樣嘅話啲村就好難會再俾法國偷到啊！即係有陣時打穩陣都好似唔錯。咁啊，剩低咧就係狂爆兵啊！但係點解佢呢個得你喺度圍牆咧？
And that's just a free kill for even something like a scout if he happens to stumble across it.
但係佢呢隻得唔得啊？嗱，我哋睇下衝鋒一刀啦，第二刀，第三刀，打咗3刀啦，然之後咧，然之後人哋仲有個真喺隔離可以幫手補血喎，如果真係要補㗎。嚇，個嘢驚，但係好穩陣喎！你睇下佢一個衝鋒加幾刀都唔死啊！隻村民，我覺得佢咁樣都唔錯，即係個法國完全係打唔到村啊！依家。
I'm not sure what's going on there.
我覺得唔錯喎，好似咁啊！見人哋工兵出嚟啦。但係先呢度要小心啲。點解佢隻肉馬好似咁瘦嘅？呢個德里隻肉馬。睇下佢呢隻肉馬好似咁扁咁嘅，係咪睇錯？哦，咁啊，懟冧咗。佢要多少少肉馬先啊，即係得一隻清唔到呢堆工兵啊！等先，直接搶點啊！呢個時候，哇，全部人向下走。啊先，哇！佢呢個細節幾好啊，即係抌少少長槍喺度。搶唔搶到啊？搶唔到應該走啊！呢度，但係佢走都冇用。咁啊，呢波兵應該送咗。唔係喎，好似情況有變。呢個時候突然間湧咗一波肉馬出嚟。等先，肉馬要打工兵㗎，肉馬唔可以打金馬㗎，肉馬打金馬冇用㗎。佢應該要打工兵啊，係啊，打工兵。等先，情況有變喎，好似德里 A 贏咗啊，係咪啊？呢度仲有成大堆長槍哦。等先，工兵死晒未啊？仲有3隻啊！喂，唔係，仲有4隻，依家仲有3隻長槍死晒未？長槍仲有2隻。係咪德里事其實？但係村民數點樣打和嘅可以？明明法國出村係快啲喎，點解村民打和嘅？佢啱啱俾人偷村民咩？冇啊！仔啊！呢個法國細節，佢淨係出村民都有問題，可能。
Yeah, one of the interesting things to note is that Puppy Paw didn't move out to each of the sacred sites. One of the things that we do see is one scholar coming out for each.
德里小優勢，即係10分鐘嘅時間，然之後村民係一樣嘅，然之後咧就係德里仲要升咗血嘅，即係咁樣都唔係法國蝕嘅話，真係應該冇可能啊！即係大家經濟係對等啦，但係就德里所有科技都係免費噶嘛。即係你睇下德里所有經濟科技升齊啊，因為全部免費啊。
That's a really good point.
呢個法國掛住打交，然之後佢連村民都即係冇辦法 keep 住出啊，真係有啲事。但係真係呢度好多肉馬，但係肉馬唔夠金馬打嘅，佢需要呢個長槍兵掩護。哇！每個地方都插2支塔俾你匿。但係有2支塔，睇下有冇反應先。嗱，呢個要打3、4刀啊！哎呀，原來呢2支塔係裝唔晒啲人嘅，但係居然冇死到。先嚟啊！哇！呢度好多兵啊！法國應該要溝長槍㗎呢個時候，但係佢就堅持打2隻兵種係唔係好掂嘅咁樣。
Yeah, this isn't looking pretty. You know, typically the just love to go for this composition. You know, the classic.
咁啊，德里要搶點啊？佢掛住打交呢個人又。終於死咗隻村啦，係咪？唔係喎，都仲未死。哇！死唔死啊？呢個爭啲。nice， 清得唔錯。
losing that knight, not even able to take out a single villager in that scenario.
呢個得你掛住打交又唔搶點啊，真係有啲搞笑。
Right now. You know what, Mito, you sold it.
但係呢個法國咧，佢又唔溝長槍嘅話咧，佢俾啲肉馬咁樣衝去對，即係衝去打嗰啲工兵咧，佢啲工兵好快死嘅。唔係喎，有溝啦，終於溝長槍啦，溝少少。咁啊，確保自己啲工兵咧唔好俾呢個肉馬一衝就死。但係呢個得你佢完全唔搶點喎，咩料啊？佢連上面嗰個都唔搶，我真係唔係好明啊！哇！你睇下呢度4個真女幫手補血啊
！For a puppy paw at the moment, so up until this point, 3DB has done everything right. He has denied sacred sites, so he has played quote unquote.
嗱，如果雙方村民唔係差好遠咧，得你肯定有着數嘅。嗱，先呢個時候炒埋碟啊，見到邊個賺啊？等下先，喂，真女控啊！去邊啊啲真女？哦，佢 A 地板啊，所以啲真女咧淨係去 A 地板箭嘴指嗰個位啊，佢冇補到血啊一開始。哇！你睇見唔見啊？個補血兩隻騎兵唯有一個真女打唔死啊，啱嘛？邊個贏啊？炒埋一碟。係咪法國贏啊？真係分唔到邊個贏，即係全部炒埋一碟啊！法國贏。好似係法國，哎呀，佢呢個真女冇控到啊，蝕底。同埋佢本身又冇搶到點啊！村民差唔多，部隊數得你多少少，但係得你嘅兵咧係冇黃金兵嘅。咁啊 AOE4咧，始終唔係個個文明咧喺封建時代咧都可以出金馬啦。點啊？佢搶唔搶點啊？終於搶點啊！衝出去！咁啊，大長槍應該係想圍牆嘅，木材夠唔夠？木材好似唔係好夠，80好似唔係好夠喎。同埋呢個位好似同人哋有啲近得滯喎，又搶唔搶到點咧？究竟佢有機會咧搶唔到點，兼且啲兵要死晒，我覺得有啲尷尬。冇啊！呢堆兵要死硬啊！呢堆兵死啊！大鑊啦！法國贏啊！咁樣即係咁樣打落去，點又搶唔到，正面又唔夠打。睇下先啊，28兵對26兵，但係人哋因為有金馬咧，個質量係會高啲啲嘅。睇下先，呢度做乜嘢啊？夢遊啊！呢堆騎兵冇啦，佢而家搶唔到啊，搶唔到點啊？啲兵戰鬥力唔係好夠皮，錢係有嘅，但係兵唔係好夠打。
All of their upgrades. So now this is where they sort of hit their first power spike. Their second power spike comes in after they take all 3 of those sacred sites, and then
咁啊，雙方都唔升城。邊個一升城咧，就邊個有 map control， 即係。即係你唔可以咁樣放俾人，咁啊大家都唔升。
But how are you actually going to be looking to gain a win condition out of that? It's not until you add that second town center that all of a sudden that win condition is born. And I start to worry for 3DB in this position.
43人口對80幾，哇，所有嘢都好接近啊，村民都好接近。其實法國咧呢個時候咧，村民唔應該接近嘅，講真，佢前面斷咗村。即係如果你呢個時候多翻2-3村優勢咧，真係差好遠啦已經。但係呢個法國咧，見你唔搶點，佢又唔出嚟，即係佢又唔同你打，真係好穩陣啊！呢個法國，即係你唔搶點我就唔急，即係然之後就喺度遊街，覺得你咧又覺得你好似又覺得自己唔夠人哋打，又唔出去搶點。
So this is something that we talked about. Puppy paw. He's got the horticulture. He's got the double broadaxe. He's got.
咁啊，分咗波肉馬出嚟啦。咁啊，一支塔係收5隻村嘅，所以你見到其他村都要走嘅。翻 TC， 但係肉馬咧打村民咧有啲難搞嘅，因為依家有續輪咧，啲村行得快脆。等下先，嗰兩隻迷路喎。死唔死啊？至少2隻村先。咁啊，呢個得你有賺，2隻村。 即係喺呢個時候咧，即係咬得咁緊嘅情況咧，即係邊個死少少村民都好蝕底。
But yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it's starting to look worse and worse for B. You can see that B is now adding in farms around the town centre about the time that you would expect, about 17 minutes.
得你唔記得升埋嗰個遠攻，係咪遠？啊，唔係，呢個係近防應該係。覺得你唔記得升近防啊，佢唔記得撳嗰個鐵匠鋪。近防差好遠啊！哇，呢度啲兵多到，即係你睇佢成家人、成村人啊，企喺度。同埋佢呢啲長槍咧，係多到你幾乎啲工兵係冇可能處理到，即係冇可能點晒㗎。但係啲肉馬控得有啲，喂，啲肉馬控成咁咩料啊？哇，好彩啫！啱啱佢嗰位咧，可能係直點呢個工兵咧，然之後棘住咗。哇！呢度啲德里啲兵多到，啲長槍點晒啦已經。冇啦，法國冇長槍兵啊！黐線，啲兵多到隨便 A 啊！冇啦，呢啲工兵咧，佢冇可能翻屋企啊！咁樣真係行得慢。唔起城堡，冇啊！封建時代啊，點樣起城堡？佢哋因為咧德里咧，佢兵多咧，佢一定出去搶點噶嘛。如果你法國咧，你走去星城咧，你讓咗俾人咧，咁德里就好大優勢。咁所以咧就德里要搶點，佢又唔星城啊。法國咧佢唔想人哋搶點，佢又唔星城，即係大家鬥爆兵。咁但係咧就一波交戰之後咧，就德里明顯食果嗰個優勢都幾大。咁啊，哇！呢度長槍都照衝啊！冇啦，咁其實打輸咗一波已經冇得打啦。即係因為你本身5-5波嘅時候打輸咗，然之後你依家都落後啦。咁啊，我諗可能打完之後投嘅呢個位，即係點樣打咁多兵？咁啊，部隊數係12對42啊，相差30隻兵。應該投噶啦，打埋。冇計，佢呢度即係佢冇阻止到德里出去食其他資源。同埋呢個德里都好穩陣。即係呢個 Poppy Pawn 咧，佢直頭咧係覺得自己啲兵唔夠打咧，佢一路都喺度縮埋唔搶點啊，然之後儲到夠皮先。居然可以食到豬！哇！呢度蝕到爆炸，即係咁樣吹落去。但係其實咧，如果有一支塔、半支塔咧，呢個德里呢堆兵應該都打唔到嘢。但係呢個法國冇諗到人哋一推入屋企。有聲佢唔係想拖穿打係嘛？哇！呢家即刻搶3個點，呢個時候幾難受。哇！呢個田。
That is some gorgeous farming right there, and it's very lopsided, isn't it, Mito? Did you see that? They were all on one side.
冇啊！呢個法國依家57村對65村，然之後15隻兵對42隻兵。咁啊，德里亦都係搶晒3個點啦。
It's a lot. It is a lot.
真係伐木都伐唔到。其實佢後面仲有木位啊，佢應該係移去後邊伐啦。即係你法國咧嗰個經濟建築物25木材啫嘛。即係你呢個位伐唔到，你應該移去後邊伐木啊！哇！呢個德里超多支啊！哇！呢個3個真女。嗱，你睇下呢個時候咧，就係見證住咧邊個有控圖咧，就邊個贏噶啦。
On the front, going to be beginning to push in relentlessly. He's kind of looking like Vortex at the moment. This is something that
所以法國又要狂爆兵，即係佢唔可以升城。即係假設咧，啱啱嗰波咧，就算即係假如冇打到嘅，咁然之後法國咧走去直接升城咧，個情況就好似依家咁樣嘅，全部點俾呢個德里搶晒。咁你升完城之後咧，都好蝕底嘅，即係德里可以慢慢後追噶嘛。
Some way these archers manage to make it onto the sacred site, and he saves it. all of that gold. The sacred
但即係呢度控兵有啲濕滯。
very, very clutch. But now all of a sudden, hold on a minute, 3DB.
等下先，唔係喎，等下先，送兵送得有啲多得滯啊！
I see that many knights coming out.
呢個村民數雖然相差8隻，唔係好多嘅啫喎，其實。
Immediately reacts. He has to drop down additional barracks to deal with this, or barracks to deal with that. More outposts.
送兵送得有啲 high 得滯。
All over this map, isn't there, Mito?
Yeah, there is a lot going on. B doing his best to
啊，先啊，呢度睇下點晒啲長槍嘅話咧，肉馬同埋弓兵都唔夠金馬打。
trading with these knights.
想成了，夠唔夠知啊？唔夠知啊！佢覺得唔係幾對路啊，然之後咧就繼續爆兵。
Even if he loses all of these archers, it's still going to be tough for B.
唔係喎，情況可能又有變喎，情況可能。
And you can see the economy for B is starting to really kick off. He's got so much food and gold in the bank. He's thinking about going H3, and indeed, he's not thinking he is going H3.
不過得你太多啊！只要俾佢搶咗點之後咧，佢啲黃金唔使掘都有錢升成。
But just remember, it's
冇
not.
啊，升咗成。
It is about the gold income that it provides by holding those sacred sites. So do not be alarmed. Do not think, oh, the sacred site victory is not going to happen anymore. It was
好
never.
慘啊！法國，
It's very
法
difficult.
國應唔應該開 TC 啊？一開始，
Key yourself up for it and
但係開 TC 嘅話兵又太少。
really look to punish your enemy. But now that third age going to be coming through, Puppy Paw going to be looking very strong here. He's going to
72寸，不過唉呢啲即係少少失誤咧，累積埋一齊咧，
start being
即係有陣時你勁人同勁人打就係咁樣。
swoop in on the base of B and really
即係有陣時咧唔係啲咩好嚴重嘅失誤嚟嘅，但係即係慢慢俾人執啲咁樣就輸咗啊！
Yeah, B going to have to be continuing to train units. But as you said,
咁啊，升咗城出咩啊？裝甲步兵啊！
free techs that are starting
等陣先出金馬啊，見到。
for Puppy Paw as well.
咁啊，得你咧，唯一有兩隻兵唔使升級嘅喺城堡時代，就係裝甲步兵同埋金馬，
Knights a little bit stronger, and just raids happening everywhere.
即係可以直接攞出嚟用。
yeah, there is just so much APM coming.
哇！呢度死少少村。
Look at the amount of
等陣
attack.
先，呢個法國喺度
Political.
儲資源升城啊，
You can see he's trying his best to catch all of them, but still, that scholar going to be going down.
但係
Trying to be picked up.
咁樣都係唔 work 噶，其實。
Picking up any relics at this point, and it looks like Lancer's going to be.
即係咧，你呢個時候咧，你停兵啦，你升城咧，你只不過係即係慢慢追啦，叫做。
Does honed blades affect?
但係個情況係冇變嘅，
I think it does, right?
所以點解有啲人咧寧願喺封建爆兵試一試，即係打一波睇下有冇機會打死，即係打死人。
Getting that extra little bit of damage, that's going to help out a huge amount. Obviously, going up against the French, they've already got a little bit of damage, but extended fights, longer fights, which are going to happen when you've got.
識唔識？佢呢度爭75黃金，
It's going to really start to pull ahead.
又搶，
Yep, and
周圍都係點啊？
those relics now as well, with those scholars. So that economic advantage is going to be pulling.
咁啊，得你唔需要呢啲兵啊！你見到佢即係有陣時係咁狂送。
Now, so he is going to be following up to Castle Age.
金馬老公裝甲步兵，哇乜都齊啊！
In too much trouble. Is that the Royal Institute?
Oh my lord. We're seeing the Royal Institute twice in a
等
single.
先又升呢隻嘢，
Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat, what a pleasure. So do we, honestly, if I'm 3DB at this point, I'm all in on knights. You just go mass knights. You go for like 30 knights and you get.
咁啊村民數係爭少少嘅啫，其實
We're
幾隻。
literally twice in one game or in one day, but I guess we are seeing it.
咁啊，但係咧得你咧所有科技免費啦，所以佢啲效率會比較好少少啊，見到。
These games go.
咁啊收入會多啲啊，同埋佢田種得早啊。
See the Royal Institute come because the economies behind this are very, very big. And as a result, it means they've got the economy to actually push out.
咁啊，當得你仲可以打金馬嘅時候咧，法國就呢隻馬就冇咩優勢。
No, Mito, you've gone
哇，好多兵啊呢度。
on me. I'm sorry, Mito. Hopefully it fixes up, but we immediately see all the upgrades coming through. You can see.
其實呢個幾勁啊！佢之前比賽冇即係唔係成日打喎，但係佢係上次 Round Two 開始突然間
South here.
飆出嚟啊！呢個人
A very nice tech switch from Puppy Paw, but
啊唔係 Round One 打贏 Lina 嘅呢個人，
Royal Bloodlines Knights really look.
即係突然間飆出嚟嘅玩家。
Are you back, Roboto? Is Mito back?
睇下先啊，圍牆即係基本上其實勝負已定㗎啦。
You're still robotic. You're still robotic. Hopefully we work it out.
咁啊，個法國咧就想堅持一陣間，睇下有冇機會
Back. Don't worry, Mito.
有冇機會逆轉。
See that you're no longer.
但係 RTS 咧去到依家呢個咁嘅地步咧，應該冇可能嘅。
But now speaking of struggling, I mean 3DB at this point.
咁啊，得你咧封建超勁嘅，但係城堡時代咧都 OK 嘅。咁啊，最廢咧就係帝王時代，因為
Neutralizing
啲科技升級要10幾20分鐘。咁啊呢個就係免費嘅代價，免費升級。咁但係城堡時代嘅問題唔大嘅，同埋佢早人哋升成咁多，即係你有少少時間可以俾你慢慢升翻啲嘢。
I guess the interesting thing for me is that a lot of players looked at.
睇下先呢度，我發現個德里有陣時咧間唔中又好想送兵。呢個唔知會唔會佢呢度咁樣？佢啲長槍死晒嘅話咧，佢有啲咩兵打呢個騎兵啊變咗？睇下先呢個咧唔控兵嘅。
We hear relics being picked up behind the scenes, but the archers doing a great job of just teeing off towards their enemy, and it looks like
又送一次。其實呢個冇乜必要喎，咁樣打。又送一送兵先，即係慢慢玩。
And all of a sudden, things starting to even up, but B still struggling with.
就係呢堆工兵咧，應該係撳咗升級，撳咗好耐噶啦，但係咧就即係升唔到，即係得你嗰個科技咧，佢只要冇幾個清真寺咧，你冇辦法係短時間升到一隻兵種。哇！呢堆村民發生咩事？呢堆村民喺邊度走過嚟嘅？
Mido is back. I will invite him in once again to the casting booth. Welcome back, Mido.
就係呢個德里喺度等緊，全部喺度等緊升級。你睇下，工兵升級，然之後呢個加3工裝甲步兵，即係然之後就係嗰個塔嘅回血。哇！呢個招降得唔得？哇！對面縮得快。即係呢個德里仲係所有攻防都喺度等緊啊！睇下先，呢個縮得幾快，死一隻村。哇！呢個黃金咁樣掘。
And we could see if there are more Royal Knights that come out, I really wouldn't be surprised if we have a victory that goes over to our friends.
不過應該冇啦，即係德里144人口，59隻兵，咁啊對呢個20隻兵24隻，咁啊然之後82村民差唔多嘅。不過德里咧，如果佢係2、3個鐵匠鋪升攻防咧，佢如果一升完嗰一刻咧，佢啲兵就好勁。Ram01阿哥，咦？原來又係兄弟喎，居然！哇！呢個我發覺完全冇兵啊，即係唔係冇兵，係佢冇錢出啊！好勁啊！呢個人，即係突然間冒出嚟嘅一個玩家嚟啊 ，David Kim 啊，即係喺呢個 rank 嗰個名叫。咁啊 ，David Kim 咧係 StarCraft 2一個搞呢個平衡嘅負責人嚟嘅，但係佢係整到隻 game 好垃圾，所以呢個 David Kim 係幾出名嚇，出名垃圾。不過要打 StarCraft 先知。
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm just working on technical difficulties behind the scenes here, Mido. One of my lights has gone out, so hold on. I'm going to try and turn it up. Never mind, I've turned it.
Ram01阿哥真係有啲料到啊，同埋佢呢個係同 Ram01係完全係兩種 style。
Puppy Paw had a lot of good things going for him, but I think the big thing that I really took away.
睇下先，資源都領先少少，其實又唔係領先好多。
You can see B and Puppy
26000食物。13木材，係咯，佢資源其實唔係差好遠，講真。
So yeah, even towards the end, B began dropping down. If B had added that second town center in,
如果
I don't know where.
不過我唔知佢會唔會加 TC 真係，但係如果你加 TC 咧，你正面兵少咗咧，如果你有一波打得唔掂咧，你聖地搶，即係你阻唔到人哋搶聖地咧，就一樣都係會輸嘅啫。咁啊，睇下我哋會唔會完呢一場完埋先。3點鐘。嗱，希望呢個 Poppy Pond 可以喺呢一鋪贏。中國打阿拔斯死啊！呢個會唔會打1粒鐘？呢個會唔會打1粒鐘啊？打到4點鐘啊，變咗又。
I suspect this one's probably going to be focused a little bit more on booming. Obviously, that game, Delhi looked to take the sacred sites and China looked to deny that. Eventually, we did see China overcome the Delhi player. It took a while, though. It was an Imperial Age victory. Eventually, all those...
OT. 睇埋呢一鋪啦，真係 last 啊呢度。呢個係我唔知佢贏定輸啊，但係 last 啊。即係如果1-1就冇計啊，但係如果2-0就完美圓滿結局。
Oh, I guess yeah, it's very possible we see a boom war with both players going for.
咦，右邊嗰個旁述係咪新人嚟？未見過佢之前。
China is kind of the one that's a little bit more flexible in this matchup, maybe. Like Abbasid kind of has that game plan where they want to get that second town center, make use of the extra foodstuffs, and then get up to Castle Age. Because in Feudal Age they really don't have a lot going for them aside from the Camel Archer, but you wouldn't really expect.
嗰啲反而係之前嗰個旁述走咗去做呢個 observer， 即係呢個觀戰嗰個控畫面嗰個人。
Maybe China could have an opportunity to do something in Feudal Age, but likely going to be like you said, like Song Dynasty into maybe second town center, and Abbasid also going for 2 or 3 town centers.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to Puppy Paw's build order. I know he does love to
Puppy
play.
Pawn 阿拔斯嚟啊
at the same what's the word? You've got to play like Beastie Cutie or Leenock who almost specialize in playing the Chinese. When I watch
阿拔斯好似俾中國食住喎，即係好似
civilization that jumps out to him all the time. But now Hill and Dale comes out, and I got to say I'm excited to watch our second.
不過睇人玩嘅，真係。
I remember casting. I think
我覺得 LTS 有陣時咧，你唔可以話邊個文明食住邊個文明，即係有陣時係即係睇雙方嗰個 level。
In the round of 512. To be honest, there are a couple.
即係睇熟練度。
China, but to see China in a stage right now where it is
落街買 M 記。
It makes my heart warm because I know that you're a big fan of China as well, Mido. And
就係呢兩個文明打成粒鐘，我可能要。
Yeah, it's great to be seeing them picked more frequently with some more success. And yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of build Puppy Paw goes for. I guess another option that we didn't talk about yet that kind of came into play last time we saw China is that Barbican, where he places it. If he could place it aggressively, he could maybe.
咁啊，阿拔斯
where Abbasid can go.
阿拔斯可以打咩招啊？3TC。
Of course, be a little bit risky, so we'll see if he chooses to go for it or maybe he'll just stick to that.
其實咧，我見過有人我見過 Viper 咧，佢對付中國嘅時候咧，佢見到個中國星送雙 TC 咧，佢自己起咗4個 TC， 然之後係咁爆村民。咁然之後咧，中國嘅經濟咧，你會發現係跟唔到阿拔斯嘅。因為阿拔斯勁有錢，即係4 TC 爆村，然之後對付呢個星送嘅中國雙 TC。但係咧，依家咧有一個蝕底咧，就係阿拔斯食果嗰度少咗啲支，即係改弱咗少少，即係可能冇咁有錢狂出村。
Now all of a sudden, mangonels are a thing of the past. They have been deleted. You literally can't even make a mangonel. I guess the other alternative is the springled. And if there's one way that you're able to outgun the Chinese springled, it would actually be if you could outmass them or outnumber them. And that's going to be one of the ways that you can do it. So maybe that is a potential way. So we could, maybe what we actually see coming out from our Abbasid Dynasty player, I'm trying to think through the matchup right now. 3 town center boom into a fast keep. With
3 town center boom.
And then a whole bunch of like sprinkled outposts.
應該唔止3個㗎啦，如果係咁嘅話，即係一起夠4個啊，直頭。
Mass up even more than them.
3個都唔夠皮嘅。你3個嘅話咧，只係等於同呢個中國應該係打和。但係你爆經嘅話，你唔想同人哋打和啊。所以你會見到有啲人咧，一個人開2 TC 咧，另外一個會開3個，即係佢唔想同你，即係大家5波喺度種田。即係要種嘅就貪過人哋，貪過對面。即係5波種嘅話，冇優勢噶嘛。即係唔夠貪心，即係3個 TC 唔夠嘅，要4個 TC。咁而且咧 TC 可以甚至貪啲嘅話起出邊，因為高地咧資源唔係好夠嘅，即係如果你4個 TC 喺晒入邊咧就冇乜資源。即係通常出邊都會有果噶嘛，你開個 TC 喺個果度。咁啊，直接食埋果，大把錢。即係圍牆嘅話咧，就唔好圍側邊嗰啲啊，即係一圍係圍大嘅，即係出邊嗰啲圍就唔好圍側邊嗰啲，圍側邊冇乜用。即係4 TC 圍牆。但係咧就之後點樣打我唔知，即係咁鬼貪心嘅話。但係掘石一定要嘅。
position if he's able to be on 75 points.
即係你前面如果多 TC 啊，你升咗城堡時代咧，你正常嚟講咧就你兵都唔係好多啊。咁啊，你時代亦都唔係升得好快啊。咁唯一能夠處理人哋勁多兵咧，就係插一個城堡。瞓了頂唔順，係啊，我捱埋呢一鋪。冇計，比賽。So if he knocks B to the lower bracket and B, or sorry, 即係鬼佬比賽，我只能夠咁樣講，即係非常之唔適合呢個亞洲人個時區。
And all of a sudden he's looking a little bit better. So it means that 75 points is now only 60 points, and it means B.
所以有陣時我都唔想開太夜，但係個比賽就係比賽咁夜。
40 seconds to go, Mido.
真係陰公。
Who do you think has got the advantage here? Is it China? Is it the Abbasid?
同埋我又唔想即係後錄嘅話咧，我又唔係好想，因為你後錄嘅話咧，基本上你都知道個結果噶啦。你見人哋討論，又見到個比分，即係你都冇乜癮繼續睇，即係要睇就睇 live。
I think China's going to be my pick.
I got to agree with you. I am loving China recently. I know that
即係同睇波嗰啲原理差唔多。
I guess when you've got civilizations like, the Mongols, the French, and the English coming out as
咁啊，最後倒數5秒，我哋可以睇下入 game 畫面啊，終於。
To find that window for victory, but on a map like Hill and Dale, you can't help but feel like the advantages.
睇下今場拉屎啊，捱埋佢。
And in saying that, we head into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. It won't be too long before the beautiful game is with us. I can hear sheep in my right ear. No, actually, no, that was deer in my right ear. They make that lovely little sound. But yeah, we're going to be diving right in. Do not go anywhere.
Do not go anywhere.
But any second now. Any second. I can feel it.
不過以我所知咧，佢呢個 matchup 一定係咁種田。咁但係咧 3DB 好似唔係啲太係咪啲唔係啲太被動嘅玩家嚟？
A lot of different hunt variation in like Age of Empires 2 as an example. They get all these crazy different animals in on the action. But speaking of in on the action，
嗱咁喺呢個圖咧，中國千祈唔可以食鹿啊！即係食鹿嘅話咧，你前面收稅少咗錢。
We have got 2 of the best players in Age of Empires。
咁啊，因為咧食鹿咧係每次儲到25先至交資源嘅。咁啊，所以咧係每次交資源有1黃金嘅話咧，你咁樣儲咁多先交一次咧，就反而係蝕咗錢嘅。咁啊，雖然食物多啊，但係就稅金緊要啲。咁啊，然之後就係呢個咩啊？等陣先，佢呢個係全食物，然之後直接掘金係。So this is twice now that we've seen players on this map as the Chinese avoid going for the deer. So 佢呢個唔知係咪 BBQ 開咧直頭。
Superior in the early game. Probably be better to save it until the later game.
不過有可能淨係經濟地標。但係呢個有啲似嗰啲咩 BBQ 開咧，即係直接插個 BBQ 喺正面，然之後翻轉頭開 TC 種田。因為咧正常中國咧係唔會話完全唔伐木噶嘛，應該。但係佢呢個咧係完全唔伐木嘅。完全唔伐木嘅話咧，即係代表佢好想升呢個封建啦，又或者佢好想起呢個地標起得快啲。但係咧起得快啲有啲咩作用咧？就我就係知道對得你，即係你攞個 BBQ 封個聖地有啲用。咁然之後另外咧就係升宋朝，因為升宋朝咧唔需要木材嘅，你只需要2次嘅400食物同埋200黃金啦。咁啊2次咧就因為你要起個經濟地標同埋 BBQ 2個，咁啊加埋，咁啊唔需要木材嘅。
But when it comes to the forest, there's only those 3 up towards that northern side, so I suspect that's where.
但係如果升宋朝啊，但係我覺得又好似好廢啊，即係如果對付阿拔斯嘅話。
But interesting build order that we've already got opening up here from Puppy Paw. He's looking to go for a little bit of a. 睇下先啊，阿拔斯。咁啊，阿拔斯咧冇咁快掘石嘅依家，咁啊要升呢個續輪啦，同埋新鮮食品。That he's going to be more intent on getting up quickly. Rather than
睇下先啊，佢呢度2個村起經濟地標，應該都係升宋朝。同埋得2隻村起，即係慢慢起，即係完全唔急嘅呢個。因為你升得咁快咧，你後邊嗰個 BBQ 都未有錢住。即係雖然稅金係收多咗少少啊，即係可以起快啲嘅話，但係冇乜用嘅，即係仲蝕底。你攞村民。
from that lumber camp, you're going to be wanting to add in more lumber camps. And something that people will often do is they'll look to get the lumber camp right on the
星送潮阿拔斯
on the edge of that influence. But the problem is, if you go and replace that lumber camp, then all of a sudden
阿拔斯係單斥喉啊，兩邊都。
The way that Puppy Paw has placed this, he's going to be guaranteeing that his second, his third, even potentially his fourth lumber camp on this wood line are all going to be in that influence.
咦，咁快收起晒啲村民嘅唔掘金？
Much extra gold that he's going to have. Typically, as the Chinese, there are games that you play. You don't even need to be going on gold, just simply because you've got so much tax income that is coming in from that imperial.
佢咁樣收起晒啲金咧，佢可能升唔到送喎，定係新標柯打嚟啊？呢個
It's not necessarily a new building, but one of the buildings available to you outside of the Song Dynasty.
咁啊，呢個時候4分鐘，咁啊呢4個村民係
Patches you can see without
呢4個村民係咩事啊？佢嗰4隻
available in the Tang
掘石哦，
start off in.
開 TC。
Comes down into the Song Dynasty. How do you feel about granaries, Mito? We haven't spoken much about them today.
佢呢個係跳咗宋朝，然之後先開 TC 啊？定係嗰啲乜嘢7分鐘雙 TC 宋朝嗰啲招嚟嘅？
Transition, you're like, do I get a 50 wood mill or do I spend an extra 200 wood on the granary? But there is something.
哇！呢個阿拔斯狂掘石啊！睇下先，加射箭場。
Another benefit of it is you can fit more farms around that granary than you can around the mill.
出駱駝。
A little bit more cost effective, in that sense.
咁啊，阿拔斯咧起射箭場咧，肯定唔係出工兵嘅呢個時候，因為呢個地圖幾大啦，你出工兵你行過去都唔打唔到啲咩嘅。但係駱駝就另計啦，但係駱駝好多錢㗎要。
Yeah, I definitely
出駱駝。
agree with you. I think if someone is looking to go for a transition, because normally you do see those transitions come through. Like
但係呢個中國唔升送喎，即係佢冇黃金喎。我以為佢啲乜鬼嘢雙 TC 升送啊，但係就咁睇應該係淨係開 TC 宋朝都唔升住。
great time to be adding in, I'm just going to drop down, and we've seen players do that as the Chinese. They drop down 2 granaries, and then they just litter
對面駱駝行得快脆。
of farms.
咁啊，駱駝可以喺封建時代咧當馬公玩嘅。
Be prohibitive, spending all that wood.
咁啊，石頭夠啦，開 TC。
Puppy Paw dropping down that second town center, going to be coming down at 5 minutes 50. So not the
咁啊 AOE 4啲 TC 咧，我到依家都唔係好明點解有陣時亂咁起呢啲人，
second, or
即係可能係怕人哋打一波，然之後就越起越埋，然之後就去到依家咁樣黐埋一齊。
second D hunt will
即係人哋打一波流啦，衝撞車咧，一撞咧，一定係先撞咗個副 TC 先。哇！呢個
there it is. Look at this town center place.
哇！呢個咁型嘅，
Yeah, really just wanting to secure
發生咩事？
extra hunts, and that's going to mean that he
雖然我開場嗰陣咧，我就話咧，如果阿拔斯開 TC 多嘅話咧，起出去都 OK 嘅，但係佢呢個第2個 TC 嚟嘅啫喎。
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting point. You can see that he's got the berries.
哇！又有碌又有果啊，嗰個位。
Not a bad pick either, because they do get an extra berry spawn, or at least an extra berry spawn is present on this map.
咁啊，呢個時候咧要睇下佢駱駝可唔可以第一時間望到人哋係打緊咩招先。
A medium distance away.
即係你望到人哋打咩招咧，你就可以自己諗下之後點樣打。
Of the map, and
我見到阿拔斯係咪仲喺度掘緊石？
get a bit more of a bonus there. We can see the walls coming up here for Puppy Paw. It looks like it's going to get
先入唔到去，有啲可惜。
denied. Not going to be successful here. You can see the scouts fighting out.
但係佢有射箭場喎，
At least
第一隻駱駝咁耐嘅咩？
villager gets locked out. And what is going on here?
哇！呢個BBQ，
So going to be
哦係喎，7分鐘雙 TC 宋朝喎，真係喎。
timing there for that Song Dynasty.
我之前冇練，我冇練過呢個咁嘅標柯打，
and something
即係懶得練，即係中國又唔係成日用。
Paul's kind of showing
咁但係咧就應該係呢招嘢嚟。
hasn't placed it directly
但係個次序好似同我印象中嗰個打法有少少唔係好同。
with China. You actually want to place it a little bit further away.
但係咧就都係雙 TC 宋朝嚟啦，7分零鐘。
That's a great point. A lot of people don't realize that the town center doesn't actually generate any taxes when your villagers deliver to
就聲阿拔斯冇乜點樣掘石啦，即係佢唔係多 TC。
off buildings that do. And now
哇！你使唔使圍咁多層啊？
this is unprecedented.
佢知道人哋伐木，然之後佢走去圍多一層啦。咁然之後後面仲有一層嘅話，佢又繼續圍多一層。
Just begins walling up everything, wall all the things. He's not even deleting
等下先啊，入唔入到去啊？
and he continues now
但係冇乜用啊，入邊。等下先，呢度仲有2棵樹要劈啊。
to get through that wall. Or to get through that forest rather.
同埋有陣時要小心咧，就係如果你個村民咧劈樹啊，然之後因為伐樹會裝到滿噶嘛， 裝到滿嘅話咧，佢就唔識再咁樣劈入去噶啦。哇！呢度逼到爆炸，所以好小心啊！你控村民，即係唔好俾佢過量地伐樹木，即係個身袋太多嘅話咧，佢就伐唔到入去啊。等先，有諸葛佬啦已經，得唔得？夠唔夠樹？喂，佢呢度擋住咗個，哦，有兩個木，失敗咗。但係唔緊要，咁啊阿拔斯升神啦呢個時候。之後點樣打啊？其實我覺得呢個圖咧一定要掘石嘅，因為你起城堡咧，你發現咧起喺正面咧，求其揾個位拍低咧，即係人哋已經好難打你。But it does look like B is kind of working towards that third town center. He's got a few villagers on stone, but not a lot of villagers on wood. So maybe the thought. 咁啊，石頭可能有機會開到第3個 TC。打咩呢個？圍死人，即係執遺跡。
Yeah, it could be. He could also just be wanting to save that stone, maybe for a keep or something. When he does hit Castle Age, since he is going to get there first, that is potentially going to give him a timing.
唔知打咩招啊？暫時一隻兵都未有。
Strong Castle Age units out like the Lancers and the Men at Arms and use those to support like 10 villagers pushing forward to build a keep. But we'll have to see what.
仲係出緊駱駝。我知道咧，阿拔斯咧有招咧就係駱駝加玉馬嘅，即係兩隻都係靈活嘅單位啦，同埋佢哋可以一齊互相配合啦。即係駱駝打長槍，然之後玉馬可以打到工兵。但係咧就暫時好似唔係好清楚係咪咁樣打，即係駱駝就有噶啦，但係玉馬好似未見。同埋嗰啲資源可能可以夠開多個 TC。但係呢堆兵係咩事啊？哦，佢淨係追住村民啫，我以為佢有啲咩料到。呢個村死唔死啊？佢有呢個村有族輪啊，所以好難晒嘅。即係你睇下點解依家呢個版本一定要升族輪咧？即係因為啲村民真係行得太快。即係你除咗金馬有衝鋒之外咧，你其他兵咧，你想殺佢咧，都唔知點樣殺。即係佢跑半個地圖，呢個赤球都唔係劈到佢幾多刀。咁啊，加2個軍人係出乜鬼啊？長槍兵啊！出裝甲步兵得唔得㗎？裝甲步兵。不過中國嘅裝甲步兵咧，同其他文明咧個用途係唔同嘅。即係 Discord 咧有一個朋友仔咧，佢就話咧英國嘅裝甲步兵好勁啊，但係咧其實咧每個文明嘅裝甲步兵咧個用途係唔同嘅。咁啊，中國嘅裝甲步兵咧，以我所知咧，佢有個科技升級咧，可以多血少少嘅。咁佢真係等於一隻咩咧？等於一隻坦嚟嘅啫，佢唔係啲咩戰鬥力勁嘅單位。咁但係咧就得你咧可以升3攻啦。咁然之後就係其他文明，我記得都有啲科技可以升下。所以全部都係唔同嘅。即係你見到英國咧，佢雖然出呢個裝甲步兵出得快脆啊，但係好似係即係大家用途唔係好相同咯。即係一啲係戰鬥力，即係打人大力啲；有啲咧就係特別坦嘅，即係啲裝甲步兵。但係先呢個起個修道院執遺跡啊！呢個阿拔斯開咗 TC 未啊？1、2得2個啊，仲係唔知夠唔夠啊？即係如果得2個 TC 咧，人哋中國出村快過你啊！你經濟會好蝕底啊！即係你睇下依家村民數咧，已經相差10幾隻啦。即係明明呢個阿拔斯開 TC 快啲，但係開 TC 快啲反而村民少啲，即係因為對面出村民快，都幾蝕。即係短時間係冇乜影響嘅，即係如果你兵多嘅話。但係咧長遠睇咧都係要加個 TC， 即係可能加1、2個。咁但係咧佢見唔見個阿拔斯已經狂掘石啦？即係插個堡喺正面先，即係有咩事有個堡頂住先。咁啊，但係暫時有500幾石。 即係呢個金馬加駱駝，真係有錢人啊！平時啲人係加肉馬嘅，因為肉馬打工兵夠力咧，咁基本上剩低駱駝咧可以處理其他兵啦。駱駝最怕就係工兵啦，依家因為改咗。呢個點啊？呢度對面好多兵啊！一刀劈落去。
Just remember, he's had to walk all the way out here. He's had to wait for that train time, and now it sets him back.
阿拔斯經濟麻麻地，佢要加 TC 啊。Super Jet 仲未收台，請食宵夜。Thank you, thank you.
He's already picked up one, so that second one.
冇啦，睇埋呢一場就完啦，應該。我唔理佢輸贏，我都收噶啦。
He's looking pretty close to a chop through on the front.
咁啊，直接插寶啦！你見到，不過呢個寶係邊個㗎？呢個寶係中國喎，居然。咁啊，呢個圖咧，依家啲版本咧，真係打到咧係，即係穩穩陣陣。但係呢個寶起未得到啊！佢要好多，即係要多少少兵咧去保護你嘅村民啦。即係你唔可以成日求其淨係拖啲村出去咁樣話起寶就起寶啊！咁樣會死人㗎咁樣。好彩阿拔斯正面唔係好多兵喺呢度，但係呢個寶咧就起得有啲冒險嘅，即係取消啊！見到。但係呢個中國好多兵啊！我覺得阿拔斯佢再唔加 TC 咧，佢經濟會輸俾人啊！然之後咧就已經唔係兵種相克噶啦，即係你經濟輸俾人咧，人哋求其出啲兵啊！只要多過你咧就夠噶啦，即係佢唔使你兵種相克，佢求其溝就得噶啦。即係依家村民數相差23。咁你中國插咗個寶之後咧，阿拔斯打唔到你噶啦。咁然之後掘金，即係阿拔斯仲唔加 TC。呢個時候有啲慘，我覺得阿拔斯長遠睇唔係幾對路。即係 AOE4咧，只要有一個城堡咧，你要打呢個城堡咧，有啲麻煩嘅。即係你又要巨頭啦，你又要有兵啦。咁搞得嚟咧，咁人哋即係經濟慢慢發展起上嚟咧，就即係越蹲得耐越舒服啊。同埋呢個阿拔斯調資調得唔好啊，即係1700木材啦已經。佢咁多木材拎嚟做乜鬼嘢
？But speaking of Miss Macro, I mean, over on the other side, Puppy Paw looking incredibly strong.
佢呢個石頭量同埋呢個木材量可以俾佢加2個 TC。
Take a look over at his base. We did see granaries coming down a little bit earlier for him. And the question is, how many granaries does he look to add at this point in time? We know he's got.
中國依家咧多咗啲舊嘢咧，佢稅收又多啊，食物又多啊，即係依家中國爆經好鬼勁。
A lot of farms out for him.
即係打後期淨係鬥爆兵嘅話咧，應該係冇咩人夠中國鬥啦。依家即係連神羅都死埋啦。依家神羅 nerf 得太勁啊！佢嗰個遺跡執少一粒，然之後就係嗰個帝王時代嗰個地標太廢。翻嚟啊！成個圖都係 TC 未啊！即係呢個阿拔斯佢唔識開 TC 啊！佢呢個時候87村，佢要知道就係。中國嘅宋朝出村一定快啲嘅，所以你唔可以永遠都係雙 TC 嘅，你一定輸俾人。嗱，即係呢個係第5粒遺跡。咁啊 AOE2嘅話咧，你有5遺跡咧，肯定係着數啲嘅。但係 AOE4咧就難講。AOE4嘅黃金太多，周圍都係黃金。即係執遺跡咧，唔係真係優勢超大。哇！呢個打靶呢個村民。AOE4咧，你睇下 AOE4嘅地圖咧，啲黃金多到咧，周圍都係。即係執遺跡咧，即係一個小優勢嚟嘅，但係咧就唔係話好似 AOE2咁樣咧，你執晒5個遺跡就等於你贏硬。但係呢個 Puppy Paw 冇木材，我發現 佢左手邊啲木俾人封死晒啊！等陣先佢冇木喎，佢右邊亦都係空溜溜喎個地圖。
Yeah, we saw a Trebuchet moving up towards that northern position.
有啲慘喎佢咁樣。即係雖然村民好多，但係冇木材，冇木材嘅就唯有一係買少少支狂種田啦，然之後就打啲淨係要食物同黃金嘅兵。即係留翻啲木材拎嚟出攻城單位啊！睇下先啊，係啊，你見佢咧裝甲步兵，然之後都係啲攻城單位嚟啊，剩低。
Look at B. He just encapsulates the enemy base.
200人口。
He knows every single move that is coming out from Puppy Paw. It's incredible stuff.
但係呢個阿拔斯有啲型啊！呢個阿拔斯咧，佢唔係起城堡啊，佢係周圍起塔，然之後咧就升級嗰支塔嘅弩炮台。但係就唔起城堡。不過有陣時起城堡又好似唔係，又唔係話唔好嘅，不過又。即係城堡咧，你諗下咧，城堡只係一個固定喺一個位置嘅建築物嚟嘅。即係如果俾人打咗咧就冇噶啦。即係，但係塔嘅話咧，周圍插，即係人哋要拆你一支咧，佢另外仲有幾支。即係邊個着數啲？哇！呢度好多弩炮，呢個弩炮就係處理呢個巨頭一窩蜂，同埋同人要鬥多弩炮。但係中國嘅攻城單位係多啲血嘅。同埋村民都仲係落後緊25隻。即係如果起城堡咧，人哋拆你咧，你係即係俾佢拆之外咧，就唔知可以做啲咩。但係戰塔嘅話咧，周圍拆，即係俾你拆嘅話，佢起多支，即係起支後少少嘅，再俾你拆過，即係慢慢抌時間。但係人哋經濟太好啦，咁啊升咗帝王時代。咁啊雙方都係200人口啦，但係就中國會即係升咗帝王嘅科技啦，咁先至同你打。同埋佢可以換少少兵啦，即係攞啲兵送死，然之後轉第二啲兵打，即係有火炮噶嘛。不過睇下佢點樣安排先。即係有陣時200人口咧，都唔一定200人口就要即刻打，即係攞少少兵送死。等下先，我主動嚟啊呢邊，咁啊非常開心啊！但係咧就中國會縮嘅，因為佢等升級啊呢個時候，唔好打，唔好打啊！中國升咗未啊？佢啲科技未升齊喎，未升齊嘅話，即係等於城堡時代嘅兵嘅咋？佢呢個咩料啊？不過呢度有個城堡叫做，但係講真我覺得唔應該打嘅中國呢度，佢應該縮嘅。佢有城堡嘅話怕乜嘢？呢度俾人吹咗一大波兵啊！即係明明優勢嚟嘅，升咗帝王時代，但係你啲兵死晒之後先至 upgrade 完個科技。不過好彩後面有個 BBQ 頂住。呢一波唔應該打啊，蝕底。咁啊 trade 完一波，然之後死咗70人口。呢一波部隊咧本身係等緊升級嘅，即係你諗下有啲蝕啊咁樣。不過好彩前面經濟唔錯，但係依家變咗打和，即係明明優勢，佢明明種田種咗咁大優勢翻嚟，但係就因為一波忍唔住。哇！呢個時候5遺跡有4000黃金啊！睇下先，哇！呢個 3DB 喺度係咁買食物啊，然之後等升帝。佢升完帝之後咧，就大家5波啦。呢個時候玩完啦。唉，呢個中國種咗20分鐘田，佢忍唔住嗰一嘢，佢係咁走就得噶啦。啱啱嗰度，即係你圍住個城堡轉圈都好啊，即係個城堡幫手肥人哋。即係你圍住個城堡轉圈嘅話，你啲兵都未至於咁慘啊，照道理。即係你等完 upgrade 先至反打，即係 upgrade 咧喺 LE4 入邊咧個數值都差幾遠。即係攻擊力啊、防啊、血啊呢啲都有加噶，即係唔係淨係個樣變咗噶。 即係咁樣死晒一波兵啊，蝕到爆炸。咁啊呢個時候見到佢加咗個大學，咁啊大學可以升級呢個工兵嘅火箭啦，可以升級呢個步兵嘅血啦，弓啦，可以升呢個騎兵嘅血啦，好似。即係一大堆嘢可以升嘅。但係就真係蝕啦，真係明明咁大優勢，真係成場領先20隻村民，帝王又升先嘅，真係唯獨是個科技都未升好就走去同人打。佢呢個時候，不過中國後期應該都係優勢嘅，即係5-5波嘅話應該都係中國優勢嘅，即係除非你落後啦，真係你落後嘅話就唔係優勢啦。即係中國咧，你睇下佢啲攻城單位勁多血嘅，真係，同埋 LE4嘅維修咧，你係冇可能殺死攻城單位。
Oh my lord! That was close. Was that a Mangonel? That wasn't Mangonel.
睇下先呢度搭咩兵可以？裝甲步兵。
Not that it's illegal to do. It's just it seems a bit crazy. That's all. Oh gosh. Hey, but what do you think about like an upgrade for the?
好彩佢前面經濟優勢領先得多少少，但係依家冇啦。
Once you get to the Imperial, oh, never mind. We'll talk about that later because villagers are going to run to their death underneath the keep of Puppy Paw.
哇！呢度咩料？係喎，呢個中國冇木材喎。啱啱我先講完，係喎。呢個中國冇木材啊，所以佢要咁樣走嚟走去。哇！呢度做乜嘢？我聽聞咧，有人研究過咧，就係一個黃金咧可以圍幾多隻村民？好似可以圍50幾隻，我唔知有冇記錯。即係佢嗰個呢個圍咗20幾隻，圍咗一半。咁啊，瘋狂插塔啊，但係就有啲遲。呢個好蝕底啊！你睇下中國小地圖咧，佢啲木材全部喺晒上面啊，所以呢個時候俾人封住咗啊。咁啊，拖啲兵過嚟幫手打。睇下先，掘石你見到，咁啊掘石插寶，即係插正喺呢個位，即係確保呢個資源地方唔會俾人搞先。等下先，咁樣佢追村民嘅話唔得啊，係啊，打咗塔先。哇死啊！呢個阿拔斯佢追住呢個中國啲資源嚟打，佢唔係打人嘅，佢淨係封住你啲資源啊，然之後係咁追住你邊度有資源掘，佢就衝過嚟打你。等陣呢度小心啲，呢個老炮。睇下先係火槍兵。但係呢個火槍兵前面冇彈啊，我覺得咁樣衝上去唔係好合理。哇！真係立亂啊！呢個火槍兵有啲事嘅，佢咁樣用。哇！周圍都係村民冇嘢做，呢度幾多隻村啊？63隻村民。哇！佢終於掘夠石頭啦，咁啊插個寶先。咁啊插個寶之後咧，有木材啦，有黃金，有石頭啦，終於捱咗好耐。但係阿拔斯有5遺跡啊，114村，點解村民領先添啊？直頭。From that wing just yet, and B is definitely fighting for his tournament life right now. He is on the line. It is a best of 3. This is match point right now. He goes on to the next set. B will drop down into that loser. 突然間又逆轉咗，唔知咩事。3DB 佢使唔晒自己錢。They trade pretty effectively against the hand cannoneers, but 但係 not strong enough, and the hand cannoneer is going to be coming out from B in this position. Both players. 佢係咪諗唔到自己出咩兵啊？應該。B is going to be happy with his gold income, but at the same time, Puppy Paw has made it out onto the map. 死，呢個係手速問題，呢個唔係阿拔斯問題，呢個係手速問題喎。我發現，即係有啲人咧係正面淨係打交咧，然之後屋企咧就停晒唔出嘢，即係呢個玩家就係完美嘅表現，即係全部3000幾、2000幾資源，但係佢使唔使錢咁樣輸嘅話咧，都幾揼心口。你睇下佢呢度想開 TC， 唔係咁樣瓜啩。
manages to cap it, and you can see.
唉，唔係咁樣瓜啩？
It's just too little.
佢呢個係純粹手速唔夠快。
All of a sudden, Puppy Paw looking like he might
就
be.
係呢個時候140幾人口，然之後一大堆資源冇用過。
But the question is whether he's going to be able
出咗咩？出咗兩個火炮，使咗啲黃金，冇錢啦。
going up against Culverum. The mass is beginning to build. A lot of bombards still yet to really show themselves. Typically in this stage of the game, we'd
出
see
肉馬嘅嘢，
bombards coming out.
肉馬喺火槍面前
Puppy Paw at the moment.
豆腐一樣，
Continuing to move forward.
即係睇啲肉馬豆腐一樣。
Trebuchets on the back line. Bombards looking to move in and try and take
啱啱唔係大優勢嘅咩？你
taking these
咩料啊？
out, but instead it's
打輸喎咁樣呢一波。
12
咁啊對面火槍多過你啊，咁啊所以咧就火槍對射嘅話咧就毫無疑問中國優勢。
bombards remain.
咁啊肉馬咧就豆腐一樣嘅，咁啊所以就過嚟2秒鐘又冇晒啦。
Some great fights.
咁然之後後面有火炮啦，所以佢會點你城堡啦。
5 relics.
咁啊城堡爆咗之後咧，正面就冇嘢 hold 住啦。
His base.
瞬間瓜咗呢個阿拔斯。
Coming in for him, so he's looking at.
咁呢個村民收唔起嘅。
But keep in mind, he's also got horsemen in queue. These are elite horsemen. He does have the elite horseman upgrade. 10 horsemen were in queue. He's down to 4 now, so he could be looking to push out with that horseman timing.
其實應該好多人都知咧，就係肉馬打火槍係
I'd love to see
唔係一個好兵種嚟嘅。
now. At this point in the game, you would hope that B would be sitting on about 25 to 30 production buildings. We'll have a,
呢一波中國賺咗唔少，但係中國又好似冇乜錢啊。
we've got
究竟邊個先係贏緊㗎？咩料啊？呢一鋪。
the button for hitting.
我睇下先啊，我分析喺資源先啊。咁喺呢個時候咧，阿拔斯依然係有5遺跡啦。
Talking about right here.
咁然之後咧，佢使晒所有錢爆兵。
You can see
誒、
the buildings coming out on this.
中國咧喺左邊開始喺度有木啦，有金啦，有石頭啦。
Really struggling with
咁啊有控圖啦。咁啊部隊數係20對46啦。
farms down if he wants to be able to train.
應該都係阿拔斯輸嘅可能。
And he's also got another problem. B's wood line is going to be
即係阿拔斯冇一個
the rest of the wood.
即係叫好嘅單位打呢堆咁嘅嘅嘢。
Lines on the left.
自從呢個攻城唔係即係呢個興頭改弱咗之後咧，阿拔斯又廢咗唔少。
re-establish himself up on the north.
即係阿拔斯咧係唯一一個係好依賴咧，就係用部隊嚟到起攻城單位嘅。
Here towards the player's base.
咁而興頭咧就係黑呢堆火槍長槍最好用嘅單位嚟，
He needs wood. And as
但係就即係連依家呢個咁嘅情況都唔會起興頭嘅話咧，
run around, realize that there's
就
two scenario.
唔知點樣處理呢堆嘢。
I'm pretty sure. But those bombards going to be going up against the culverin of his
冇
opponent.
啦，瓜啦。
To get out on just a
咁啊人口去到119啦，
left on those bad boys.
咁啊同人哋嘅村民一樣數字，
Saving that
應該瓜啦。
with the extra hit points.
估唔到，即係明明好似逆轉咗，但係就
There's a couple of culverins left.
佢使唔晒嗰一波錢咧，令到你突然間有一波斷咗氣啊！真係，
See more hand cannoneers coming out from him. If he can get the hand
即
cannon
係俾人哋唞一唞氣就差好遠啊！咁樣。
behind this puppy paws economy,
不過前面打得唔錯啊，
he's on 4,500 gold.
即係佢寧願咧就係唔加第3個 TC 啦，佢寧願選擇咧就係攞晒所有錢去控圖啊。其實好似都成功咗啊，但係
He's going to be struggling because he's a
但係喺左手邊嗰度咁樣打一打咧，俾人哋插翻個寶，搶翻晒啲資翻嚟。
Look at that. Almost got a perfect
哇！呢個
villages. How many villages do we have right there, Littlecore? He's going to select them all for us. We'll head
即係
back.
呢個情況
Take a look
應該冇啦。
Witness this battle. We've got
咁啊，中國依家解放見唔見？
collecting.
大解放，周圍攞資源，
They would go through this pretty quick.
即係明明前面係乜資都冇啊！
Keep all your villagers on one gold mine like this because you want to supervise all of them.
Correct.
And you don't want to build the extra lumber camps or the mining.
長炮呢個長炮係
Be a big mistake.
係咩料？
The only civ that you actually
佢係諗住拎嚟打火炮用啊！
the one
但係佢正面冇兵幫手彈啊，
attacks happening all over.
即係俾人慢慢磨。
For B, you can see the units trickling out of Puppy Paw's base. He's
咁啊有驚無險啊！咁啊 Poppy Pond 應該係2-0啊，照道理。
military at this point in the game. He's struggling to keep himself above water. He's trying his feet up.
本來 3DB 係有機會啊，
Doing the doggies.
好可惜啊！
But he is really struggling.
所以好難掌握咧，就係 RTS 咧究竟咩時候係
Wooden come
狂控兵啦，咩時候係要執經濟？
stealth forest somewhere, but
即係人嘅手速咧就個個都唔同嘅，即係有快有慢嘅。
workshop is just going to go
咁
down before
但係咧就即係你好難去根據個情況決定自己係應該
Be popping out
狂撳啲兵先啦，定係控兵先。
victorious and head.
咁而 3DB 咧就決定咗係狂控兵嘅，咁最後咧就係屋企一隻兵都冇撳到出嚟。
More
咁啊有2-3千資源啦，咁然之後就係維持喺130幾人口，唔知咩事。就係你睇下佢嗰一波交戰，佢明明大把錢，但係一隻兵都冇撳啊，即係掛住控兵。即係連資源都差唔多啊，兩個人。但係阿拔斯係村民落後嘅情況之下，個資源差唔多。
37 versus 49 seconds, so pretty decent idle times there for both players.
Yeah, both players pretty on top of.
不過如果啱啱爆兵，我都唔知佢爆咩兵，爆翻即係一齊打火槍兵。
A great job of making use of that early power spike in Imperial, right? Because you get the free chemistry.
即係左手邊嗰一波都幾致命。
It makes the bombards actually one shot the springolds, whereas without chemistry they don't. And that really
即係本來以為咧佢吞咗呢個，吞咗嗰一波兵，咁人哋升咗帝冇得 upgrade， 咁你都幾大優勢，即係嗰一波真係帶到優勢翻嚟。咁然之後佢自己升埋帝王時代，咁啊亦都大把錢，即係優勢都唔差。即係村民又追翻啊！即係啱啱嗰個。但係我都唔知點解可以打輸咗，真係神奇。即係我覺得輕頭唔應該改得太弱嘅，即係依家咧弱得滯咧，佢處理唔到火槍兵，然之後啲人就唔出啦，直頭。但係我覺得應該要加勁翻少少。即係我寧願佢咧就係血量減啲，但係個攻擊力都保留咧，應該係最好嘅。不過我諗應該要下一版先至會改啊呢啲嘢。咁啊，今日嚟到呢度先啦，咁啊瞓覺啦，4點鐘。OT 咁啊下個禮拜應該會開嘅，我諗下個禮拜應該係8強嚟噶啦，之後就因為聽日咧就係打到8強嘅，聽日係唔係勝者2個啦，敗者留4個，應該係6強啊。咁啊應該下個禮拜啦，咁啊係咁先啊，瞓覺啦，拜拜啦。
We just saw Puppy Paw versus B, and then Beastie Cutie took out Recon. It was a 2-0 there, and Wham versus Casper.